Preface of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Preface. Although I do not usually trouble my reader with a preface, I feel it to be desirable in offering this little volume to the public to explain the cause of the peculiar structure of the story, which must, I am aware, lay it open to criticism. The volume is divided into 6 parts, each commencing with a certain degree of abruptness. If I may use a metaphor, instead of a one-arched bridge spanning a stream, it is like a bridge of boats, connected together, it is true, but only for a temporary purpose. The simple explanation is this: as each of the boats is constructed to float by itself, so is it with the parts of my story. They were written primarily to form a series of books in a packet, and it was necessary, therefore, that each should be complete in itself. In each the hero must be introduced to the reader, in each some individual truth must be conveyed, and each must have a definite conclusion. To have 6 parts of exactly the same length, each differing and yet alike, injures the effect of the story as a whole, as the bridge of boats cannot have the symmetry and grace of the one-arched bridge. Yet I pray my reader, not on this account, to judge my little book hardly. If the work, humble as it is, span any stream of difficulty, if it help the pilgrim on his way, some indulgence may well be claimed for its defects, since the object of her who constructed it was not to be approved, but to be useful. End of Preface. Recorded by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Chapter 1. Coming Home. "You seem to be weary, my friend," said Mr. Curtis, the vicar of Combe, stopping courteously to speak to a sailor who was seated on the stump of a tree at the side of the pathway. It was a glowing day in August. The air was hot and sultry, and dust lay thick on the road. Ned Franks, the sailor, rose on being addressed, and touched his glazed hat, on which appeared the badge of the anchor, surmounted by a crown which showed that he had belonged to the Royal Navy. He was a fine, stalwart-looking young man, scarcely 30 years of age, with sunburnt cheek and thick curling hair, and as Mr. Curtis met the glance of his clear blue eye, the clergyman thought that he had never looked upon a face more manly or pleasant. "I've walked 20 miles, sir, since sunrise," said Franks, glancing at the bundle which he had been carrying on a stick across his shoulder, and which was now resting against the stump from which he had risen. "But I'm nigh port now, I take it, if yonder's the village of Combe. Are you going to visit it?" asked the vicar. "I'm going to drop anchor there for good, sir," answered the tar. "I've a sister, a stepsister, I should say, living yonder. She and I are all that are left of the family now, and I'll make my home with her, please God." "Surely you are too young to give up the Navy, my friend. Idleness would be no blessing to a fine strong lad such as you seem to be. You may have many years before you yet of good service to the Queen." "I shall never serve the Queen again, bless her," replied the young sailor, with a touch of sadness. And Mr. Curtis then, for the first time, remarked that the left sleeve of Ned's blue jacket hung empty. "But I don't like to be idle, sir," continued Franks, in a tone more cheerful. "Bessie will have my bit of a pension for the mess and the berth, and I'll see if I can't make myself useful in some way or other. Go errands, or maybe try the teaching tack. Anything would be better than lying like a log on the shore." "Teaching," repeated the clergyman. "What are you able to teach?" "Not many things," replied the sailor, with a smile. "Reading, writing, 'rithmetic, and not much of them neither. But I like a book when I can overhaul one, and I usually make good way with the younkers." "I well believe that," said Mr. Curtis. "I doubt not that you have many a good sea story to tell, and stirring adventure to relate. I see," he continued, "from the badge on your hat that you've served in the Queen. I dare say that you lost your arm by a Russian ball from a Sebastopol battery," and the vicar looked with interest at the young seaman, picturing him at the post of duty amidst the smoke and din of a fight. "No, sir," replied Ned frankly. "I smashed my arm on shore, stumbling down an open cellar on a starless night." Mr. Curtis slightly raised his eyebrows, and there was a little less interest in his manner as he inquired, "And who is the sister with whom you are to live?" "Bessie Pill, sir. She's a widow in these parts." "I know her," said Mr. Curtis, rather dryly. "She lives in the thatched cottage yonder, whose chimney you can just see over these trees. I hope that she may make you comfortable," he added. "It's not much, sir, that I want," said the sailor. "A dry berth, a wholesome mess, and a welcome. He who gets that may be thankful, whether on sea or on shore." "I shall call and see you," said the clergyman, kindly, "and have a little talk with you on the other matters than those which concern but this passing life." "I shall be heartily glad, sir," replied Ned, again touching his glazed hat. "It's well to have some one to teach us how to steer twixt the rocks and the shoals." "I hope that we have both the same port in view," said the clergyman. "I hope so," answered Ned Franks, cheerfully, and as the vicar bade him good day, he turned in the direction of his new home. Mrs. Peel's cottage stood a little retired from the dusty high road, being divided from it by a bit of waste ground on which some pigs were feeding. The ground was overgrown with nettles and straggling briars. The dwelling was of mud, with a roof of thatch, green with lichen and moss, under which, as under heavy overhanging brows, peeped two dots of windows like eyes. The door stood open, and within Ned caught sight of his sister engaged in washing. Mrs. Peel was a tall, bony woman, with a habitual stoop, clad in a rusty black dress, with a cap which was rustier still. Broad lines of grey streaked her hair, and Ned's first feeling was that of painful surprise at the change which years had made. He did not stop, however, to dwell on the past. "Halloa, Bessie! Don't you know me?" he exclaimed as he quickened his pace, and the next minute Mrs. Peel had run out, with her bare arms covered with soapsuds, to welcome her younger brother. She was followed by a lad about 10 or 11 years of age, a sharp, wiry boy, whose pointed upturned nose, quick little black eyes, and restless manner somehow suggested to the sailor's mind the idea of a weasel. Ned shook him heartily by the hand on hearing that this was his nephew Dan, and with a heart glowing with pleasure at being once more in a home, the seaman entered the cottage accompanied by the Peels. "Now, Dan, you take your uncle and show him his room while I wring these out, and get a bit of something ready for dinner," said Bessie. "I hardly looked for you so early, Ned," she added, addressing herself to her brother. "I was up with the lark," answered the sailor. Dan, looking up with curiosity in his keen small eyes toward the stranger whom he scarcely yet ventured to call uncle, led the way to the back of the cottage, where was a kind of garden, if a place could deserve that name where nothing but sickly cabbages seemed to grow, with a full crop of chickweed and groundsel between. A small wood-house adjoined the cottage, and over this was a little loft to be reached by a rough sort of ladder. "We're to go up the hatchway, are we?" said Ned, mounting the ladder with a lightness and rapidity which surprised his nephew. He had to stoop his curly head low as he passed through the entrance, the door of which appeared never to have been intended to fit, since even when shut it admitted as much light as a small one-paned window of greenish glass with a thick knob in the middle. The loft was very small, with walls unpapered and rafters uncovered. A dirty mattress lay on the dirtier floor, and a musty scent pervaded the place. "I can't say much for the berth," thought Ned. "It's not big enough to swing a cat in, and doesn't look as if the planks had ever been holystoned. I must set things a little ship-shape. Bessie, poor soul, has enough to keep her busy with her washing. I must try if I can't make my one hand do the business of two. The man-of-war's seaman, accustomed to spotless cleanliness and neatness, looked around on the miserable den with a mixture of disgust and good humour. "I'll rub up the bull's-eye," he said, "and get that door to fasten with something better than a piece of old rope. And I'll try to knock up a bit of a shelf in that corner, for I have a few books in that bundle of mine. We'll soon have all tight and trim as a captain's cabin." Ned Franks was to find that other things in his new home required setting to rights as well as his loft, and that there are spots and stains harder to rub out than those on his walls and floor. "Why don't you keep that garden in trimmer order?" asked the sailor, as he descended the ladder, followed by Dan. "You might grow enough of potatoes and cabbages in yon slip to supply your mother half the year." "I've not a minute's time," answered Dan. "I look after Sir Lacy Barton's cows." "Lacy Barton?" repeated Ned. "Why, that's the name of one of our middies. Sir Lacy has a son in the Queen, as I've heard." "What are you saying about Sir Lacy?" asked Bessie Peel, catching the sound of the name as her brother and Dan re-entered the kitchen. "That he has a son aboard my old vessel, the Queen." "That's a piece of luck for us," cried Bessie, pausing in her occupation of cutting rashers from a fine large piece of bacon. "He's our landlord, is Sir Lacy Barton, and he's thinking of pulling down our cottage to build the new school in his place, and I'm mighty anxious to be in his favour. 'Tis a lucky chance that you've come and can tell him all about his son." "That depends on what I've to tell," answered Ned, with a smile. "In some cases it's least said, soonest mended. I hope that none of the family will come to question me about young Mr. Barton," and the frank face of the sailor expressed more than his words as he remembered the doings of the most worthless youth on board of the man-of-war. "Well, if you was asked, you'd say something pleasant, I hope," observed Bessie. "I could not say what was false," answered Ned. The words were simple enough, but the decided tone in which they were uttered made Bessie exchange glances with her son. The boy shrugged his shoulders slightly, and something like a smile rose to the corners of his lips. The very straightforwardness of the sailor made him appear strange to those who had long mistaken cunning for wisdom, and low deceit for sharpness. End of Chapter 1. Coming Home. Recording by René Lacroix. 2. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Chapter 2. Speaking Out. The table was spread with food, homely but abundant, steaming bacon and greens. "A 20-mile walk must have made you ready for your dinner, Ned," said Bessie, as she seated herself at the table, and a well-filled plate was soon before each of the party. "Why, uncle, what are you waiting for?" asked Dan, surprised that the hungry sailor did not at once begin his meal. "Bessie," said Ned quietly, "do you see Grace, or shall I?" Again mother and son exchanged glances. As no answer was given, Ned, in a few words, thanked God for his mercies through Christ. This was no mere form with the weather-beaten sailor, who found himself in haven at last, after the tempest and the fight, the hardships and perils of a sea life, and was thankful to God for mercies greater than preservation through all these. "I'm afraid," said Ned, looking with a good-humoured smile at his plate, "that a maimed jack-tar, such as I am, must signal for assistance even at the mess." Bessie had for the moment forgotten her brother's condition. She had not realized the constant inconvenience which must follow the loss of an arm. Ned's misfortune did not, however, appear in the least to weigh down his spirits, and he chatted merrily through dinner-time, talking over old days, and then making inquiries as to what hope there might be of his getting such employment as might suit a one-armed man. "I've heard as how Mr. Curtis, our vicar, is looking out for some one to help with his school," said Dan. "I think that it must have been your parson who held me on the course here," observed Ned. "He's rather an oldish man, bald, with a little limp in his walk," said Dan. "That's he," cried the sailor. "He talked to me friendly enough, and asked me how I had lost my arm." "And what said you?" inquired Bessie. The truth, of course, that I was a lubber enough to stumble down into a cellar at night." "Oh, Ned, he would think that you were drunk," exclaimed Bessie. "I'm afraid that he did," said Ned. "I could see in his face that I'd let myself down a peg in his good opinion." "Oh, uncle, what a chance you lost!" cried Dan, his black eyes twinkling slyly under his shock of rough hair. "If I'd been you, I'd have told such a tale, how I lost that arm boarding a thundering big ship, or saving an officer's life, or doing some desperate deed. You'd have been a regular hero in Colm. They'd have been getting up a subscription for you, and Mr. Curtis would have clapped you into the place of teacher at once. 'Twould have been the making of you, it would." "Dan," said Ned, laying down his fork, and looking steadily at his nephew across the table, "do you know what a lie is?" The boy was taken aback by the sudden question, and his eyes sunk under the gaze that was fixed upon him. Receiving no answer, the sailor went on. "A lie is a mean thing, a senseless, a wicked, a habitual liar is a sneak, a coward, and a fool." "A fool? I don't see how you can make that out," muttered Dan, who was secretly not a little proud of his cunning, and who thought the name of fool a great deal worse than that of knave. "It's easy enough to make out," said Ned. "A liar is a fool as regards this life, for, look ye, he's sure to be found out afore long, and a good character is worth more than anything that he could get in exchange for it. Is it nothing to be trusted? Is it nothing to be able to look any man in the face?" Dan was at the moment uneasily peering down at the crumbs on the floor. Would a man not be called a fool who should put to sea in a vessel whose timbers were all rotten, however gaily painted she might be, or however fine a figure-head she might carry? She must be stove in when the first storm came. She must soon show that she was not seaworthy. Ned had spoken with the fiery energy of one who, as he often owned, carried too much gunpowder in his cargo, but his tone softened to quiet earnestness as he went on. "And if we come to speak of another world, my lad, what shall we say of the folly of lying, whatever the temptation to do so may be? Was it without reason, think you, that St. Paul, when telling how a Christian man should be armed to fight against the devil, bade him first to be girt about with truth? Why, we couldn't so much as set a foot in the Golden City without it. You've heard what's said in God's word of that matter. Outside, shut out of glory, in company with murderers and idolaters, will be whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. The devil himself is the father of lies, such as make them follow him. And they who choose their portion with him are fools, whatever the world may give. The devil himself is the father of lies, such as make them follow him. And they who choose their portion with him are fools, whatever the world may give, or whatever the world may call them." There was silence in the cottage for several minutes after Ned had ceased speaking. Dan attempted no reply, but finished his dinner in somewhat sulky reserve. Then, appearing suddenly to remember that he had to look after the cows, the boy rose and slunk out of place. Dan did not, however, go in the direction of the fields, but into the village to play at pitch and toss with Tom and Jack Mullins, and to tell them wonderful stories of his sailor uncle, who was, he said, a first-rate fellow for fighting and polished off Russians as fast as they might knock down ninepins, but who had a ticklish temper to deal with, flaring up like fire at a word. End of Chapter 2. Speaking Out. Recording by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Chapter 3. Thinking It Over. "You took Dan up sharp, brother," said Bessie, as her son quitted the cottage. "Maybe I did," answered Ned frankly. "I'm trying to keep down that hot temper of mine, but there's nothing stirs it up like anything of deceit, and it gets in a blaze afore I'm aware. There was something in the lad's looks more than his words that made me fancy him one of those who don't see clearly the difference atween truth and falsehood, and who get amongst the shoals almost without knowing it. I wanted to show him the beacon lights set in the Bible to warn us off them, that's all." "Ah, Dan's quick enough at lying," said Bessie, with a sigh. "I can't believe a word that he says. Many and many's the times I tells him, 'Dan, with all those fine stories of yours, you'll get into trouble at last.'" "And don't you tell him," said Ned, "that God hears and marks down, and that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment?" "Oh, I'm not one of your saints that likes religion brought in at every turn," said Bessie, peevishly. "'Tis all well enough to go decently to church on Sundays, and dear me," she exclaimed, suddenly interrupting herself and starting up from her seat, "if that is not Mrs. Curtis coming over the green! That woman is always taking one's unawares." And with a quickness which astonished the sailor, Bessie whisked off the dish from the table, flung an old shawl over the large piece of bacon from which the rashers had been cut, and stowed away a heap of damp linen which she had been washing into a cupboard. "She's in a mighty hurry to tidy the room for the lady," thought Ned, "but it doesn't look a bit neater than before." Just as Bessie had finished her hasty preparations, Mrs. Curtis, a small, delicate lady, very simply but neatly dressed, tapped at the door of the cottage and entered. Bessie was all smiles and curtsies. She dusted a chair and placed it for her guest, hoped that she had not been troubled by the heat of the day, and asked after the young masters and misses, like one who took an affectionate interest in the well-being of the family. "I am glad to see your brother here," said Mrs. Curtis, courteously bending her head as the sailor respectfully rose at her entrance. "Ah, yes, poor fellow!" exclaimed Bessie. "He's my only brother living, and as long as I have a crust he shall be welcome to share it. We must all care for one another, ma'am, as our good minister told us last Sunday in his beautiful sermon." "It would be but fair," thought Ned, "if Bessie gave the lady a notion that I pay for this half crust with the whole of my pension." "It's but a poor home that my brother has come to," continued Bessie, whose voice, in addressing the clergyman's wife, had a plaintive drawling tone quite unlike that in which she usually spoke. "I have been wanting much, ma'am, to speak a word or two to you or to Mr. Curtis." "My husband told me that he intended to call here soon," said the lady. "Ah, how glad I am even to see his blessed face! Ah, what I owe him!" cried Bessie, heaving a long sigh, as if to express by it gratitude too deep for words. "But what I was a-going to say, ma'am, was that I hopes as how Mr. Curtis will be good enough to put me again on the widow's list for the loaves. I've really such a hard pull to live. I don't know how we can get on without it." And there was another long-drawn sigh. "Ha!" thought the indignant sailor, "the gratitude was for favours to come." "I don't see how my husband can put you on the needy widow's list," said the clergyman's quiet little wife. "Your daughter is in service, your son gets work, you take in washing." "Please, ma'am, begging pardon for interrupting you," said Bessie, again dropping a curtsy. "The trifle Dan earns would not keep him in bread, and it's little but bread as ever we taste, and I've not had all this blessed week more than 10 pence worth of washing, and—" Here Bessie Pill's eyes chanced to meet those of her brother, flashing on her a glance of such fiery indignation that, quite confused, she stopped short, stammered, and could not finish what she was saying. Mrs. Curtis naturally turned to see the cause of the cottagers' evident embarrassment, and was much struck by the stern countenance of the young man, who stood tightly pressing his lips together, as if to keep in some indignant burst. Finding that he had attracted notice, Ned, who had no wish to expose his sister, and who had difficulty in commanding himself, thought it safest to quit the cottage without uttering a word. "Is anything the matter with your brother?" asked the lady, after Ned's abrupt departure. "He has an odd temper, ma'am, very odd. I know that we shall have a good deal to put up with, but as our good minister told us last Sunday," and the woman went on with a string of what were meant as pious phrases, but which, being only lip-deep, made far less impression on her visitor than the speaker wished and intended. "She talked to her son about truth," exclaimed the indignant Ned Franks, as he strode into the back garden, forgetful, in the storm of his spirit, of the 20 miles which he had walked in the morning. "An acted lie is as bad as a spoken one, and her way of going on was all one wretched piece of acting from beginning to end. If there's one thing I scorn, despise, and detest more than another, it's hypocrisy like that." Ned struck the nailed heel of his boot violently against one of the weeds, and uprooted it from the ground. Perhaps he connected the worthless plant in his mind with the more hateful weed of deceit, or he wanted something on which to vent the angry feelings within him. "All weeds," he muttered to himself. "I've a great mind to hoist sail at once and sheer off, and find some other home where all will be open and above board, at least where there will be no hoisting of false colours or hanging out of false lights, saying one thing and thinking another." Ned took 1 or 2 rapid turns up and down the garden, then gradually slackened his pace as his anger began to cool down. "Who am I, that I should judge another?" thought the frank-hearted seaman. "Are we not all of an evil nature, our souls as full of wickedness as this wretched garden of weeds? There's nothing good grows of itself. It's all God's grace as plants it. Am I, wilful, wayward sinner as I have been, am I to throw my own sister overboard, because she has not yet been led to see things as I see them, and to know that the straight course is the shortest course, and the only course that can land us in a safe haven at last? Maybe with prayer and pains we'll get the better both of her weeds and mine. I master my impatience and bad temper. She and that lad of hers learn that a lying tongue is an abomination unto the Lord, and that all who serve a God of truth must speak the truth from the heart." Ned took another turn up and down, stooping down now and then to pull up and throw away some straggling weed, till he found his spirit calm enough for prayer. The sailor looked up at the sky, so blue and clear and transparent above him, and his heart rose, in what was earnest supplication, though he could not have put it into a regular form of prayer. He wished that his deeds and his sayings and those of his family might be pure and clear and open as heaven's sunlight, that they might be in the sight of God what they wanted to appear in the sight of men, and be honest and true in all things, like faithful servants of the Lord. Ned's meditations were broken in upon by Bessie Peel, who came running up towards him with a bustling, excited air. "What's in the wind?" cried Ned. "You must come in directly," answered Bessie. "Who do you think is in my kitchen? I knew she'd be here, but I'm sure, for Lady Barton herself to walk all the way from the Hall." "What has she come for?" asked Ned, knitting his brow from an uneasy apprehension of what was likely to follow. "To hear about her son, to be sure. Lady Barton thinks no end of her son, a pretty scapegrace though he be. When he left her she lay crying in her bed for a week. There was never a mother so fond, or so blind." "But what can I say?" exclaimed Ned. "I can tell nothing good of the lad." "You must invent something good, then," cried Bessie, in an irritated tone. "I can't have you, with your stupid bluntness, setting my landlord's wife against me, and getting my home pulled down over my head at Michaelmas, and my boy turned off, and my washing taken away." "I'd better not see Lady Barton," said Ned. "Shall I hurry back and say I couldn't find you? You could get over yon hedge and be off without coming in front of the cottage." No sneaking," said the sailor quickly. "I'll face out the matter at once." "And you'll say the best you can?" cried Bessie, changing her tone and tactics with a perception that her best chance with Ned lay in working upon his affection. "You wouldn't injure your poor widowed sister, as looks to you for comfort and kindness." "I'll do no harm, if I can help it," muttered the tar, feeling far more uneasy as he followed his sister than he would have done had he been led up to an enemy's battery. End of chapter 3. Recording by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Chapter 4. Put to the Question. Lady Barton sat in the old wooden armchair, which formed the chief article of furniture in Mrs. Peel's kitchen, the flounces of her rich blue silk dress filling up the space between the red brick fireplace and the deal table, which was still scattered over with the crumbs of the recent repast. Lady Barton was a stately and elegant woman, with an air of fashion and dignity, which contrasted with the simple attire and manner of Mrs. Curtis, with whom she was conversing before Ned and Bessie re-entered the cottage. As they came in, Lady Barton was just returning into her pocket a purse, from which she had taken a half-sovereign, with what intent both the sailor and Bessie could not but guess, as they caught sight of the glittering beads of the purse as it was replaced within the silk dress. "Ah!" exclaimed Lady Barton, with a queenly graciousness of manner to the sailor, "I am glad to have an opportunity of speaking with one of the gallant men who had served in the same ship with my son. You can give me late accounts of Mr. Lacy Barton." With a bright smile on her lips, the lady awaited Ned's reply. "I was aboard the same vessel as Mr. Barton for more than a year," said the tar, with the respectful manner with which he would have spoken to any lady. "You must have seen much of him, then." Ned only bowed, thinking to himself a good deal too much. As he did not seem inclined to be communicative, the partial mother tried to draw him out by an observation. "My son usually makes himself a great favourite wherever he goes." Bessie nudged her brother's arm, but Ned did not speak at the hint. Lady Barton's gloved hand closed more tightly over the little piece of gold which it hid. Rather less graciously she inquired whether Mr. Barton had been quite well when the sailor had seen him last. Ned paused for a moment before he replied. There was nothing much the matter with his health. The tender mother took alarm from his hesitation as well as his words. "Not much the matter?" she anxiously repeated. "Was Mr. Barton not well? Was he obliged to keep his cabin?" "Only for a few days, lady," said Ned, sincerely desirous to relieve her. "What ailed him?" asked Lady Barton. "Was he laid up with fever?" Her voice betrayed her emotion. "No, not fever," answered the sailor, wishing himself up to his neck in water rather than standing there to answer the lady's questions. "It was not his chest, not his lungs," said the anxious mother, dropping her voice. "He was so subject to coughs as a boy." "His lungs are as sound as can be, I'll answer for that," replied Ned, with a clear recollection of the strength of a voice which, raised in an oath or a curse, might be heard above the roar of a storm. "Then what was the matter with him?" repeated Lady Barton, in the tone of one who must and will have a reply. Ned's honest face was suffused with a flush, as if he himself had been the culprit, as he answered, "He'd had a bit of a spree on shore, and been knocked about a little. These things will sometimes happen, but a few bruises don't do much harm." Lady Barton asked no more questions. She knew enough of her son's former habits to enable her to guess but too well what the sailor had left unsaid. Sorrow taking the form of mortified pride, the lady drew herself up, and the delicate kid-gloved hand slid something back into her pocket, a movement which did not escape the covetous eyes of Bessie. Without condescending to say another word to Ned Franks, Lady Barton rose from her seat, and turning to address Mrs. Curtis, plunged at once into a different subject of conversation. She asked the vicar's wife about her scholars, said that Sir Lacy had resolved on beginning to build the new school at Michaelmas, and observed that somewhere about this spot would be the best possible place for the site. Bessie clenched her teeth and scowled at her brother, but the expression of anger on her face was instantly changed to one of obsequious mildness, as she caught the eye of the stately Lady Barton. If Bessie had been gratified by the visit of the vicar's wife, she was overwhelmed by the honour of one from a titled lady, and with a double number of curtsies and thanks she showed her two guests to the door, sending blessings after them as long as they remained within hearing. And then, "You heartless, good-for-nothing, unfeeling, ill-mannered dolt!" she exclaimed, turning towards her brother with a gesture of her clenched fist, as though she could have found it in her heart to have struck him, had she dared. "What ill luck brought you here to bring trouble and ill will and ruin on a poor lone widow as never did you any harm?" "I'm as vexed as you can be, Bessie," said the sailor, passing his hand through his thick curly hair. "You'd better have bit off that foolish tongue of yours than have let it provoke such a lady." "It was grieving the mother that I felt," said Ned Franks. "It was seeing her so anxious and troubled. 'Twas a stiff gale to weather, and I was never in my life more nigh dragging my anchor. But I'm glad," he added to himself, "I'm glad that I held fast by the truth." Ned was to have little peace during the remainder of that day. He had to endure the continual dropping, that made him bitterly remember Solomon's proverb, "It is better to dwell in a corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman in a wide house." On Dan's return home in the evening, the storm which Ned had lulled a little broke forth anew with fresh fury. "What do you think, Dan, that this here uncle of yours has been a-doing?" exclaimed Bessie to her son, banging down the kettle on the bar of the grate, as if it too had grievously wronged her. Lady Barton herself, in her grand sweeping gown, came down from the hall. "I'd never but once afore seen her enter my cottage, and that was when your poor father lay a-dying." "What could she come for?" asked Dan, curiosity gleaming in his keen little eyes. "What for but to hear about her son, to be sure, and to talk to this bear's cub about him, and to tip him with what would have bought me a Sunday gown, I'll be bound, for I saw the lady thrusting back her purse into her pocket, and there was he." Bessie pointed at Ned with her thumb, first standing dumb as a stockfish, looking as if he couldn't utter a word, and then bounce out with such a fine tale, how Mr. Lacy had got himself smashed in a drunken row, how he had to lie in his bed for days all covered with bruises, how he was the most swaggering quarrelsome. Ned felt the hot blood mounting to his face, and the fiery passion to his heart. There was nothing for it but to beat a retreat, before he should utter as an angry man what as a Christian he might have regretted. Weary as the sailor was, there was something which he felt to be worse than fatigue, and he walked out into the cool, fresh evening air, once more to quiet his fevered spirit under the light of the pale young moon. End of Chapter 4. Put to the Question. Recording by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker. Chapter 5. The Lame Squirrel. Refreshed by a good night's rest, notwithstanding the discomforts of his new abode, Ned Franks rose on the following morning with a cheerful, thankful heart. He woke with the verse on his lips, "I bless the Lord, who safe hath kept, who did protect me while I slept. Lord, grant when I from death awake, I may of endless life partake." Up sprang Ned from his rough bed, ready to forget and to forgive the breeze of the preceding day, and to set about his work in the spirit of command. "Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might." After his morning prayer and Bible reading, Ned begun in earnest to set things ship-shape in what he called his little cabin. The loss of his left hand greatly increased the difficulty of laboring, but Ned Franks worked with a will, and therefore with good success. His only interruptions were from the little attentions required by a poor lame squirrel that the sailor had picked up on the previous evening, and which he nursed with the tenderness which seems peculiar to seamen. Ned carried it down with him when he went to breakfast in the kitchen, where he found his sister scarcely yet recovered from her fit of displeasure, but her sulkiness could not stand against the influence of his sunny good humour. "Come, Bessie, lass," cried the sailor, "let bygones be bygones. We'll have smooth water to-day. After I've set my cabin to rights, I'll see what's to be done in your garden. If we could only get the ground clear of weeds, it's a fine crop we might look for next year." Bessie Pill grew so gracious that she not only filled her brother's wooden bowl almost to overflowing with hot bread and milk, but she examined his squirrel with interest, prescribed for its wounded leg, and filled an old basket with hay to make a bed for the sailor's new pet. The poor little creature seemed already to know its master, did not flinch from his hand, and let him warm it within his rough jacket. "One could never harm a creature that trusted one," said Ned. "I'll nurse the squirrel till its leg is all right, and then give it its freedom again. 'Twould be hard to keep it in limbo, when it might enjoy itself in the woods." Back went Ned Franks to his work, nor did he stop till he had wrought a wondrous change in the appearance of his dull little loft by the help of a pail of whitewash which he had procured from the village. "It's beginning to look all taut and trim," said the light-hearted tar, stepping back with a big whitened brush in his hand to survey and admire his work. "When I've earned a little more ready rhino, I'll have a bit of bunting of the Union Jack pattern over my bed, and stick a few pictures round the wall to make the cabin quite smart. And I'll have my books up there aloft." In default of a shelf, Ned had carefully ranged along the floor what he deemed his best earthly treasures, his Bible, and such works as the Pilgrim's Progress and Saint's Rest, with a few other little books of a useful kind, from which the sailor had gleaned more knowledge than is usually possessed by one in his station of life. Ned had made such good use of his time that before dinner he had an hour to spare for the garden. Bessie Peel, as she ironed out her linens, could hear Ned's manly voice behind the cottage, singing blithely as a bird such sea-songs as "Poor Jack" and the "Arethusa." Ned Franks felt perfectly happy at his work. Its very nature cheered him, for every weed that he pulled up seemed to his mind like an emblem of some evil habit rooted out. "God is ready to give us his sunshine and his dew," thought the sailor, "but he will have us to labour all the while, and though ours be but one-handed work, as it were, he'll never refuse his blessing if he knows that we're doing our best. I did ill yesterday to be so angry with Bessie and her boy, because of their sly, sneaking ways, just as I looked with scorn on the dirty loft and the weedy garden. 'One fault mender is worth 50 fault finders,' says the proverb. Maybe the great Pilot has guided me hither that I may take Dan Peel in tow, and get him out of the shoals of deceit, and show him that it's better to sail with the wind of truth right in our canvas than to lose way by tacking about and split on the rocks at last." Dan, on coming home to the cottage for dinner, found the sailor sitting by the table with the crippled squirrel on his knee. "Ah, I say, where'd you get that?" asked the boy. "In the woods yester evening," answered Ned. "In the woods? What woods?" inquired Bessie, turning round from the fireplace, where she was stirring something in the saucepan. "Those woods yonder, at t'other side of the road," said the sailor. "Why, that's Sir Lacy's park!" exclaimed Dan. "Didn't you see the board up about trespassers being prosecuted?" "I noticed no board," answered Franks. "It was getting dark, and I minded nothing but the squirrel. As I was cruising about on the road, I saw the little creature limping on the footway. Thinks I, the village boys will hunt it to death, or 'twill fall a prey to the weasels, so I'll catch it to save its life. Easier said than done. Lame as it was, the little squirrel nearly managed to get off, squeezing itself through a hole in the fence, and so getting into the wood, or park as you call it, but I was over and after it in a minute." "I don't know how you managed to get over, maimed as you are," observed Bessie. Ned Franks burst into a merry laugh. "A jack-tar who is used to go aloft when 'tis blowing great guns is not likely to make much of a bit of oak fence," said he. "It was easy enough to climb over, but it was not easy to catch the squirrel. He led me a good long dance before I could clap my hand upon him." "Then he did say right!" exclaimed Dan, thumping his fist on the table. "He? What do you mean?" cried the sailor, looking at the boy with surprise. "The gamekeeper did say right when he declared that he caught a glimpse of a sailor in the wood." "Likely enough," said Franks. "I hope that no one thinks that I was poaching." "Something worse may be thought," cried Dan, winking mysteriously like one in possession of an important secret. "Maybe you don't know what all the village is talking of, that just after dark half the panes in Lady Barton's hot-house were smashed, a lot of them coloured panes too, and that the constable's on the lookout to catch whoever has done the mischief." "I've heard nothing about it," said Ned Franks, as he stroked quietly the reddish-brown coat of his little squirrel. "But you're like to hear a great deal about it, a great deal more than you'd like to hear," cried Dan. "'Tis said all about that you've some bitter ill will against the young master aboard the Queen, and all of his family too, and that you was angry at something that the lady said or did yesterday, and the gamekeeper saw you in the wood, and, of course, you was there for no good, and there's not a soul as doubts as you went there and smashed the glass out of spite." "Some one has got up a fine story about me," said Ned, who more than suspected that the whole was his nephew's invention. Bessie Peel looked alarmed. I hope," she exclaimed, "that we're not a-going to get into another scrape with Lady Barton. Sir Lacy is a hard man, and never lets any one off. 'Twould be a dreadful business, Ned, if you was to be sent to prison." Franks flushed indignantly, as if the very thought were an insult, but he only said, "There's little danger of that, Bessie. I never hove in sight of the house." "How unlucky it was that you were in the park at all," began Dan, but his mother cut him short. "What's the use, you simpleton, of saying a word about the park? Who need know that your uncle was there at all?" "But the gamekeeper—" "What of him?" interrupted Mrs. Peel. "He only guessed that he saw something like a sailor in the dusk, and even had he seen Ned as plainly as I do now, he's only one and there's us three, you, I, and your uncle, as can say, and hold by it too, that he never stirred from that there chimney corner from sunset to midnight." "Bessie!" exclaimed her brother sternly. "You don't mean to say," cried Bessie, "that with ridiculous notions about truth you'll run into a trap with your eyes wide open, and get yourself disgraced and locked up in jail? What's the use, I should like to know, of your telling the world that you were in the woods hunting a lame squirrel like a boy?" "I shall say nothing about the matter," answered Ned, "unless—" "Hist, hist!" exclaimed Dan, starting up. "If there bean't Sir Lacy himself, and the vicar, the constable, gamekeeper, and all, and they're coming here," he added in alarm. "Oh, Ned, Ned!" exclaimed Bessie, "whatever you do, don't own that you ever got in them woods." Chapter 5. The Lame Squirrel. Recording by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A storm. Ned rose from his seat on the entrance of the two gentlemen. The constable and gamekeeper remained at the door. Conscious of innocence, the sailor confronted the knight with a quiet composure which astonished his sister and Dan. Sir Lacy was a short, thickly built man, with bushy white whiskers and white hair, round a face whose usually pink hue was now flushed to a deeper tint. His round, grey, prominent eyes, with their expression of proud, domineering insolence, disagreeably reminded Ned Franks of those of the knight's namesake and son. "Your name is Ned Franks?" said Sir Lacy at once, without deigning to take any notice of Mrs. Peel and her low curtsies. "At your service, sir," answered Ned. "You were trespassing in my park last evening." "No, indeed, he never left this cottage," began Bessie, but her brother silenced her by a glance. "I am sorry that I trespassed, sir," he said respectfully. "I did not see the board, and I was after this little creature." He drew out the squirrel which, frightened by the entrance of strangers, had taken refuge within his blue jacket. "You were after something else," said Sir Lacy roughly. "Do you mean to say that you did not wilfully smash some 20 panes in my conservatory last night?" Ned looked steadily into the face of the rude questioner as he replied, "I was never in sight of your conservatory, sir, and as for smashing your windows, I know no more who did the mischief than Mr. Curtis himself." And, as if to appeal to his sense of justice, Ned Franks turned towards the clergyman. "Perhaps you'll say that you know nothing about this," cried Sir Lacy, holding out a large leaden ball on which was roughly scratched the word Sebastopol. Ned Franks looked surprised, and for a moment perplexed, and passed his hand through his hair, as was his wont when in any difficulty. "Can you deny that it is yours?" asked the knight. "It is mine," said the sailor frankly. "'Tis a ball which struck me when we lay off the Crimea, but which, being spent, did not wound me at all, and I kept it in remembrance of a preservation from death. I lost it yesterday. I cannot tell where." "I can tell where," exclaimed Sir Lacy, in a tone that rang through the cottage, and reached the group of village boys, whom curiosity had led to follow at a little distance the steps of the knight and the constable. "I can tell where you lost it. It was picked up in my conservatory this morning, having escaped notice last night when a dozen stones were found, which, like it, had been used in breaking my glass." Ned Franks with an effort kept down his temper, and replied calmly but firmly, "How the ball came there I know not. It was certainly never thrown by my hand." "That's a falsehood," cried the furious knight. Then indeed the gunpowder blazed up in the breast of the young sailor. He struck his hand on the table, and with flashing eyes he exclaimed, "I never told a falsehood in my life, and you are the first man who ever spoke such a word of Ned Franks." Mr. Curtis laid his hand on the arm of Sir Lacy, and whispered something to him in a low, earnest tone, while Bessie stood wringing her hands, and Ned remained with his form drawn up to more than its usual height, looking as a man might look who was facing desperate odds, but with unflinching resolution. "Don't tell me," exclaimed Sir Lacy, shaking off the hand of the clergyman. "He shall go to the lock-up at once, and answer for himself before the magistrate tomorrow. The fellow shall pay for my broken glass with a couple of months in jail. Here, Mason." And at the call the constable entered, and Ned Franks was given to him in charge. Surprise, indignation, anguish struggled in the breast of the seaman. His first strong impulse was to knock the constable down, but even in the sudden gust of passion, Ned, whose leading principle was love and faith towards God, was like a ship that still obeys the helm, even when tossed on a raging sea. "The God of truth will make my truth clear one day," Ned exclaimed, and with that appeal to one who could never be unjust, and who had himself endured the anguish of reproach and false accusation, the sharpest pang of the seaman's trial passed away. He remembered that he was drinking of his master's cup, and would submit to do so for the sake of the master. With more composure than Ned but an hour before would have believed himself capable of showing under such circumstances, for disgrace to the seaman was worse than death, he gave a few needful directions to his sister, commended his lame squirrel to her care, and bade her and Dan good-bye. "Cheer up," were the sailor's words as he wrung Bessie's hand at parting. "The blackest cloud will blow over, and we can't be driven from our moorings while the cable of truth holds fast." End of chapter 6. A Storm. (7) Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Footprint. "I don't believe that he did it," said Mr. Curtis thoughtfully, as he stood with his back to the mantelpiece in his own little study, with his hands behind him. "I am convinced that he did not," exclaimed Mrs. Curtis from her seat by the table, where she was preparing some work for her girls' school. "And on what do you found that conviction, my love?" asked the vicar. "If the sailor had broken the windows, he would have said so at once," answered the lady. "That man could no more stoop to a falsehood than that pine," she glanced out of the window, "could stoop to crawl on the ground like bindweed. Ned Franks has a soul above lying." "You speak very positively upon a very short acquaintance, my dear," said the vicar with a smile, for he had seldom seen his gentle wife roused to give an opinion with such animation. "What were you yourself just telling me, Henry? Did you not say that you were struck by the singular frankness with which the sailor owned that he had been trespassing in the park, and that the ball was his, and with the dignity of truth with which he asserted his innocence concerning the glass? And I also have seen him tried, and bearing the trial in a manner that would make me take the sailor's word against that of a dozen other men. Was I not by when Lady Barton questioned Franks hard about her son? Did I not see the pain which her questions gave him, how he flushed and bit his lip, and yet from those lips an untruth could no more come than if they had been of marble? Oh, Henry, I am as sure of that young man's innocence as I am of my own. I'm afraid that we shall find it difficult to prove it, my dear." "The way will be to find out who really did break the glass," said the lady. I think it very likely that the mischief was done by one of the boys of our school." "Nothing more probable," said the vicar. "But I see no way at present of discovering the real offender." "I'll go to the park myself," exclaimed Mrs. Curtis, beginning hurriedly to put up her work. "I'll search all about the spot from which the stones must have been thrown, and see if I can pick up nothing, if I can find no clue to the secret. And you, dear Henry," Mrs. Curtis laid her hand on the arm of her husband, "you have a Bible class with the boys this evening. Let your subject be truth. You have such a power to convince, to persuade. You may lead the culprit to confess." "I fear that you hope too much, Eliza," said the vicar, shaking his head. "I cannot hope too much," cried the lady, "when my hope is in the mercy and justice of God, who can make all dark things light, and who will clear the guiltless. I'll go at once for my bonnet and shawl. The sun is very hot. Still—" "Oh, never mind the heat," said Mrs. Curtis, as she hurried out of the room, first to pray for success, and then to take what other means she could to insure it. In about an hour the gentle little lady returned, looking heated and tired, but with an eager expression on her face as she re-entered the study, where her husband was busy at his desk. "Have you found anything, Eliza?" he asked, glancing up from his writing. "Very, very little, but something," she said, taking out of her bag a bit of whitey brown paper, roughly cut into shape. "What may this be?" asked the vicar, taking it up in his fingers. "It is the size, the exact size, as well as I could manage to make it out, of a footprint which I found on one spot where the ground was a little less dry than in other places. It was just about a stone's throw from the conservatory of Sir Lacy." "A single footprint!" exclaimed the vicar. "And so faint that I passed the place thrice before I saw it all," said the lady. "But two things at least were clear. There were nails in the boot which made the mark, as in those which our village boys wear, and the foot that wore it was a good deal smaller than that of a tall man like Ned Franks." "There's something in that," observed the vicar, fixing his eyes thoughtfully on the paper. "But it by no means follows that the footprint was left by the person who broke the glass." "Then you think the paper of no use?" said the lady, in a tone of disappointment. "I never said so. I trust that it may be of great use, my dear, and I thank you, not only for bringing it, but for the hint which you gave me in regard to my lecture this evening. I have been thinking over the subject." "And praying, I am sure," said his wife. "Aye," replied the vicar of Combe, "we can do nothing without God's blessing, and we can do everything if it be ours." End of chapter 7. The Footprint. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Schoolroom Address. Mr. Curtis looked unusually thoughtful and grave as he walked up the schoolroom. The boys missed the kindly smile and familiar nod, and the inquiries after sick relatives, which were wont to make his greeting resemble that of a father. All felt that the vicar had something on his mind, as he stood behind the reading desk, with the sunset glow on his bald head, looking down on the throng of boys clustering in the closely filled benches. Instead of going on with the history of St. Paul, which he had been explaining in a course of lectures, the vicar turned to the 5th chapter of Acts. Before beginning to read, with his hand on the open Bible, Mr. Curtis said a few words to the boys, who listened in the deep silence of expectation. "You see me anxious and disturbed. I am so. You all know, I doubt not, what has happened in our village to-day. A sailor who, after serving his country through hardships and dangers, had come here but yesterday to enjoy rest and peace in a cottage home, has been sent to the lock-up, accused of an offence which I believe from my soul that he never committed." Mr. Curtis paused, and the silence was so profound in the room that the murmur of a little neighbouring brook was distinctly heard. My belief of his innocence, continued the vicar, is chiefly founded on his character for truth. I believe Franks to be incapable of the meanness and sin of telling a lie. But if the sailor be innocent, someone else must be guilty, and I have chosen the history of Annas and Sapphira for our reading this evening, that we may all learn from it how Almighty God sees, knows, and can bring to light these things that we believe to be hidden forever from the eyes of all men. Mr. Curtis then went on to read aloud the awful story recorded in the Word of God of the man and woman whose characters had stood fair before the world, who had been counted amongst the flock of faithful Christians, but who had been struck down dead with falsehood upon their tongues. Fearful warning to all who think lightly of the guilt of untruth. Mr. Curtis closed the Bible. "Such a history as that which I have just read," he remarked, "needs no comment of mine. We see in it written, as with letters of fire, what falsehood is in the sight of the Lord. Now, to return to the subject on which I was speaking, I wish all here to know that a clue, though a slight one, has been discovered as to the real author of the mischief done. The footprint of a boy has been left on the sod." A thrill at the words ran through the assembly. The scholars looked one at another, and then fixed their eager eyes on the speaker, gazing open-mouthed, as if they expected that the next moment his finger would be stretched forth to point out the offender. "A boy," repeated the vicar, emphatically, "perhaps one of these now before me. A facsimile of the footprint has been carefully taken on paper, and I intend tomorrow to compare it with the boots of each one here present, unless, as I hope and trust, he who broke the glass will earn the respect and confidence of all who know him by frankly, honestly, nobly confessing the truth at once." Again there was that kind of electric thrill through the throng. Again the boys turned inquiring looks one upon another. "In such case," continued the clergyman, "I shall do everything in my power to shield that boy from the punishment which his mischievous act has deserved. I shall use my influence to procure his full pardon from Sir Lacy. But even if he have something to bear, it will be more than made up to him by the satisfaction of feeling that, in confessing, he has done what is manly and right, that he has saved an innocent man from distress, that he himself has no sudden shameful disclosure to fear, that he has earned a character for honor, the respect of his comrades, the approval of conscience, and that he has put on that girdle of truth without which, whatever he may call himself or think himself, he can be a Christian only in name." Mr. Curtis knelt down, and all the scholars followed his example. Very fervent was the vicar's prayer to God that he might give to all present grace and courage ever to speak the truth, to conceal nothing that ought to be confessed, remembering that a great day is coming when, before assembled myriads of angels and men, the most secret things shall be manifest, when we shall know even as we are known. There was some encouragement to the clergyman in the earnest "Amen" from the boys which followed his prayer. "I hope that your words have made an impression, Henry," said Mrs. Curtis to her husband as they sat together that night in the little study. The vicar had been reading aloud to his wife, but the minds of both had wandered from the book. "Why, we have no evidence beyond your little slip of paper, my love, and—" Mr. Curtis was interrupted by the sound of a timid ring at the door-bell. Faint as it was, both the vicar and his wife instinctively turned to listen, and nothing was said by either till the maid opened the study door with, "The glazier's little boy says that he wishes to speak with you, sir." Mrs. Curtis knew Stephen White to be one of the scholars, and her heart beat fast with expectation. "Ask him to step in here," said the vicar. A thin, sly, slouching boy soon stood at the entrance, and then, after being twice desired to come forward, moved 1 or 2 steps into the room. He hung his head, fumbled with the buttons of his jacket, and looked the picture of confusion and shyness. "I am glad to see you here, Stephen," said Mr. Curtis, encouragingly. "Speak out freely, and tell me what you have come for tonight." "Please, sir," stammered forth the boy, "you said as how you would try to get me off." Mrs. Curtis could hardly refrain from an exclamation of pleasure as she dropped her work on her knee. "I will keep my promise to an honest, truthful boy, who, having done a wrong and a foolish action, is going to make what amends are in his power." Stephen White looked ready to cry, and put the back of his hand up to his face. "Why did you break the glass?" asked the vicar, seeing that in this case silence was clearly consent. "I thought as how it would give father a job," faintly stuttered forth the boy. "And how came you to have the ball, the leaden ball that was found in the hothouse?" "I picked it up on the road yesterday," said Stephen, "and put it in my pocket along with the stones. I didn't think, indeed I didn't, of getting the sailor into trouble." "I do not doubt you, my boy," cried the vicar. Then, turning to his wife, he added, "Eliza, my love, just write down his words. You and I will sign the paper as witnesses, and I'll carry it myself to Sir Lacy Barton's this very night." "But, oh, sir," cried Stephen in alarm, you will get me out of this scrape?" "I'll do my best," answered the vicar, "and I've little doubt but that I shall succeed." Mrs. Curtis, with a hand that trembled with joyful excitement, had already dipped a pen into ink, and a clear, brief statement of the whole truth was soon drawn up and signed, first by Stephen in round text, very shaky and uneven, then by the pastor and his lady as witnesses. "I am so glad," said the vicar's wife, as she brought to her husband his hat and stick, and a comforter to protect him from the night air. "I am so thankful that the character of that gallant tar is now cleared from all suspicion." "And I am as glad and thankful," said the vicar, looking at Stephen White as he spoke, "that one of my boys, resolving not to add sin unto sin, has come forward with the brave confession, and that I shall always be able henceforth to trust his honour and his word." Stephen gave a great sigh of relief. A weight was lifted off from the heart of the boy. He felt that now he could bear even the risk of being sent to prison. End of chapter 8. Read by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clearing up. "A precious scrape Uncle Ned has got himself into," exclaimed Dan on the following morning as he blew the steam from his bowl of hot milk and bread. "He'll be had up afore the magistrate to-day, and then clapped into jail for I don't know how long." "If he'd only had the wit to say that he'd never entered them woods," exclaimed Bessie. "Ah, he won't be a-twitting me again for what he calls a mean thing, a senseless, a wicked. We shan't be hearing no more that a liar is a sneak, a coward, a fool."
"Don't make too sure of that, my lad,"
cried a loud, cheery voice at the door. Bessie and Dan both started up in surprise as Mr. Curtis and the sailor entered the cottage. "Well, if ever! Is he cleared?" exclaimed Bessie, reading an answer at once in the beaming face of her brother. "Yes, cleared, come off with flying colours," said the vicar. "Truth has ever the victory at last." "Why," exclaimed the wondering Dan, "here comes Sir Lacy himself, at this hour of the day." In bustled the knight, with his flushed face and his bushy white whiskers, but looking a different man from what he had done on the previous day. Notwithstanding a violent temper, which led often to passion, and not unfrequently to injustice, there was something kindly and generous still in the character of Sir Lacy. "I could not rest," he said, as to the utter amazement of the Peels. He held out his hand to the sailor. "I could not rest till I had told you how much I regret yesterday's mistake. But you'll own that appearances were against you." "Aye, sir, things looked ill," replied Ned. I should like," began the knight, half pulling a sovereign out of his waistcoat pocket, but Ned instinctively drew back, with a feeling utterly incomprehensible to Mrs. Peel and her son. "No, sir. If you do me a favour, please kindly to let off the little chap who bravely spoke out the truth and cleared me." "I've done that already, at the request of my good friend the vicar," said the knight. "I want to do something else, my fine fellow, to show my feeling towards yourself." "Then, sir, if you'd have the kindness not to send my sister here adrift at Michaelmas. She has a love for her little cabin, and is sore loath to leave it." "As long as you remain here," said the knight, "I give you my word that the cottage shall stand." Bessie poured out a torrent of thanks and blessings to which no one gave heed, while Ned Franks simply replied, "I thank you, sir, kindly." Then turning towards the vicar, he expressed in few but heartfelt words his gratitude towards him and his lady. "Depend upon it, Ned Franks," said Mr. Curtis, "a man who will not speak an untruth either for fear or for favour is never likely to want a friend. He only can walk on the straight path freely, firmly, fearlessly, who keeps the Master's command in mind, and wears the girdle of truth." End of chapter 9. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Small Leaks. "You'll never succeed, Ned," cried Bessie Peel, with a little laugh, as she stood watching her maimed brother's attempts to write a letter. Twice the wind coming through the cottage door had sent his paper fluttering to the ground. Ned had raised it, and then tried to fix it by placing a pebble upon it, but the paper had slipped from under the pebble as soon as the sailor had begun to write. "It's not much," continued Bessie, "that a one-armed man can do." "He can polish up your window, Bessie, and carry your basket, and get your garden into trim order," answered the sailor, with cheerful good humour, and leaving the cottage for a few moments, Ned soon returned with a brick, the weight of which as effectually fastened down the sheet as if he had had a left hand to rest upon it. "Safe at anchor at last," cried Ned. "But this is a clumsy way of getting over the difficulty. Necessity, folk say, is the mother of invention. I'll get the carpenter, as soon as I have the ready rhino to pay for it, to screw on some bit of timber to this maimed stump of mine, with something like a hook at the end. 'Twill serve almost as well as a hand, and save me and my friends no end of trouble." "Not a bad thought," cried Bessie, who was apt to grumble at having to give a little assistance which the one-armed sailor required. "You needn't wait, Ned, till you've the money. Bill Jones, who works at the carpenter's, is a handy lad, and owes me a deal of kindness for nursing his mother in sickness. He'll manage to look out a good bit of hard wood and a hook, will make what you want cleverly, and never say a word about payment." "I'd rather wait till I've shot in my locker," said Ned. "The poor lad's time is his money." "His master's, rather," observed Bessie. "But old Stone is an easy-going man, and does not keep a very sharp lookout. Why, Bill Jones, a good fellow is he, made a little chest of drawers for his mother, all of mahogany wood, and I don't believe that his master so much as guessed that he had not been working from morning till night every day in the week at the fittings in Sir Lacy Barton's study." Ned had begun his letter, but he raised his head, and the ink dried on his pen as he inquired, "Do you mean that he helped himself to his master's wood, and used up the time which belonged to his master to make a chest for his mother? And do you call him good for this?" "I do call him good, and clever too," answered Bessie sharply. "Isn't it right for a lad to care for his mother? And wouldn't it be right for him to do a good turn for a poor maimed sailor who has lost his arm serving the Queen? Would it be right in Bill Jones to carry off Sir Lacy's purse to give to his mother? Or, if I chance to be in want, to help a poor maimed jack-tar like me?" "How can you ask such idle questions?" cried Bessie Peel, in a tone of contempt. "Why, if Bill Jones did a thing like that, he'd be clapped into jail directly." "Keep to the question, mistress. said Ned, with a playful twinkle in his bright blue eye. "I didn't ask whether it would be safe for Bill to take Sir Lacy's purse, out of love for his mother, or kindness for me, but whether it would be right for him to be generous at the expense of another man." "Taking a purse, that would be downright stealing," cried Bessie. "And are not the wood and the labour he pays for as much the carpenter's property as the purse is Sir Lacy Barton's? Is it not just as wrong to rob the one as the other?" "I never knew a man with such particular notions as you have," cried Bessie, tossing her head. "You're always pulling one up sharp with the question whether a thing is right." "Because," said Ned Franks gravely, "we have to do with a righteous God. Mind you, Bessie, the Bible is the only chart as is given us to steer by, and when one sees in that chart, 'Provide things honest in the sight of all men,' he that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much, and he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much, one learns that the safe channel is a very narrow channel indeed, and that if we don't carefully keep the right course, we shall run the vessel aground." "Well," said Bessie, as she laid out some linen to iron, "I for one will never believe that the great God above ever notices such little matters as these you speak of." "Maybe you'd have thought it a little matter for Eve to pluck a fruit, but 'twas a matter that let in death and misery into a world," said Ned. "The skipper of the first craft as ever I sailed in thought it a little matter when, one evening, our vessel just touched on a rock, as he fancied. He smoked his pipe, he drank his grog, and turned into his cabin, and never dreamed of the small leak down below, till he was wakened in the morning with the cry of 'Three feet water in the hold!' The vessel was as nigh lost as could be, with all the hands on board. And 'tis so with our souls, Bessie Peel. The little sins, as we call them, are the little leaks in the timber, and if one goes to the bottom, 'tis all the same, whether the water came in by a big hole or a small one." Bessie banged down her hot iron on the shirt before her with a noise and bustle which seemed to say, "I want no more of this preaching." Ned Franks quietly dipped his pen again and went on with his letter. Presently Bessie looked towards the door of her cottage. "I thought Nora would have been here afore this," she observed. "She generally manages to walk over early from the town." "You said, if I remember right, that her mistress kindly allows her to visit home the first Monday in every month." "Yes," replied Bessie Peel, "and it's a great pleasure, it is, for Nora and me to meet. She's a good girl, if ever there was one. I've had a deal more comfort in her than in Dan. She has been in her place now for more than a year, and I don't believe that Mrs. Martin has had ever a fault to find with my girl." "What sort of lady is Mrs. Martin?" asked Ned. "Oh, one of your saintly ones," cried Bessie. "Always has my girl up to read the Bible to her of an evening, and sees that she goes to church once or twice every Sunday. The lady's getting a little old and a little blind, Nora says, and can't afford to give good wages, but a respectable place like that is a stepping stone to a better." "Bessie," cried the sailor, "if your girl is moored in a safe good harbour, don't you be in haste to have her heave anchor and hoist sail. There's more to be thought of in the place than the mere matter of wages." "Ah, but," began Mrs. Peel, but she interrupted herself with an exclamation of pleasure. "Here she is!" as a bright, pretty-looking girl of 14 ran eagerly into the cottage. Nora, for it was she, was warmly welcomed by her mother, and then presented to the one-armed sailor. "Here's your uncle, my dear, whom you never have seen afore, who's been in the storms and the wars." "And who is heartily glad to see you," cried Ned. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Maid. Ned and Nora very soon made friends with one another. There was a cheerful kindliness about the maimed sailor that set the young girl at her ease. "He seems so frank and pleasant," thought Nora, "and there's such a bright, honest look in his eyes, that I'm sure I shall like him extremely." "She's a trim little vessel," thought the sailor, "with a pretty figure-head of her own. But I wish that she carried a little less bunting. She'd look better without all those flowers." Nora had indeed a sweet, innocent face, but her dress was not such as beseemed her station in life. It showed an effort to look fine, which did not prevent it from looking shabby. The gay-coloured dress was stuck out by a hoop. The bonnet, which was rather an old one, was trimmed with some large, half-faded pink flowers. To the simple-minded sailor it became the young maiden so ill that he was glad when it was taken off, and Nora's neatly braided hair appeared the sole ornament of her head. But Mrs. Peel was not of the sailor's opinion. "My dear, what pretty flowers!" she exclaimed, taking up the bonnet in her hand and turning it round to admire the trimming. "Sophie Puller gave the flowers to me. Was it not kind?" said Nora. "And she gave me this, too," she added, pulling out of her dress a gaudy glass brooch made to imitate diamonds and rubies. Mrs. Peel was charmed with the brooch, and handed it over to Ned, who held it between his finger and thumb, looked at it for a moment, and then returned it in silence to its owner. "Who is Sophie Puller?" asked he, thinking to himself, "I hope that the giver of that trumpery is not of a piece with her gift." "She's a milliner's apprentice, and such a dear girl," cried the artless Nora. "She often drops in to tea, and we have such famous gossips together over our bread and butter. It is so friendly and pleasant." "And do you get your mistress's leave to entertain this messmate?" inquired the sailor. Nora's smooth cheek flushed, as she looked a little embarrassed, as, without answering her uncle's question directly, she said, "I don't think there can be any harm." "Harm, indeed!" exclaimed Bessie Peel warmly. "It would be hard indeed if a poor girl could not give a slice of bread and butter to a friend." "At her mistress's expense," added Ned. Nora appeared uneasy and confused, and turned her inquiring eyes on her uncle, as if he had suggested some painful doubt which had never before entered her mind. Mrs. Peel called away her attention. "Let's see what you've brought in that parcel, my darling. It's never empty-handed as Nora comes to her mother." The parcel was carried to the window, and Ned Franks, who had no curiosity to know its contents, sat down again to his writing. His ear was, however, soon caught by his sister's scornful exclamation, "Tea, indeed! You don't mean to say that Mrs. Martin gives 4 shillings a pound for this powdery trash?" "Bessie," said the sailor, looking up with a smile, "if the lady kindly sends you a present, don't you take it for better or worse?" Again Nora looked at her uncle with that perplexed inquiring gaze, and seemed about to speak, but her mother gave her a nudge, with a whisper, "Say nothing. He takes things so oddly." Neither the nudge nor the words escaped the quick perception of Ned. "Sunken rocks!" thought he. "I must sound that poor simple child as to how she came by that tea, if I chanced to catch her alone." Dan Peel soon came home from the fields, and his sharp, cunning features were lighted up with such honest joy at sight of his sister that Ned Franks said to himself, "There's a warm corner in the heart of that boy. I've judged the poor fellow hardly." "I'm always so glad when you come home, Nora," cried Dan, almost dancing with glee, making the party laugh by adding, "Then mother gives us such a thundering big pudding, and puts on the jam so thick." Nora's presence indeed added not a little to the cheerfulness of the little circle at the family meal. She laughed and chatted gaily, and told many a little incident of her life with Mrs. Martin. "Did I ever tell you, mother, of my first trying to read aloud to my mistress? The dear teacher at our school used to say that I read well, but wasn't I a bit frightened at the notion of having to read aloud in a drawing-room? I could hardly get up my courage when the bell rang, and I had to go up on purpose to read. There was the old lady in her big armchair, and the lamp with its shade on the table. "Take a seat, Nora," said my mistress kindly, "and go on with the work where I left off. I'm glad it's to be sewing, not reading," thought I. But wasn't I puzzled when not a bit of work could I see, nothing on the table but one odd-looking book. I peeped about here and there without daring to get up from my chair, wondering where the work could be hidden, while my mistress was wondering all the while why I did not begin. "What are you waiting for, Nora?" said she. "Please, ma'am, I can't find no work. I think it must have dropped under the table." Nora's little story was duly laughed at, especially by Dan, who did not understand the joke, as he knew as little as his sister had done that a book can be spoken of as a work. "Oh, and another time I was so stupid," Nora went on, laughing at the recollection. "I was reading to mistress a large new book that had a good many pictures in it, when she dropped asleep as she sometimes does. When, just waking up from her nap, 'Nora,' says she, 'I'd like to look at the plates.' Up jumped I with, 'Yes, ma'am, directly. Shall I bring the kitchen plates or the china?'" Again there was a burst of merriment at the blunder of the little maiden. "Do you like the reading, Nora?" asked Ned. "Why, yes, sometimes," answered the lively young girl, "only the sermons are rather too long." "Sermons!" exclaimed Dan and his mother in a breath, and the latter added, "I hope you get some other reading besides that." "Oh, yes, history and travels, and then, you know, Sophie Puller lends me books to read by myself." "What sort of books?" asked the sailor. "Oh, delightful books!" exclaimed Nora. "I'm in the middle of one now, all about a dreadfully wicked woman who killed her husband, and I think she'll be hanged at the end, but she had great excuses, you know." "That must be jolly reading," cried Dan, but Ned Franks shook his curly head. "I very much doubt that such reading is good for our little lass," observed he. "Well, I own it's very tiresome to have to leave off in the middle to sweep a room or cook a dinner," cried the girl, "but I sit up late at night to make up." "I don't look on that Sophie Puller as your true friend," observed Ned Franks. "Oh, don't say that. She is so kind. She wanted me to come out and spend the evening with her sometimes, when she has such fun and dancing and larking with her companions. I should have liked of all things to go, but when I asked mistress, she shook her head and said that she did not approve of young girls being out late at night." "I say, wasn't that a shame?" exclaimed Dan. "It's a hard thing that she should keep you so tight and not let you have a bit of fun when you're slaving all day," cried Bessie. "A hard thing, is it," said Ned Franks, "that the lady won't let your child go swimming amongst the shark?" "If I was you, Nora," cried Dan, "I'd slip off without leave after the old dame was abed. You said she shut up soon after 8. "That's just what Sophie told me," said Nora. "But you was afraid, I suppose, of being caught?" observed Dan. "I was more afraid," replied Nora, simply, "that mistress might be taken ill in the night, and you know she depends upon me." "God help that poor child, she's beset with snares," thought the one-armed sailor. "When she comes home she learns nothing but dishonesty, covetousness, and untruth. At her place there's an evil influence drawing her in like a whirlpool to folly, and maybe to worse. And she so simple and artless now, but if she have much to do with that Sophie Puller, it is not long that she'll keep so. I should like to drop in a word of warning, but I can't do it here, as Bessie is always driving on the opposite tack. Nora," he said aloud, "will you let me walk back with you in the evening?" "I should be so glad to have you," cried the girl, "and then I need not hurry back so early. Mistress told me unless my brother or some one would see me home, I was not to stay out after sunset." "A careful mistress," observed Ned. "The cross old crab!" exclaimed his nephew, both speaking at the same moment. "Oh, no, she's not cross," cried Nora. "My mistress is good, very good. I never knew any one like her but Mr. Curtis, our vicar, and my dear kind teacher at school." "You'd like her a deal better, I guess, if she wasn't so strict," said Mrs. Peel. "I don't know. I'm not quite sure of that," replied Nora, in a hesitating tone. "I should like Mrs. Martin to see more company, and to let me have a little more freedom, but she does not keep me in out of crossness. If you only knew how good she is to the poor, and how dearly she loves her Bible, and how patient she is when in pain, and she suffers a great deal, especially from her poor eyes, but she never murmurs at all." The girl's face kindled with emotion as she spoke of her kind old mistress, and Ned watched it with a feeling of pleasure, while his heart warmed towards his young niece. "Blessings on the child, they've not spoiled her yet," thought he. "She sees the light, and she's bearing towards it. Shame is it that those nearest to her should try to turn her out of her course." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Profession and Practice. "Mind now that you manage to give the old woman the slip, and have a jolly night of it with your friend Sophie Puller." Such were the words with which Dan Peel parted from his sister, as she set out with the sailor on her long walk back to the county town in which her mistress resided. It was a glorious evening. The sun had just sunk below the horizon, but lines of glowing fire showed where his orb had dipped below the blue hills, and his beams had left a rich rosy flush on the clouds that floated above. Ned Franks, as he gazed on that beautiful sky, felt that the young girl who tripped on by his side shared his sense of peaceful enjoyment. Nora was the first to break silence. "I do like to look on such a sunset," she said, adding softly, "It makes one think of heaven." "The home we're bound for," said Ned. "I hope so," murmured Nora, in a tone that was scarcely above a whisper. "And how do you think we are ever to get to heaven?" asked the sailor. "Oh, surely you know," answered Nora, with some surprise at the question, since from several words dropped by himself in the course of the day, and from what she had heard of him from her mother, Nora had judged her uncle to be a very religious man. "My mistress has often told me that all believers go to heaven because the Lord Jesus died for them, and has washed away all their sins." "Right, quite right," said the sailor fervently. "That's the pole star faith always points to. That's what we must always keep in view. But who are believers, Nora? Though heaven lies straight afore us all, I take it that few will be so bold as to say that all who are called Christians will get to heaven." Nora did not answer for 2 or 3 minutes, and then said, "Are not believers those who love the Lord Jesus Christ?" "Right again," cried Ned Franks. "And now tell me, Nora, is it not true that when we love any one much, we are ready and glad to do something for his sake?" "Oh, yes, indeed," exclaimed Nora. "I've often thought that I should like to do something for the sake of the Lord Jesus Christ. I was lately reading to my mistress of the early martyrs, and then it seemed to be such a great and noble thing to die for religion." "It is just as great and noble a thing, Nora, my girl, to live for religion, and that is what all believers must do. For we only deceive ourselves when we think that without obedience to God we have either true faith or love." "I don't quite know what you mean," said Nora. "Do you remember the words of Christ? 'He that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me'?" "I can't tell what my cross is," said Nora, "nor how I can take it up." "We take up our cross whenever we do for conscience what we would not do for pleasure," observed Ned, "or when we give up for the Lord's sake what we would willingly have for our own. To come to the point, Nora, for I like plain speaking, and you'll understand 20 times better if I speak of a simple fact, would you mind telling me frankly whether Mrs. Martin gave you that tea?" "No," replied Nora, faintly. "Thank God, she at least is truthful," thought the sailor. "And did you," he continued aloud, "buy that tea for your mother?" Nora silently shook her head. "Then tell me, child, how did you get it?" Ned bent down his tall head, but could scarcely catch the low answer. "I took it." "Just what I feared," said Ned Franks. "But indeed," cried Nora Peel, "I did not know that I was doing so wrong. I would not have touched money or anything like that. But mistress would never miss it, I thought, and mother always expects some little present when I come home, and I've nothing to spare out of my wages, and so many do the same thing. I never was told that it was such a sin." "Did not conscience tell you, my child? Did not the word of God tell you where it exhorts servants to be obedient unto their own masters, and to please them well in all things, not answering again, not purloining, but showing all good fidelity, that they may adorn the doctrine of God our Saviour in all things?" "I did wrong, very wrong," murmured Nora. "But it is so difficult to deny oneself, and to deny others, and always to keep duty before one, however hard it may be." "That is our cross," observed Ned. "But I thought," said Nora, "indeed I'm sure, that both my mistress and the clergyman have said over and over again, that the Lord bore the cross for us, and that now we've nothing to do to earn our own salvation. We've just to believe, and we're safe." "Do you forget what the Bible says? The devils also believe and tremble." "They do not believe and love as we do." "They do not believe and obey as we must do, Nora. What were the words of the Lord to those whom he called to be his disciples? Were they not, 'Follow me'? And if we follow the Holy Saviour, think you it can be on a path of sin? God forbid. Nay, St. John says, 'Whosoever is born of God doth not commit sin.' We must put on the breastplate of righteousness, if we would follow the Lord." "But no one, not the best, has nothing more to do with sin," murmured Nora. "True enough," said Ned Franks, stopping in his walk, as if to give more force to his words. "But they have to do with it as an enemy, not as a master. They have to fight it, not to obey. Look you here, Nora," continued the sailor, seeking an illustration from objects most familiar to his own mind. "If you and I saw a frigate, with the Union Jack of old England floating aloft, would we not say at once that she was a British vessel?" "Yes," replied Nora, wondering at the abrupt turn in the conversation. "But if we saw her, with all sails set, making right for a Russian port, and if we could see through a glass that there were Russian sailors in the rigging, a Russian pilot at the helm, a Russian captain giving commands, should we believe that the frigate was English, if half a dozen Union Jacks were hoisted from the mast?" "No," replied Nora, quickly. "We should think that the flags were hung up for a sham." "And it is a sham, nothing but a sham," exclaimed Ned, walking on again, and faster than before. "For man, woman, or child to set up Christian profession, when they care nothing for Christian practice, to hang out, as it were, the flag of the cross, while self-will steers where Satan directs, and they're bearing right on for the rock of destruction. Think you that a real Christian would willingly hold parley with any sin, far less welcome it upon deck? No, it is his enemy, his Saviour's enemy, which he must resist to the death. If it tries to board, as 'tis always trying, he must yield it not a foot, not an inch. He must hurl it over the bulwarks, throw it into the sea, give no quarter to sin, in the name and in the strength of the great captain of his salvation." Ned's tone was raised, his eyes flashed, and he instinctively clenched his hand, as thus, in a figurative language, he described the Christian's secret struggle against sin. Nora felt roused and animated, though she hardly realized the full meaning of what the sailor had said. "Do you not think," asked the girl, after a short pause, "that it is not easy for us always to tell what is sin and what is not? People view the same thing in such different ways." "It seems easy enough to me," replied the simple-minded tar. "We've not to trouble ourselves with what this person thinks or that person fancies, but come straight for our sailing orders to the Lord. Is that what he would approve? Is that what he would have done in my place? I guess, Nora, that you would not have taken that tea had you known that your mistress's eye was upon you, much less had you felt that your heavenly captain looked on." Nora drooped her head, and was silent. "So you see, dear child," continued Ned, "that we've a daily battle to fight, and a daily cross to take up, if our faith is a real thing, if our religion be not a sham. The Lord's cross was the cross of sacrifice. No one but himself could bear that, and that he endured for our sakes. Our cross is the cross of daily self-denial, which we must take up for his sake. If we've anything, great or small, that is displeasing to our Lord, be it a bad habit, a sinful pleasure, a foolish companion, or even a book, we must give it up at once, and forever. A Christian must be holy, for his Master is holy. He must wear the breastplate of righteousness, the guard for the heart against sin." "I should like to wear it," said Nora, whose thoughts had lately been more turned to the subject of religion than they had ever been in her childhood's home. "Then I've but one more bit of advice for you, my girl," cried the sailor. "'Tis one I should like you to get from wiser lips than mine. Ask the Lord for that breastplate of righteousness, for one that will stand rough work and hard blows. Don't trust in any pasteboard good resolutions of your own." And with this simple but important word of counsel, Ned Franks closed a conversation which was to leave a lasting impression upon the mind of his youthful niece. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Putting on armor. Aura Peel was of an affectionate disposition and an eager spirit, and she was at an age when there is an attraction in anything new. What she had heard of religion from Mrs. Martin, and at the church which she constantly attended, had drawn her heart towards her Saviour, and made her delight in feeling that she owed all her hopes of heaven to him. Nora took pleasure in going to church, especially in listening to the sweet music, and her eyes would fill with tears when she heard or read of the sufferings of Christ. But Nora's religion had been one of feeling rather than of practice. Its power had not overcome evil habits which she had acquired in her home. It had been rather like fragrant oil floating on the top of a vase of water, than like wine which spreads through the whole, giving colour and sweetness to every drop. Nora's religion had been too much like a Sunday dress, not worn in her working hours. It had not made her perfectly honest, just, and true in all her dealings. Nora had come to Christ, like the rich young man of whom we read in the Gospel, but she had not yet learned to follow Christ in the steps of his holy life. The few blunt words of the sailor had opened Nora's eyes to the truth. Had she hitherto deserved the name of a Christian at all? Had not hers been a false profession? If so, should she not, from henceforth, resolve to lead a new life, to be what she had wished to appear, to deny sinful self, to take up her cross and follow her Lord? Nora, with the eagerness of her nature, determined to do all this, perhaps without sufficiently counting the cost, perhaps without dwelling enough on the warning. Ask the Lord for that breastplate of righteousness, which will stand rough work and hard blows. Don't trust in any pasteboard resolution of your own. From henceforth, Nora determined that she would let her light so shine before men that they should see her good works, and glorify her Father in heaven. When Nora had fulfilled her usual evening duties, read to Mrs. Martin, made her tea, seen to her comforts, and left her in quiet repose for the night, the young girl sought her own little room, with her mind and heart still full of what her sailor uncle had said. She had usually amused herself at night with reading the trashy novel lent by Sophie Puller, but now for the first time Nora Peel paused before she opened the book. "I wonder if this is one of the things which I must give up," thought Nora. "Certainly it makes me sit up very late at night, and mistress wonders how I can use up so many candles, and she has often told me to go to bed early for fear I should fall asleep over my work and set the house on fire. And then these novels do fill my head so full of thoughts, some very bad ones, I fear. While I was reading the Bible to mistress, I could not help my mind running on that dreadful woman and that horrible murder, they interested me so. Yet what is the harm in reading? How shall I know if it is really my duty to give up this pleasure?" Nora half opened the dirty volume. "What did my uncle say? He told me to bring everything straight to the Lord to ask. Is this what he would approve, what he would have done in my place?" Nora shut the book, and thrust it into a drawer. Her conscience had given an honest answer to the question, and the pleasure which she felt from the consciousness that she had for once exercised self-denial quite made up to the little maid for the amusement which she had lost. Nora went to rest that night more happy than she had ever felt before. But when Nora awoke in the grey dawn, and rose to perform her round of daily duties, the first fervour of excited feeling had had a little time to cool, and she began more seriously to consider what difficulties might beset her in her new course of practical obedience. A variety of things, small in themselves, yet of great importance, because they were matters of conscience, pressed on the young girl's mind. Must she not so much as take a reel of cotton that was not her own, nor touch that plateful of sweet cakes which had hitherto offered an unresisted temptation? Must she act at every moment of her life with the sense that God's eye was upon her? Did real faith require all this? But what weighed most of all on poor Nora was the idea of Sophie Puller and her stolen mills at the house. Nora was a lively young girl, exceedingly fond of mirth, and though she loved her good old mistress, the idea of having no society more gay than that of the invalid lady seemed to Nora as dreary as that of a life in prison. Sophie's gossip, Sophie's books, Sophie's friendship, had been the great delight of an existence which, without them, so Nora believed, she would find insupportably dull. "It will be dreadfully difficult to know what to say to Sophie," was Nora's reflection, as when going at noon to make some little purchase for her lady, she turned the subject over in her mind for at least the 20th time. "She has not talked with my uncle, and I shall never be able to make her understand what he thinks. She will consider it all so absurd. I almost hope that dear Sophie will not come to see me to-day, above all, that she may not come at tea-time. I could hardly bear to let her see that I think it wrong to entertain her at my lady's expense. She would laugh at my scruples, or else she would be so hurt and angry. Oh, it would grieve me to vex or offend her. To lose Sophie for a friend would be a dreadful trial indeed. It would be more than I could endure." As Nora pursued her way, with her brow knit with anxious thought, as if the cares of a nation were upon her, she chanced to pass a haberdasher's shop, which had always, for her, great attraction, as one of her besetting weaknesses was a love of dress, which weakness had been greatly fostered by her intercourse with Sophie. Instinctively Nora paused before the large plate-glass window, and looked at the tempting array of fashionable dresses set out with prices affixed. "What, that black silk robe with flounces and jacket complete for only 2 guineas! If ever I saw such a bargain!" exclaimed Nora, whose great ambition was to possess such a Sunday dress, as Sophie had told her that black silk was the most genteel thing in the world, and made a girl look just like a real lady at once. "But 2 whole guineas," reflected Nora. "Whenever shall I get that to spend on a gown, when I can hardly afford even this coloured print that I wear?" A carriage drew up at the door, and an elegantly dressed lady descended and entered the shop. "There goes one who can spend guineas upon guineas, and buy everything pretty and new, without any trouble, and without feeling that she is doing anything wrong. How happy she must be in that lovely bonnet and feathers, and satin mantle trimmed with such beautiful lace!" So thought the poor silly child, who had little idea of any troubles of a different kind from her own. "I'm sure," and Nora breathed a sigh of discontent, "I'm sure that the poor have much harder trials to bear than the rich. They need much more self-denial. Their cross is much harder to bear." Nora turned away from the shop with a feeling of bitter envy to which covetousness had given rise. Against such strokes of the enemy her newly tried breastplate was not proof. The next shop passed by Nora was of a very different appearance from the last, but offered temptations of its own. A mangle, and to be had for £5. That is just what mother is always wanting. Oh, how I wish that I had money to buy it. I wonder why things are made so uneven in the world, why some have thousands of pounds to throw away on their pleasures, while others have a lifelong struggle to earn their daily bread. Nora returned to the house out of spirits, because, though she hardly knew it, a mistrust of the love of her heavenly Father had crept like a shadow over her heart. She felt more than ever how dreadfully hard it would be to risk offending Sophie, and that to follow the Lord fully is no light and easy thing. End of chapter 13. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proving the Armor. "Well, Nora, my darling, I've just slipped in for 5 minutes to see you. I can't stop long, but just pour me out a cup like a dear. I'm half grilled in this dreadful hot weather." And the milliner's girl threw herself on a chair and began fanning herself with her pocket handkerchief. For the first time Nora was sorry to see her friend, and especially to see her at tea. Though Nora had been so often during the day thinking over what course she should take, and what words she should say, yet the sudden appearance of Sophie Puller seemed to take her by surprise. "Quick, cut me a slice, for I must soon be off. Plenty of butter, you know. I thought that you promised me that this time I should taste the old lady's tartlets." "Why, is anything the matter?" cried Sophie, who perceived the peculiar hesitation and confusion in the manner of Nora. "You know, dear, that I went home yesterday and saw my sailor uncle, the uncle who has lost his arm?" "Ah, yes, if I'd only time, I should like to hear all about him," said Sophie, "but I've come on a little bit of business, and I thought it was best to drop in at tea time. I knew that my darling would always make me welcome." Here followed a caress which made poor Nora feel more embarrassed than ever. My uncle thought, he heard about your coming, and he told me." Every word of her studied explanation seemed to have escaped from Nora's mind. She stammered and turned very red. Sophie looked at her in surprise. "What on earth do you mean?" she inquired. Nora's hand was upon the loaf, and she unconsciously squeezed it so tightly as to leave the mark of the pressure upon it. "My uncle thought that I should tell my mistress when I have a friend at meals," stammered forth Nora, wondering at her own courage when the sentence was uttered. "That old Mrs. Martin may be sure to have hot muffins ready for her," cried Sophie, bursting into a merry laugh. Her mirth disconcerted her friend as much as her anger might have done. "Uncle Ned doesn't think it quite right," said Nora, looking down, "that I should entertain any guest at my lady's expense, and without her knowledge." "Stuff and nonsense!" exclaimed Sophie Puller. "I think that uncle of yours must have lost his head as well as his arm, or he would not be putting such rubbish into your silly little mind." And catching up the knife and taking the loaf from Nora, Sophie began to make up for lost time by helping herself in good earnest. "But," began Nora timidly. The milliner's girl cut her short. "Now don't be talking any more such stuff, Nora dear. You're not such a baby as to mind silly cant. I'll tell you what I've come here for today." Sophie went on talking as fast as her mouth full of bread and butter would let her. "You're going to have a treat. Such a treat. There's an entertainment tonight in the town hall. You must have seen the big bills about it stuck upon every wall. The famous juggler is to perform, who helps a dozen people out of one bottle to a dozen different wines, and puts an extinguisher upon his wife, and makes her vanish into air, and who does 1,000 other things, more wonderful even than these. Now you and I, my darling, are going to see him tonight." I cannot indeed," said Nora, who nevertheless greatly desired to go. "But I've got a ticket for you," cried Sophie, pulling it out of her pocket, as if the sight of the bit of blue pasteboard must set all scruples at rest. "Mr. Green, he's the manager, you know. He's a friend of my father. Peter Puller, says he, shall have as many tickets as he likes, half price. Oh, you must come indeed, Nora, darling. The lads I told you of, and Belle and her brothers, are all to be of the party. 'Twill be the rarest fun in the world." Sophie took hold of the teapot and helped herself to the tea. "I should like it of all things," sighed Nora, "but I am sure that I would not get my mistress's leave." "Then you'll go without it, to be sure. Just hand me the sugar, my dear. Nothing can be more easily managed. I just tap at the door at 10 minutes to 9. The door is left on the latch." "But mistress bids me lock it, and put up the chain for the night for fear of robbers," said Nora. "You can do all that when you come home. You'll be back by 11, you know. As for robbers and all that rubbish, only old women who are timid as mice ever dream of such things. Now, you must not look so grave, dear Nora. I've set my heart on you going. Indeed, I'll take no denial, when I've got the ticket and all. I'd never forgive you, never, if you disappointed me now." It is needless to repeat all the arguments used by an unprincipled girl to persuade poor Nora to consent to do what her conscience condemned. Sophie never paused to consider that she was acting as Satan's servant, and doing the devil's work in tempting her young simple friend from the straight narrow path of duty. Perhaps Sophie actually believed that she was showing kindness to Nora. Be that as it may, the milliner's girl did not leave the house till she had wrung from the weakness of her friend a half consent to be ready to go with her that night. Alas for poor human resolution! The first strong shaft of temptation had pierced it through and through. Had the sailor's words then gone for nothing? Had they effected no change whatever? Yet one important point had been gained. Nora could no longer do wrong with an easy conscience. Her eyes had been opened to the danger and guilt of what she had deemed little sins. Nora knew that not one could be harbored and indulged save at the peril of her soul. She felt that the religion which does not purify the life is not true religion at all. Nora's mind was so restless and uneasy as she sat down to her work that even the prospect of the amusement before her gave her as much pain as pleasure. She dared not think of her uncle, far less of those truths which she had heard from his lips. When we yield to one temptation, we have less power to resist another. Waters entering through the narrowest breach soon make for themselves a wider way. Nora sought relief from uneasy reflection in the very thing which she had so lately given up as wrong. "I can't go on with this tiresome darning," exclaimed the young servant, flinging a bundle of stockings aside. "I must just have a glance at that book. I must just see if that wretched woman was hanged for murder after all." So, neglecting her duty, misusing her time, trying to silence her conscience, Nora plunged into the midst of a novel but too well suited to inflame her imagination and corrupt her mind. She was so deep in the interest of the story that she started with impatient annoyance at the sound of the bell, which summoned her up to the drawing-room to read to her mistress as usual. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Help in Need. Well was it for Nora Peel that a quiet time for thinking was thus forced upon her, unwilling as she felt at the moment to lay down her tempting novel and obey her mistress's summons. When Nora entered the peaceful room, where the soft light of the shaded lamp fell on Mrs. Martin's placid voice and silvery hair, as she sat with her hands clasped and a look of much patience in her almost sightless eyes, Nora felt as if she had quitted a glaring theatre and come into a house of prayer. There was before her one who had long worn the breastplate of righteousness and fought the good fight of faith, and who would soon receive the victor's crown from him whom she loved and obeyed. Nora took up the book which she was accustomed to read, but so preoccupied was her mind with its own perplexing thoughts that she began at the first chapter at which she chanced to open the volume without paying attention to a marker left in the proper place. "Surely we have heard that before," said Mrs. Martin. Nora had not attended to one word of what she had been reading. The girl was ashamed of her mistake, and at once set it right, but it was soon followed by another. Nora turned over 2 pages at once, and read on, quite unconscious that her blunder rendered a sentence absolute nonsense. Again Mrs. Martin recalled her to herself in a patient, gentle way, but Nora still read in so dull and lifeless a manner that it could be no pleasure to hear her. "You may shut the book, Nora," said the lady. "Perhaps yesterday's long walk has tired you. I will only have my evening chapter from the Bible. There is no reading like that." Nora took up the blessed volume, and now her attention wandered no more. The chapter read was the 22nd of St. Luke. Conscious of her own backsliding, of the weakness which she had shown, of the evil intention which she had harbored after all her good resolutions, every verse which she read from the Bible seemed to Nora to convey a reproach. At last, when she came to Peter's assurance that he would follow his master to prison and to death, and the mournful warning which followed, Nora's voice failed her, and she paused for a minute to recover her own self-command. "I am always thankful," said Mrs. Martin, "that St. Peter's fall has been recorded in Scripture. It puts us on our guard against our own weakness. It shows us that even faith and love like his were not enough to guard him from sin in the hour of temptation." "Then what can guard?" faltered Nora. "The grace of God's Holy Spirit, which we must seek for by prayer. It was that grace which made Peter, who had thrice denied his Lord, afterwards boldly confess him in the presence of Caiaphas himself. It was that grace that made Peter, who had been terrified at the words of a woman, afterwards nobly endure the terrible death of the cross. Without God's grace we can do nothing. With it we can do all things. His strength is made perfect in our weakness. Our daily prayer should be, 'Lord, give me thy Holy Spirit,' remembering the gracious promise, 'Ask, and it shall be given you.'" Nora read on to the end of the chapter in a low, soft tone, and with a spirit humbled and subdued. Once again her voice failed her. It was at the words, "The Lord turned and looked upon Peter." She thought what that look of love and pity must have been, how it must have thrilled to the heart of the backsliding disciple, and did not he who had watched the apostle still mark the wanderings of his feeblest lamb? Was he not still ready thus to guide by his eye the erring one who longed once more to return to the straight path of duty? As soon as Nora's invalid mistress had retired to her early rest, Nora went to her own little room, not to prepare, as she had intended, to go out at night with her worthless companion, leaving the house exposed to robbers and an aged lady in danger, if taken with sudden illness, of finding herself deserted, but to fall on her knees and ask forgiveness for the sinful purpose of her heart. Nora could not have put her prayer into words, but her soul's pleading was something like this: "O Lord, help me. O Lord, forgive me. I am a poor, foolish, sinful girl. The evil I would not, I do, and I leave my duties undone. O give me thy Holy Spirit. Give me the breastplate of righteousness, strong and firm against every temptation, that I may know thy will, and do thy will, and follow my Saviour all my life, and be happy with him forever." A few minutes before the church clock struck 9, a shadow fell on the pavement in front of Mrs. Martin's dwelling, and there was the sound of a low rap, as of a stealthy hand on the panel of the door, followed by an eager whisper: "Quick, Nora, quick, we are late." The door unclosed but a few inches. The chain prevented its opening wider. Young Nora stood behind it. The glare of the street lamp showed her pale, agitated face. "Oh, Sophie, don't be angry. I may not, must not come. I have written my reasons on the paper in which this book is wrapped up. Take it, and oh, forgive me." Nora drew back, as if afraid of trusting herself to say more. Sophie, disappointed and angry, had snatched the novel out of Nora's hand. "I'll never believe, nor trust, nor speak to you again," she exclaimed, turning away with a burst of petty resentment. Perhaps Sophie hoped to hear Nora's voice entreating her to return. She only heard the rattle of the chain, and the sound of the closing door. Something firmer than panel, and stronger than iron, or steel, had been now raised to be a barrier between Nora Peel and her false friend. End of chapter 15. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another triumph. How different is the importance given on earth and in heaven to the same events. The famous speech, the brilliant entertainment, the political crisis, which fill columns of the Times, and are the talk of eager thousands from one end of Britain to another, may seem as much beneath the notice of angels as bubbles floating on a stream, while the bright inhabitants of heaven may hover over some humble mansion, to watch the struggle between right and wrong in one as lowly as the little servant maid Nora. No passer-by would have given a second thought to the girl on her knees, cleaning Mrs. Martin's doorstep in the early morning, yet that poor simple servant had fought a battle and won a victory, on which angels might look with interest, for the result of such triumphs will last when earth itself shall have passed away. As Nora went on with her humble occupation, lifting up her heart as she did so in a silent hymn of thanksgiving, her attention was attracted by a small object that lay on the road close to the pavement. Nora rose, and going to the spot, picked up a small canvas bag, which had probably been dropped there since the previous evening. Nora loosened the string, and opened the bag to see what might be in it, but she almost dropped it again in her surprise at sight of its glittering contents. "Sovereigns! All bright, new golden sovereigns!" exclaimed the astonished Nora. She hastened into the house, shut the door, dropped on her knees, and emptied the bag into her lap, that she might count over the treasure without fear of being either disturbed or noticed. 2, 4, 6, 8. I had never so much money before in my life. Oh," cried Nora, clapping her hands, "I shall now be able to buy both the black silk dress and the mangle, and something for Sophie besides, to make her forget last night, for I could not bear that there should be any bitter feeling between us." It was not unnatural that such should be the first thoughts that should rise to the mind of Bessie Pill's daughter. It must be remembered that Nora had not been brought up with strict ideas of honesty, that it was but lately that she had put on the breastplate of righteousness, or even desired to have that holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. But the young Christian had only swerved from her course for a minute. Conscience was still at the helm. "What am I thinking of?" cried Nora, still on her knees, with the bright coin lying on her lap. "This money is not my own. I cannot honestly spend it. If I have found it, some one else must have lost it. I must give it back to its owner." An expression of disappointment came over the young girl's face, but it was almost instantly chased away by a look like sunshine. "Oh, here is another opportunity given me of showing my love to my Lord, of proving that my faith is real, that I am not hanging out false colours. Is it not an honour and a joy to do or to give up anything to please my heavenly Master?" Nora caught up the coins, and hastily thrust them all back into the bag, counting them as she did so. She would not trust herself to look again at the glittering gold. She would not trust herself even to think what Mrs. Peel or Sophie would say if they knew that she now held so large a sum in her hands. Nora felt impatient for the time when Mrs. Martin would come down from her room, that she might give over the tempting bag into the charge of the lady, and ask her what would be the best way of finding out its owner. Nora could think of nothing else as she filled the kettle, spread the table, and made the toast for breakfast. She felt as if in possession of a very great secret, which she longed to disclose to her mistress. "You must have received some good news, Nora," was Mrs. Martin's remark, as she first met the beaming glance of her little servant. "Oh, ma'am, only see what I've found this morning on the road, not 10 yards from the door. 8 new sovereigns, all in this bag." And Nora, with some excitement, placed the bag in the hand of her mistress. "And what will you do with this?" asked the old lady. "Oh, ma'am, you know it's not mine. I thought you would kindly help me to find out who has lost it." "Nora, you're the most honest girl that I ever met with," burst involuntarily from the lips of her mistress. Mrs. Martin had unintentionally touched a painful chord. Nora's awakened conscience started back from unmerited praise. "Oh, no, ma'am, don't say that," cried the girl, surprised into a sudden confession. "I've not been faithful to you as I should. I've taken little things. I've had a guest at my meals, but I mean never to do so more. I hope that you will forgive me." "Nora, I thank God for you," said the old lady, tears rising into her eyes as she spoke. How warm went her words to the heart of Nora! No praise could have been so sweet. Nora had unwittingly removed a weight from the mind of her gentle mistress. Mrs. Martin had had painful suspicions, which she had vainly tried to put away, as to the strict honesty of her young maid. She had often asked herself whether it might not be her duty to speak seriously to Nora on the subject, but had put off doing so from day to day, partly because the duty was painful to her tender, sensitive spirit, partly because she tried to persuade herself that her dim sight and failing memory might have led her into error, and she would not distress her maid till she had clearer proof of her guilt. Nora's honesty about the money had, for the moment, entirely swept away all her lady suspicions, and caused her to utter what a little consideration might have made her retreat, but Nora's frank confession entirely relieved Mrs. Martin's mind. That confession showed regret for the past, which was in itself an earnest of a future life of fidelity and truth. The lady felt that henceforth Nora would be more to her than a servant, one who would be her comfort, one whom she could trust, whom she could love. Nothing more, however, was said by either mistress or maid on the subject. After a brief silence, Mrs. Martin recurred to that of the money. "Nora, "You know that I expect my brother, Mr. Lowndes, to breakfast here to-day," she observed. "We will give the bag over to him. He is a magistrate, as you are aware, and will be the best person to advise us how to find out the real owner." As the lady spoke, the well-known sound of her brother's double rap at the knocker announced his arrival. Nora, light of foot and light of heart, ran to the door to answer the summons, and Mr. Lowndes, a tall, portly man, soon made his appearance into the room. End of chapter 16. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Canvas Bag. The magistrate, after greeting his sister, sat down and wiped his heated brow with a large silk handkerchief. There was a look of satisfaction upon his sensible, intelligent face. "The police have had a busy night of it," said Mr. Lowndes. "The fellow very nearly got off. But he's been arrested at last, and there's little doubt but that the charge will be brought home to him now." "What charge? Of what do you speak?" asked Mrs. Martin. "Why, of a charge against a scamp called Peter Puller," Nora could not help starting at the name, "who is one of a gang of unprincipled fellows who have been trying in different parts of the country to pass a quantity of base coin. We'd information sent down from London. A detective arrived last night. We've had a hunt, which has proved successful. It was quite time for the police to be on the alert. A great deal of mischief has been done already, for the false money is so close an imitation of the good that the simple folk about here have taken it pretty freely. I saw a poor widow yesterday who was in bitter distress, finding that the sovereign for which she had sold her pig was worth no more than a brass farthing." "What heartless fraud!" exclaimed Mrs. Martin. "This fellow, this Peter Puller, had some of the false coin on his person when he was caught," continued Mr. Lowndes, "but we have reason to think that we have not found all. Doubtless he would try to get rid of it when he discovered that the police were close on his trail." Mrs. Martin raised her hand to her forehead, as if an idea had struck her. "Nora, my maid, picked up a canvas bag this morning," she said, "with 8 sovereigns in it. She gave it to me to take charge of till we could find to whom it belonged." "Let's see it, by all means," said Mr. Lowndes, taking his spectacles and placing them on his nose. Mrs. Martin took the bag out of her pocket and handed it to her brother, who shook out the bright pieces on the table, took up each, one by one, looked at it closely through his glasses, poised it on his finger to feel the weight, then flung it down to try if it would ring. After each trial he shook his head gravely, while Mrs. Martin and Nora, who was waiting at the table, watched with interest to see the result. "Worthless, every one of them," cried Mr. Lowndes, first replacing the coins in their bag, and then the spectacles in their case. "It is well for your little maid there that she did not attempt to pass them, unless she could easily prove that she had nothing to do with Puller, or any of his set." Nora felt like a rider who was suddenly reined up on the brink of a dangerous precipice, and who looks down, shuddering but thankful, on the deep chasm into which he so nearly had fallen. The idea of being even for a moment suspected of uttering base coin, of being a party to a wicked fraud, and the knowledge that she had often received secret visits from the criminal's daughter, made her draw in her breath with a gasp. What if it could have been proved that Nora had gone out on the previous night in company with Sophie Puller and her party, and had been found in the morning attempting to buy goods with false coin? Everything would have come out at Puller's trial, and even if Nora had escaped the jail, her character would have been lost. All this shame, terror, and misery had been escaped by her simply keeping in the course of duty, and denying self to follow the Lord. Nora was about to leave the room, when the magistrate called her back. "Stay here a moment, my good girl," he said, laying his broad hand on the canvas bag which was on the table beside him. "Your conduct appears to have been most praiseworthy in this affair. It is not every young servant who, having found, as she thought, 8 sovereigns, would have carried them at once to her mistress. You've earned a good character, Nora, and I make no doubt that you'll keep it, and find through life that honesty is the best policy in all things." Then in a less serious tone Mr. Lowndes went on, "I'm giving a fete to-day in my ground to all our school children here in honor of my little girl's birthday. We're to have the grand conjuror to show his tricks, then a feast, and fireworks to close the entertainment. Could you spare me this little maid?" continued the magistrate, turning toward his sister. "I should like to show the children one who has set them so good an example of honesty and uprightness." "I will spare Nora with pleasure," said the kind old lady, "and make the same arrangement with my charwoman as I did upon Monday. Most glad am I that Nora should have this innocent amusement. I am certain that she will enjoy it, for she will feel that she has deserved it." Nora curtsied, blushed, and went out of the room in the quiet manner which became a young servant, then went bounding downstairs to the kitchen to make her needful preparations. Nora was full of delight. She knew that she had her lady's free forgiveness for all the past, and her confidence for the future, and but one cloud rested on the sunny sky above Nora, the thought of the shame and trouble in which her late companion must be involved by the sad disgrace of a father. Ah, poor Sophie! She has had no one to show her the straight right way, no one to speak to her faithfully as my sailor uncle spoke to me. She has not heard of the daily battle to fight, the daily cross to take up. She has not been taught that we are never, never so happy as when we heartily try, by the help of God's grace, to obey His will in all things. So thought Nora Peel then, and through the course of a useful, happy, and honorable life, she never found cause to change her opinion. There is a beautiful verse in the Bible which describes in few words the future glory of those who love the Lord, and therefore hate evil. It is this: "Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. The first fruits spring up even here. To the faithful and true is given the command, Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say, rejoice." But who can tell what the full harvest of light and bliss will be in the world to come, when the Redeemer shall say to his own, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord." End of chapter 17. Recording by René Lacroix. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dull Days. "Yes, there must be something wrong," murmured Ned Franks, the maimed sailor, to himself, as he closed a book which the vicar had lent him. "'Tis not like a Christian to be so restless, fidgety, and impatient as I have grown, tossed about by every little puff of wind, as if I'd no cable to hold by. 'Tis all true which is put in this book. When the Lord said, 'Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you,' there was fuller meaning in the words that we are wont to believe. There's first the great best blessing of peace with God, the knowledge that He has forgiven our sins for Christ's sake, that we may now call Him our Father. Then there's peace in the conscience, no more fear of death, no more terror of judgment. Then there's peace with our neighbor, bitterness and strife put away, with envy, hatred, and malice. But in the Christian's peace there should be something more even than all these. There should be rest from eager impatience, rest from carking care. He should not be troubled by every trifle, worried by petty vexations. Now, what is the case with me? Why, I've been so anxious to know whether Mr. Curtis, the vicar, will choose me as teacher to his school, that I catch myself thinking about it even when I'm in church. I could hardly sleep last night, because I fancied that the parson did not look quite satisfied when he questioned me in the evening. Now, why should I be so extremely anxious about a thing that only concerns this world? Can't I leave the matter in the hands of my God, and rest assured that He will give me whatever is really good? True, I've many a reason to show for wishing to get the place, All my little pension goes to my sister here for my berth and food. 'Tis not even my trifle of washing that Bessie will do unpaid. My jacket is almost in rags, my boots let in the water. Winter is now upon us, and I'm ill provided with clothes. 'Tis hard for a one-armed man to get active occupation, though I earn a shilling now and then from the vicar or Farmer Gay. The place which I hope for would put all right, and set me afloat in the world, and make me able, now and then, to take a poor neighbour in tow. Then," thus flowed on Ned's current of thought, "then I like the business of teaching. I always feel amongst the Yonkers as if I was scudding away with a pleasant breeze right in my sails. There's something so cheering in being with the young before the world has spoiled 'em. I've always thought that no charge would please me like that given to St. Peter to feed the lambs. Then 'twould be a rare thing for me to have regular work to do away from this cottage where Bessie and Dan with their sneaking ways often plague me out of my patience. There's many a gust of temper comes athwart us, like a puff of the north-east wind. I'd be glad to have something better to do than working in that garden, getting little thanks for my labour, or setting in this kitchen trying to paint something that may bring me in a shilling or two. Yes," continued the young sailor, speaking half aloud as he looked around the cottage of his sister Bessie Pill, which was neither very comfortable nor very clean, "there are reasons enough and to spare why I should wish to be made the teacher, but none why I should lose my peace of mind about the matter. I've asked God many times to give me the place if he sees that it will be for my good. I've done all that I could by reading and study to fit myself for the place, and now I've just to wait patiently, casting my cares on the Lord, believing that when we make our prayer for any earthly object like this, 'tis goodness still that grants it or denies." Then, considering that one of the best cures for restlessness of mind is occupation, Ned spread out on the deal table a large sheet of paper on which he had traced out some dozen of flags, opened a little paint-box which he had bought with some casual earnings, and took down a cracked gallipot from the shelf to be filled with water from the pump behind the cottage. "Water enough from above," said Ned, as he opened the back door and looked out on the lowering sky, clad in the leaden hue of November, from which fast fell the chill heavy rain. "The drippings from the eaves will soon fill this. How dull and drear everything looks! These poor trees, with but a few yellow leaves shivering and shaking here and there on the boughs which a few weeks since were all clothed in beauty, the chill, damp feeling of the air, the howling of the wind in the chimneys, don't help to make one more blithe and gay. My little berth isn't watertight, and I've had a few shootings of rheumatic pain to show me what I may look for during the long cold winter. I've never been the same man since the accident that cost me my left arm. I'm not so fit for roughing it as I was in these days, when fair weather or foul was all the same to Ned Franks." The young sailor leant against the door-post, with his eyes resting on the gallipot which the drippings were fast filling. He had lost the vigorous health and strength which had once been his. Hardship and suffering had told on his powerful frame, and a feeling of irritability and depression sometimes clouded his spirits. It was the body affecting the mind, and lessening its power to struggle against anxiety and care. Such was the case on the November day on which my chapter opens. "Why, Ned Franks, what folly is this?" said the sailor, speaking to himself, as he might have done to some fretful child when he caught himself heaving a weary sigh. "Is one who has sailed over thousands of miles of blue water, and been tossed in many a storm, to grumble like a puling girl at the little pain or little trouble, or to care whether the sky be blue or black, or the sea smooth or heavy? If there's peace within, what matters the weather without? A Christian should go on his way rejoicing, with a brave, cheerful, hopeful spirit, showing the world that trifles have no power to chafe one who has heaven in view." Ned Franks carried his little gallipot back to the kitchen, and was soon busily engaged in painting his sheets of flags, whistling to himself as he did so, as if to force his spirit to be cheerful. The great inconvenience of the loss of his left hand was remedied in some degree by a wooden arm terminated by a small metal hook, which the sailor used with such dexterity that a stranger might not at first sight have noticed his maimed condition. Ned Franks was soon interrupted by the sound of some one at the front door, which opened on the green, rapping an umbrella on the threshold to shake off the drippings, and raising his eyes he saw the gaunt figure of his sister, Bessie Pill, the expression of whose face showed anything but good humour. "This vile weather!" she exclaimed, kicking off her old boots, which were coated with mud, and walking across the brick floor in her coarse blue stockings, to avoid leaving the mark of her feet all the way. "God sends the weather, Bessie, so you and I must not grumble at it," said Ned. "Oh, done with your cant!" cried Bessie, drawing in her lips as if in momentary pain, as she went up to the fireplace and began raking up the glowing embers. "How are clothes to be dried, I should like to know, when rain's pelting and pouring like this? Not that I'm likely to have much either to wash or to dry," continued the woman with increasing bitterness of tone, seating herself in her old armchair, leaning her palms on her knees. "I've had my wet walk for my pains. The washing of the guests at the hall is all to be given to the clerk's wife, Nancy Sands. How I hate that woman! She's as sly as a fox, and always manages to thrust herself into my place." "She seems to have taken the wind out of your sails this time, and I'm sorry for it," said the sailor. "Always her way, but I'll serve her out some day. I will, sure as my name's Bessie Pill," muttered the laundress, stooping down and pressing her hand to her foot. "Have you hurt yourself, Bessie?" asked Franks. "No," answered his sister, peevishly, "but to think of these wretched Sands getting on in the world as they do." "He seems a quiet sort of man," observed Ned, dipping his brush into the water. "A poor yea and nay sort of a body, that wouldn't say boo to a goose, and is kept in leading strings like a baby by his managin' wife, for any one to think of him as a teacher for her school. Ha!" cried Franks, almost dropping the brush. "Is John Sands likely to be chosen by the vicar?" "Well, they say so in the village," replied Bessie, still nursing her foot. "But I dare say that it's Nancy herself who has spread the report. She manages everything and everybody. No doubt she'd be up to managing that." Ned gave a little cough and went on with his painting. A few grumbling sentences from Bessie were all that broke silence from this time until Dan, her son, came in wet from the fields. End of chapter 18. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Flags of the World. "Hey, Uncle Ned, what are you after?" cried the boy, clattering up to the table and peering curiously over the sailor's shoulder. "I'm making a chart of the different flags of the world." "To hang up over our fireplace?" "No, to take to the town tomorrow to sell it, if I can, to get something to help to buy shoe leather," replied Ned. "I dare say that Mr. Danes, the stationer, will buy it," observed Dan. "He has these sort of things in his window. What do you think you'll get for it?" "If I could draw all the flags," replied Ned, "maybe the chart would be worth half-a-crown, saying that I managed to paint it neatly. But the misfortune is," continued the sailor, "that I cannot remember them all. I haven't a notion, for instance, what colours are hoisted by some of the South American states." "Oh, hang the South American states!" cried Dan. "I'm sure that no one will miss 'em. You don't mean surely to put on the top of your paper, 'Some of the flags of the world,' as I see you've penciled the words. The picture won't be worth half so much if you let folk know that some of the flags are a-wanting." "'Tis the fact that they are," said Ned. "But you needn't be telling the buyers that. No one cries down his own goods. The fishmonger don't stick up a notice, 'These fish are stale,' nor the draper, 'This print warranted not to wash.' Just put 'all the flags of the world,' and no one will be the wiser." Ned Frank's only reply was beginning to paint the word "some" in fiery red. Dan burst into a mocking laugh, his mirth coming in explosive fits behind the hands which he had clapped before his mouth as if to smother it. Ned, like most men, was alive to ridicule, and he felt more irritated than he chose to show. He was annoyed at the utter want of sympathy between himself and those with whom he dwelt. They could not understand him, and he did not understand them. They laughed at his scrupulous honesty and truth. He felt disgusted at their coarseness of nature and disregard of what he thought honourable and right. Ned went on painting in somewhat moody silence, aware that he had indeed greatly lessened the value of his work by publishing its incompleteness, yet not regretting that he had kept to his practice of preferring fair dealing to profit. Ned did not choose to join in the conversation between his sister and her son, which consisted in grumbling against things in general, and the odious Nancy Sands in particular, guesses as to what teacher the vicar would choose, and bits of village gossip. By the time that Ned Franks had finished painting his flags by the dim light of a flickering candle, it was the usual hour for going to rest. Ned rolled up what he called his chart, bade good night to his sister and Dan, and going out as usual through the back door, mounted in the darkness, and reined the kind of steep ladder which led to his little loft above the wood-house. It was some time before the sailor could find the match-box which would enable him to kindle a light. He groped about in the darkness in an impatient, irritable mood, which was by no means improved by his suddenly putting his foot into something which felt like a puddle, while a cold drip from above fell on his neck as he stooped, and made him shiver. This gave no pleasant prospect of what light might reveal, as soon as Ned should succeed in procuring it. When he at last had found his match-box, and lighted his rushlight, Ned looked above, below, and around him with anything but satisfaction. The thatch of the loft was out of repair. The rain had found its way through in more than one place. There was a little pool on the floor, and a damp spot on the mattress which served for a bed. Wet and shivering, a little lame squirrel, which was Ned Frank's pet and companion, came limping up to its master. He stooped, took up the little creature, stroked it, and warmed it within his blue jacket. "Ah, Bushy!" exclaimed Ned Franks, "neither you nor I have found snug berths in this world. We were not made for the sort of lives we have to lead in this dog-kennel of a place." Ned pushed the mattress with his foot to a drier corner of the loft, and placed a basin to catch the drippings, the splashing sound of which was irritating to his temper. While taking these insufficient precautions to remedy the discomforts of his home, Ned muttered to himself in rough doggerel, "Irritation, vexation, and care, constant fretting, worry, and wear, are harder than greater trials to bear." Having done what he could to avoid the chance of catching rheumatic fever, Ned, as was his constant habit, took up his Bible to read a few verses before lying down to sleep. He paused long in reflection over one, as if his mind could at first hardly take in its meaning. "Now the Lord of peace himself give you peace always, by all means." What! Even when the tide runs hard against us, when hand grows weary and heart grows faint, and those who should pull along with us are hindrances and not helps, and by all means. That must be, then, by our very worries and trials, the fretting and chafing that galls us. Can God give no peace in these, and by these? 'Tis hard to be understood by an impatient, hot-tempered fellow like me. Nevertheless, all that is in God's word must be true, and St. Paul would not have asked for a blessing that God was not ready to give. I've seen the sea-bird resting on the stormy waves, and the splashing of the salt spray could not ruffle a feather of his white plumage. Mayn't it be so with the child of God on the troublous sea of life? May not that peace of God that passeth understanding make him able to ride cheerily and unharmed on the roughest water? The Lord helps us through great troubles. Will he desert us in the small? And may we not please him under everyday worries, as truly as by these acts of faith for which we have an opportunity but now and then? These were the questions which Ned Franks asked of his own heart before he knelt down for his nightly prayers. Simple but earnest were the sailor's devotions, and as he afterwards laid his head on his pillow, If his thought was, "I would give anything to know whether Sands or I will be chosen as teacher," the next thought came with quiet power to lull anxiety to rest. "There may be many that say, Who will show us any good? Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, for thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pet Squirrel. Bessie, my loft is not seaworthy. I mean 'tis as leaky as an old condemned hulk. I hope you'll speak to your landlord about it, and get him to set it to rights. Such was the sailor's greeting to his sister when they met on the following morning. "I shall do no such thing," said Bessie, peevishly. "Very little would make Sir Lacy say that my whole cottage is an old tumble-down affair that had better be pulled to pieces at once. He's long wanted to have it down. Lady Barton thinks it's an eyesore. But Sir Lacy has given his word not to pull it down now. The way to make him keep his word is not to be bothering him about repairs. Can't a man with with one hand in a hook, get a wisp of straw and patch up the roof for himself, instead of grumbling and complaining about a drop of water coming through?" "I was never taught house-building, or house-mending either," cried the sailor, with a little impatience of manner. "Then the sooner you learn to make yourself useful the better," was Bessie's provoking reply. Ned was strongly tempted to retort. The taunt was so ungrateful as well as unjust. But he bit his lip, and kept in the sharp reply which rose to his tongue. He was glad the next moment that he had done so, when he saw the expression of pain upon Bessie's face as she said, "Just reach me the kettle, Ned. My foot's in such a state I can't so much as put it to the ground. I had scarcely a wink of sleep all night." "I'm heartily sorry for that," cried the sailor, instantly forgetting his anger and rising for the kettle. "You must have run something into your foot yesterday when you walked across the floor in your stockings." "I do believe that I did," answered Bessie, "but I can't see anything in the foot. I'm going over to the town this morning. Let me ask the parish doctor to come and look at the hurt." "Oh, no, leave me to mind my own business," exclaimed Bessie, with an intuitive dread of the surgeon's lancet. "I'll put a bit of poultice upon it and let the foot rest, and 'twill all be right to-morrow. But it is such a worry," she added, with fretful impatience, "and just when I've all the ironing to do." Bessie was so peevish and irritable that Ned was glad when breakfast was ended, and he could set off for his walk to the town to dispose of his paper of flags. The rain had ceased, but the roads were very heavy and wet, and a chill north-east wind blew in the face of the sailor. Ned had not walked many yards when he came in front of the cottage occupied by Sands and his wife, a much neater and more comfortable abode than that which he himself had just quitted. Before the small garden gate stood Jack Sands, a boy of about 9 years of age, the only son of the clerk. Jack was an ungainly child, with pale, fat, puffy cheeks, a good deal freckled, and an impudent expression on his large pouting lips, heightened by the deformity of a projecting lower jaw. Ned did not at first notice young Sands, for his attention was attracted by the unexpected appearance of his little lame squirrel, which suddenly came limping beside him on the road. "What, Bushy, my hearty, have you slipped the cable and come out for a cruise?" cried Ned at the sight of his little favourite. "I must have you back to your moorings," and he was about to approach the pretty truant and carry it back to a place of safety, when a large sharp stone, hurled from the hand of Jack, struck the squirrel with such force that it lay quivering on the road in the agonies of death. A coarse laugh broke from the boy at the success of his aim, instantly changed to a yell of pain as he staggered back, reeling under the effect of a sharp box on the ear from the hand of the indignant sailor. "Take that, you little brute!" exclaimed Ned, with anger flashing from his eyes at the act of wanton cruelty committed by the boy. Ned then strode up to the bleeding squirrel, and with a touch gentle as a woman's, lifted it up from the ground, but the sailor saw at the first glance that his little favourite was dying. The suffering creature did not shrink from his touch. Its glazing eyes seemed to turn towards him with the confidence of affection. Passive it lay for a minute in his hand, then stretched out its stiffening limbs, and breathed out its life on his bosom. Ned felt a sharper pang of regret at the cruel fate of his pet than one would expect could be caused to a man by the death of a squirrel. The disposition of the young sailor was affectionate and tender, and the feeble creature that he had nursed and tended, that had shared his meals and sported at his feet, that had trusted him and loved him, had become to him almost as a child. With the dead squirrel still pressed to his rough jacket, Ned strode silently and gloomily away, without casting a second glance at the author of the mischief. One of the maimed sailor's few pleasures had been suddenly destroyed. His pet had been killed before his eyes. A harmless life had been wantonly sacrificed, just to furnish a moment's amusement to an idle and thoughtless boy. "Poor little Bushy," sighed Ned. "Cruel was the hand that threw that stone, and cut short your innocent life. And yet had not that life's enjoyment been cut short before? Never could you, a poor lame creature, lightly climb the fir trees again, spring from branch to branch, free and happy in your freedom. You were tied down like a prisoner to a way of life for which you never were intended by nature. And is it not so with your poor maimed master? Never more shall I mount the rigging and look down from the shrouds at the waters sparkling beneath me, and feel the fresh, delicious sea breeze bearing me over the billows. I too was never meant for the dull, joyless life which now I lead here." The sound of his own deep sigh roused the sailor. He felt ashamed of the murmuring, discontented spirit which it betrayed. Had he so soon forgotten the thoughts, the resolutions, the prayers of the previous night? "I will bury my poor little squirrel under one of the trees that were once to him as a home," said Ned to himself, as he entered a lane bordered with dark green pines. A clear brook flowed near, and to its mossy bank the sailor carried his little favourite, and gently laid it down, intending there to dig a small hole in which to bury the squirrel. The ground was so soft from previous rain that Ned expected to find very little difficulty in turning up the sod. As he had no proper implement for digging, he moved the earth with the hook, which, as the reader knows, formed the hand of his wooden arm. Ned had been thus for some minutes engaged in slowly scooping out a hole, when, exerting more force than at first, he struck his hook against an embedded stone, and the wooden arm snapped from the shock. The painful jar which the maimed stump received annoyed the sailor less than the inconvenience and expense which the little mishap must occasion. Ned uttered an exclamation of impatience, then, taking up the broken instrument, hastily finished his work, laid little Bushy in his grave, and covered up the hole with a sod. Heaving a weary sigh, the sailor rose and quitted the spot. End of chapter 20. #21 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Floating Boy. "And what may you want, my good friend?" asked the bland stationer, Mr. Daines, as, after bowing out a lady customer, he turned towards Ned Franks, who had been quietly awaiting his leisure. Ned, with some difficulty, for he missed the help of his wooden arm, succeeded in partly unrolling his chart. This was the first time that the sailor had attempted to sell any work of his own, and it was with diffidence that he replied, "I thought, sir, that maybe some folk might fancy a chart like this." "Ah, yes, someone thought the same thing before you," said the smiling stationer, turning to a portfolio which lay on his counter, and, after a short search amongst its contents, drawing out a sheet covered with double the number of flags. It was a coarse coloured print, bright and glaring, and 2 pence was marked on the margin. Ned's paper, which he had with difficulty kept half open, rolled itself up in a moment as he relaxed the pressure of his arm. "Anything that I can show you?" asked Mr. Danes. Ned Franks quietly shook his head, turned on his heel, and quitted the shop. "I am glad, at any rate, that I left the word 'some' on my chart," thought the sailor. "I should else have felt like an impostor, with all those red, blue, and yellow crosses and stripes staring me in the face. So I've had my trouble for my pains. I'll give this poor chart to Nora, my niece. She may prize it, perhaps, for my sake. I'll call at her mistress's house and see her. A sight of her sunny young face will do my heart good." Ned was not to have this pleasure. He found Nora absent from home, so, leaving the paper and a message for his niece, he set out on his homeward way. "I'm not in luck to-day, that's clear," muttered Franks to himself, as he wearily retraced his steps along the road heavy with mud, while a chill November drizzle began to fall. "Everything seems to go wrong, and I feel as dull as the weather, my spirits as damp as the air. What a poor landlubber I must have grown! How different was it with me, a year or two past, when I was as light-hearted a tar as ever trod upon planks, when I cared as little for hardship or trouble as for the salt spray which dashed in my face, when the winds were whistling aloft in the shrouds. No difficulties daunted me then. I was amongst my jolly messmates. I was serving my queen, and the thought of returning one day to merry old England and seeing Bessie and her children loomed in the distance like a harbour of hope. Aye, I was then like a trim vessel, speeding over the waves at 10 knots an hour, with every stitch of canvas set, bound for some pleasant port. And now—" The sailor slackened his pace, and his eyes were bent on the ground, as the image of his present situation rose before him. "Now I'm like some weather-beaten boy, anchored down to mark some shoal, that can't move onward before the breeze, that is tossed up and down by the tide, which no vessel hails, which the heaviest craft leaves behind, which knows no change, and yet no rest, that has not the active motion of sea life, nor yet the peace which we look for in port. But shame upon me," suddenly exclaimed the tar, "for such murmuring thoughts as these. Am I not where my master placed me? Aye, the lonely wave-rocked boy has its use. It is not anchored down for nothing. It has its part to perform on the billows. God's sunshine lights upon it, and be the weather fair or foul, it floats, it never sinks. Why should my spirit sink?" continued the sailor, as he raised his clear blue eye to the lowering sky above him. "Maimed arm, wearisome life, shootings of pain, messmates unkind, what are these but the little tossings which can never move the boy from its place, nor mar its usefulness, nor prevent it from glistening in the light that comes from above? Cheer up, coward heart! Never shame a Christian's profession by one doubt of God's wisdom or love. The cable of faith will hold not only against the light tossings, but the wildest, roughest storm. If God give peace, who shall give trouble? What said the prophets when tribulation swept like a hurricane o'er him? Although the fig tree shall not blossom, neither shall fruit be in the vine, the labour of the olive shall fail, and the fields shall yield no meat. The flock shall be cut off from the fold, and there shall be no herd in the stall. Yet I will rejoice in the Lord. I will joy in the God of my salvation." The brave, pious spirit of the sailor had burst its bonds of discontent, as Samson snapped the green withes which bound him. Still fell the chilling drizzle. Still was the prospect gloomy, and Ned Franks was wending his way back to a comfortless home. But he was no longer unhappy. The peace of God was within him. Every object on which his eye now rested seemed to take a brighter colouring from the cheerful spirit within. Ah, yonder over the brown fields goes the sower, a blessing beyond his labour. In the gloom and in the chill he is preparing for brighter days, when these brown fields shall be yellow with the golden crop. Did I feel it a dull thing yesterday to look on the trees stripped of their leaves, Today every bare black bough preaches a lesson of hope. The time is coming when these branches will burst again into new and more glorious life. All the world will be clad in brightness and beauty. The gloom and chill of these dark days prepare for the gladness of spring. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." As Ned Franks walked on with quickened step, he overtook a little boy who was pursuing the same road, carrying a heavy load. "Ha, Stephen White, my lad, is that you?" cried the sailor as he came up with the boy. Stephen turned at the sound of the cheerful, manly voice, and his face, which had been sad, lighted up with pleasure at sight of Ned. "Let me lighten you of your cargo," said the sailor, holding out his strong right hand for the burden. "We're nigh to your home, I know, but you look tired, my boy." "Oh, Ned Franks," cried Stephen, "will you tell me if the news are true?" "What news do you mean?" asked the sailor. "Is it true that Mr. Curtis is going to make John Sands our teacher, now that Mr. Jones is getting too old?" "Mr. Curtis has not told me his intentions," replied Ned, speaking more cheerfully than he could have done on the subject but an hour before. "Oh dear, I'm afeard that he will," sighed Stephen, with a disconsolate look. "Why should you be afeard?" asked the sailor. "As far as I know about him, John Sands is a very quiet, sober kind of man." "That's the worst of it," cried Stephen, in so dismal a tone that he set his companion laughing. "He always looks as if he'd just come from a funeral, and I'd rather have a teacher as would give un a rough word now and then, than a chap as would never give un a kind one, and doesn't know how to smile. I wish with all my might and main that the vicar would make you our teacher. The larning would be quite a pleasure. You're always so merry and jolly." Ned Franks was amused to hear what, in the boy's eyes, was his best qualification for the office of teacher. Nor was he only amused, for the words of Stephen conveyed a lesson. The cheerfulness which springs from a soul at peace not only gladdens its possessor but those around him. It increases influence, it wins affection, it presents religion itself in the most attractive light. "Stephen, my boy," said the sailor, looking down with a genial smile at his young companion, "I wish that I could never charge myself with grumbling at trifles, or being weighed down by little troubles. But you and I must try to make the best of whatever God pleases to send. Your father's a glazier, and I dare say you know well enough how the greenest trees and grass will look if seen through a bit of blue glass." "All wintry and frosty," said Stephen. "Then mind you, my lad, we must not be like those who fill their windows with blue glass, and look out on life as if there were nothing but troubles and trials before them. We must have clear panes that will let in the sunshine, and keep them bright by the thought how much more we have than we've ever deserved, and that the best blessings are those which can never be taken from us." "But if you are not made teacher," began Stephen. "Then we are both bound to believe, either that the place would not suit me, or that I would not suit the place." Thus in cheerful converse the sailor beguiled the way till he left his young companion at the door of the glazier's shop. "You've had a wet, weary walk, I'm afeard," said Stephen's mother to her son. "Oh, not after I was overtaken by that jolly chap, the one-armed sailor. I forgot all about the rain and the cold. It seems as if he carried the sunshine with him." "Ned Franks is a thorough good man," said Mrs. White. "Always steady in his church-going, never seen at the public, never heard to speak a bad word. A God-fearing Christian is Ned, and one as is never ashamed of his religion." "And 'tis a religion that makes him happy," cried Stephen, "and willing to make others happy too. That's the kind of religion as sets one wishing to be like the man as has it." End of chapter 21. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Briars and Thorns. "Out on you, you great big blustering bully, you cruel cowardly cub! I wonder, I do, how you dare to look a mother in the face." Such was the sudden torrent of abuse which greeted Ned Franks as he came again in front of John Sand's cottage. The speaker was a woman, rather low in stature, but stout in person. She would have been handsome had not the long nose shown too much disposition to meet the projecting chin, and the strongly marked black eyebrows to join each other, especially when knitted together as at that moment in an angry frown above a pair of flashing dark eyes. Mrs. Sands stood behind her little garden gate, her cheeks flushed with passion, her fists clenched, and her voice raised to a shrill pitch of fury. "What's in the wind now, mistress?" asked Ned Franks, somewhat taken aback by the sudden storm of anger which he so unexpectedly had encountered. "It's you who ask me, is it?" half shrieked out the furious woman. "You who had the heart to beat a poor child within an inch of his life?" "Hold hard," interrupted the sailor. "If you are talking of your son Jack, I merely gave him a box on the ear for wantonly killing a poor harmless squirrel." "You don't mean to say that you did not knock him down, and cuff him, and kick him, and injure him so that I doubt that my poor lamb will ever hold up his head again?" "I did not!" exclaimed the indignant sailor. "I would not kick a mortal enemy if he were down on the ground before me, much less a boy like your son. I gave him but one cuff, which did not make him fall. It would hardly have harmed a 4-year-old child. I am sorry that I struck him in a passion, but—" "Oh, don't you be a-going to add falsehood to brutal cruelty!" exclaimed Mrs. Sands, her fury mounting to still higher pitch. "Falsehood!" cried Ned, starting at the insult. He made one long angry stride towards the gate, then stopped short. Was it for him to enter into a war of words with a woman, to bandy insults, to let passion master his soul? Putting a strong curb on his naturally hasty temper, Ned, looking steadily into the face of his accuser, said, "I forgive you. You are a mother," turned and pursued his own way, followed to the door of his sister's dwelling by shrill sounds of abuse and upbraiding. Forbearing one another and forgiving one another, Ned murmured to himself, to strengthen himself by words of Scripture against the anger swelling in his soul. Ned Franks found his sister, sitting on one chair with her feet up on another. She was crying and wringing her hands. "I fear you are in worse pain," said the sailor. "Pain," repeated the woman, swaying herself backwards and forwards. "I never felt anything like it. And then to think as if I had not enough to worry and torment me, when I could no more stand than I could fly, in come Mrs. Lane's housemaid all in a hurry for the clothes. 'My lady's off to London this afternoon,' says she. 'We must have the things ironed directly.' 'You may iron them yourself then,' says I, in a bit of a temper, for she showed no more heart than that kettle, and I'd such a twinge in my foot at that moment. 'Oh, no need of that,' cries she, with a toss of her head. 'Mrs. Sands, who lives hard by, she'll make no difficulties about it.' And would you believe it, the creature gathered up every stitch of the things I had washed and carried them off to that woman. I do believe," added Bessie with increased bitterness, "that Nancy will have the custom of the Lanes as well as of the guests at the Hall. I'll be left to starve on a crust, or maybe come to the parish at last, while she feasts on the fat of the land." The thought of her rival's triumph seemed to give Bessie more pain than the swollen foot. "Nay, Bessie," said Ned Franks hopefully, "you will do well enough if once you can get that poor foot right. Let me go back to the town and ask the doctor to see it." "Not to-day, no, not to-day," replied Mrs. Peel. "If it is not better to-morrow, but we'll try what a good night's rest will do. All that you can do for me now is to get things ready for dinner. Dan's taken his out to the field, and says that he won't be back till sunset. He does not care to help his poor mother." Ned Franks instantly set about doing what he could for his sister, but as Bessie moodily watched his movements from her chair, she soon perceived the loss of his wooden help. "Why, I say, what's become of your new arm?" "Broken. I had a misfortune," said Ned. "Well, you're a clumsy fellow, you are," exclaimed Bessie, annoyed at her brother for being a less efficient help than usual, instead of feeling for him in what was indeed a misfortune. Ned took no notice of the taunt, but did his best to make, as he had said, one hand do the work of two. Bessie grumbled all dinner-time, now at Mrs. Lane's maid, now at Nancy Sands, now at her son, now at her brother, and drew dismal pictures of what would befall the family if she did not soon recover the use of her foot. With an effort, Ned refrained not only from words, but from looks of impatience, heard complaints, and bore fretful taunts without showing a sign of temper. "It is discipline," thought he. "I must learn to bear it with patience." Ned was glad, however, as soon as the meal was concluded, to go off to his afternoon's occupation of trying to patch up the roof of his loft. It was a relief to be beyond earshot of Bessie Peel. "If this complaining and finding fault is to go on day after day," thought he, "I fear that my temper will not long stand it. The tedious trial is the greatest test, sharp and short is more readily borne." When Ned entered his comfortless berth, sadly he missed his little Bushy, the playful solace of his lonely hours. The loss of his wooden arm, too, was now an especial inconvenience. The sailor, as he worked, missed its help at every turn. "I must ask for a patient spirit and an even temper," said Ned to himself, as he felt the danger of a return of that depression which seemed to him almost a sin. "I must take warning from what has befallen poor Bessie, for I can trace a kind of likeness between her trouble and that infirmity of my own which makes me so easily worried by trifles. I must not walk unshod. I must not neglect the preparation of the gospel of peace. If I have that spirit which becomes a Christian, I shall not start and wince at each sharp pebble that lies in my path, and the remembrance of a wrong will not lie festering and rankling in me, unfitting me for work, destroying my comfort, my usefulness, and my peace, like the needle, or whatever it be, that is causing such pain to my sister." Ned Franks had one more bitter drop in his cup before the day came to a close. Dan, his nephew, returned home at dusk, and before he opened his lips to speak, the sailor judged from the eager twinkle in the sharp black eyes of the boy that he was the bearer of news. Whether good or bad it was not so easy to guess, for Dan would relish being the messenger of the latter quite as much, if not more, than of the former, if the evil did not affect his own welfare. "Oh, Uncle Ned!" cried the boy, "how came you to whack Jack Sands like that?" "I did nothing but give him a box on the ear," said Franks. "It must have been a precious hard 'un," laughed Dan. "There's everyone talking about it, and as for Nancy Sands, she's as savage as a Bengal tiger." "I know that she's savage," said Ned Franks, with a peculiar smile, as he recalled their last encounter. "But the boy could have been but very little hurt." "What, when you smashed your wooden arm across his head?" Ned Franks raised his eyebrows in surprise at the new form which the accusation against him had taken. "You can hardly deny that, uncle," continued Dan, "for there's the broken stump to witness against you." Ned scarcely knew whether to be angry or to laugh. He was provoked at the evident pleasure which the boy took in giving him pain, and began to be uncomfortably conscious that the one blow which he had hastily given might be exaggerated into a serious attack. Nancy Sands had doubtless her own reasons for making the worst of any act of indiscretion committed by the candidate for an office to which her husband aspired. "Here are a few more briars in my path," thought the sailor, "but a Christian should be able quietly and resolutely to tread all such underfoot, and go on his way undisturbed and unharmed." End of chapter 22. 23. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rebuke. Bessie Peel found her foot so much worse on the following morning that she thankfully accepted her brother's offer to go for the doctor. 2 nights spent in sleeplessness and pain had overcome the poor woman's dread of the sharp measures which might be thought needful by a surgeon, since various simple village remedies have been tried, and tried in vain. Ned Franks set off early. He had, as the reader is aware, to pass the cottage of Nancy Sands, and it must be owned that he was not sorry to see that its door was closed, and that the Bengal tiger seemed to be quiet within her den. A few paces further on, Ned overtook Mr. Curtis, the vicar of Combe, who was walking at a slow pace, with his eyes fixed on the ground, and a slight frown of annoyance on his usually placid, benevolent face. "Is that you, Ned Franks?" he said, raising his eyes as the sailor touched his hat, and bending them on the young man with an expression grave almost to severity. "I am sorry, very sorry, and much disappointed at hearing what has occurred." "May I be bold to ask, sir, what you have heard?" said Franks, anxious to know the worst. "You, whom I had regarded as one of the most earnest Christians in my parish, you whom I had thought to place in a post of trust, you gave way yesterday, I fear, to a burst of ungovernable temper. You struck a young boy, knocked him down, and kicked him as he lay at your feet." Franks could hardly listen in silence to the end, so impatient was he to clear himself before one whose good opinion he valued beyond that of any other man. "I beg your pardon, sir," he answered in that tone and with that look which always conveyed an impression of candour and truth. "Someone has shamefully misinformed you. The simple facts are these. The boy, Jack Sands, flung a stone at my lame squirrel, and killed my poor favourite before my eyes. I struck him once, no more, with my hand. He did not fall, nor did I touch, nor so much as look at him again." "I cannot doubt your words, Franks," said the clergyman, resuming his own mild manner, as he met the clear gaze of these truthful eyes. "But though you may only have struck the boy once, I fear that your blow fell with greater force than you may have intended, and that you have inflicted an injury which I feel assured that you are one to regret. Young Sands has not left his bed since. I have just seen him in the cottage of his parents. He is certainly feverish and ill, with throbbing pulse and a burning brow. I am going to send for the doctor from the town." Ned Franks flushed up to his temples. "I am on my way thither, sir," said he. "I will ask the doctor to visit the boy as well as my sister. I am grieved, more grieved than I can say, that the sudden gust of anger upset me, and made me lay a finger on the child, though," Ned could not refrain from adding half aloud, "he's the first boy as ever I met with that couldn't stand a box on the ear." "I trust, my friend," said the vicar, with all his wonted kindliness of tone, "that this event will serve as a valuable lesson to you for the future. You bear a high character in the village for honesty, truthfulness, and kindness of heart. There are few whom I would more gladly serve, none whom I would more readily trust. I believe you to be not only in name, but in deed and truth, a Christian." Ned felt more abashed at the praise of his vicar than he had done at the blame. "But you have to remember," continued Mr. Curtis, "that he who would be a follower of the Lamb must not only be faithful and just, but must adorn the gospel in all things, by patience, by self-command, and by the gentleness which becomes the servant of him who hath said, 'Learn of me, for I am meek and lowly.'" Ned Franks only bent his head in answer to the exhortation of the vicar. His heart seemed to rise into his throat, and it would have been impossible to him to have uttered a word at that moment. He went on his way with a troubled spirit, with a conscience not free from self-reproach, and yet a consciousness that his conduct had not been so faulty as it appeared in the sight of the world. "Here have I been for months, years, trying to keep watch against this hasty temper of mine, and the moment I'm caught off my guard, the first cuff I give to a lubberly boy has as much effect as if I'd been using a marlinspike against an enemy trying to board. It must have happened, as the parson said, for a lesson. When a man hoists the Christian flag, his temper, his words, as well as his acts, must all be brought under discipline and control. I must strive harder than I ever yet have done to bring my unruly spirit into subjection. I know that I'm hasty with my tongue, though this is the first time for years that I've shown myself quick with my hand to avenge a wrong. The match will sometimes be put to the powder, and there's the flash, the report, and the mischief done, before I've time to remember one of my good resolutions. What's to be done? Mused the troubled seaman. Here is my comfort gone, to say nothing of another's, my character for good temper lost, and with it, I fear, all hopes of having the situation of teacher, just because I acted from impulse, and didn't give myself a moment for thought. What if I were resolutely to determine never to answer a taunt or notice an insult, or act or speak when stirred to anger, till I have silently repeated to myself a single verse from the Bible? That would give me time to haul in sail before the sudden squall capsized me. Yes, with God's help, this will I do. I will repeat over to myself the fruits of the Spirit, to remind me what a Christian spirit should be: love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Before I come to the end of that blessed list, the stormy passion will have blown over. As Ned Franks, with a steadfastness of purpose which was a part of his nature, was forming this resolution, his meditations were interrupted by a loud, jovial voice from a carpenter's shop which looked out on the road along which he was passing. "Hey, Ned Franks, my good fellow, are you going this morning to the town?" "Aye, aye," answered the seaman to the inquirer, who was a portly, jovial, elderly man, who, even when employed, as he was at that time, in making a coffin, never lost his habitual expression of easy good humour. "Then you'll not mind calling at the chemist and bringing in the physic for my wife?" said Ben Stone, pointing with his thumb across his shoulder toward the inner room which opened into the shop. "I will with pleasure," answered the sailor. "How is your wife this morning?" "Oh, she'll do bravely," said the jovial old man, who was so much disposed to look on the bright side of all things, as Bessie Peel was to look on the dark side. Ben Stone used to make it his boast that no trouble that he had met with in life had ever cost him an hour's rest or damped his appetite for a meal. His easy temper was not the result of Christian principle. He did not wince, for he felt no pain. His heart was cased in insensibility, resembling the toughness of skin possessed by some of the animal creation. "Why, what's become of your arm?" exclaimed Ben Stone, who, having made the wooden appendage, quickly noticed the loss of it. "I broke it yesterday," replied Ned. "Over someone's pate, eh?" asked the carpenter, with a merry twinkle in his eye. "No, over a stone," answered the sailor. "Have you kept the bit of wood with the hook?" "Yes, I have it at home." "Then I'll send my lad Bill Jones for it, and get it ready to fasten on again by the time you come back from the town." "I should be heartily glad, only just now I've no shot in my locker," said the sailor. "Oh, we'll say nothing about cash atween friends," cried the jovial carpenter. "You do my errand for me, I splice your arm for you. One good turn deserves another." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tongue and Temper. Less than 2 hours after Ned Franks had passed the carpenter's house, as Ben Stone was carefully cutting and shaping the thick bit of wood, which was honoured by the name of an arm, though it looked more like the handle of a stout umbrella, Mrs. Sands entered his shop. "Good day, Mr. Stone," said she, with a soft voice and pleasant demeanour, which, as the carpenter used to observe, was the velvet over the claws of a cat. "I wish you'd be so good as to step up directly and put things to rights with my mangle." "Presently," answered Ben Stone. "I must do my surgeon's work first, and put things to rights with Frank's arm." "Ned Frank's arm!" exclaimed the woman so shrilly that the carpenter pointed with his thumb towards the inner door, as if to remind her that beyond it lay his invalid wife. But Nancy was disposed to take no hint. At the sound of the sailor's name, the cat had put out her claws. "Ned Franks!" she repeated in a yet louder tone. "Why, he broke that very arm in beating my poor boy," and she clenched her hand with a passionate gesture. "Not he. Ned told me 'twas over a stone." "And you would take his word in the matter?" exclaimed the irritated mother. "I'd take his word in any matter," said the carpenter, with unchanging good humour. "Franks always keeps so close to the truth, that I'd believe him if he told me that he'd broken this here arm in fishing a whale out of Bessie Pill's washing tub." And the carpenter chuckled at his own joke, quite unconcerned as to how Mrs. Sands might take it. "You're his friend," said the woman sharply. "Not his more than any other man's, but I say fair play's a jewel, and give every one his due," was the cool reply of the carpenter, as he scraped the wood in his hand. "Ned Franks has a violent temper," cried Nancy, who knew that she could not attack the sailor's character on the point of truth. "I don't think that he has," said Ben Stone, quietly intent on his work. "All the world knows it," exclaimed Mrs. Sands. Ben Stone shrugged his shoulders, and uttered his peculiar chuckle. "My wife," he pointed over his shoulder, "my wife often says that Ned Franks must have the temper of a saint to get on with his sister, Bessie Pill." "He has the temper of a wolf," exclaimed Nancy. "Well, mistress, there's no use in our bandying words about the matter," said the stout carpenter, with perfect good humour. "'Tis easy to put it to the proof. I see Franks himself walking along the high road. He'll come straight here for his arm. You try his temper to your heart's content. There's no one more up to that work than yourself. If you get the sailor to burst out into a passion, to speak one bad word, or to bolt out of the shop in a huff, I'll mend your mangle for nothing. There's a fair offer now. Will you take it?" "To be sure I will," cried Mrs. Sands, "and I'll stir up the fire so briskly as soon as to set the kettle a boiling over." The carpenter chuckled again at the thought of the coming encounter, rose, and opened the door which led to his wife's room, leaving it slightly ajar, as though to let his sick partner share in what was sport to him, little as it might prove so to the badgered sailor. The next minute Ned Franks entered the shop with a file in his hand, which he laid down on the carpenter's lathe, facing, as he did so, Nancy Sands, who stood with her arms akimbo, insolent defiance depicted on her features. Instead of being embarrassed at thus unexpectedly meeting his enemy, as perhaps both Ben Stone and the woman expected, Ned instantly addressed Mrs. Sands with a frankness which might have disarmed a less implacable foe. "I have been to the doctor, Mrs. Sands. He will go to your son directly, on his way to my sister's cottage. I'm sorry to hear that Jack is ill, and more sorry still if my hasty blow had anything to do with his illness." "If?" repeated Nancy, with a provoking emphasis on the word. "Of course you don't think that it had. Of course you believe that helpless innocent children were made to be cuffed, and kicked, and bullied, and battered." The woman's voice rose higher and higher with each word. She was working herself into a violent passion, and Ben Stone turned to see what effect her attack would have on the sailor, with the same amused interest with which he might have watched a fight between two quarrelsome schoolboys. To the carpenter's surprise, Ned Franks made no reply. His lips were slightly moving, as if he were repeating something to himself, but not a sound came from them. Baffled in her first charge, Nancy Sands quickly renewed the attack. "And you're a fit person, you are, to set up for a teacher of others. You pretend to a deal of learning, I dare say, though I never heard that you could so much as count your 10 fingers, 5 fingers, and a hook, I should say, seeing you lost your arm from tumbling down into a cellar, after making, I've not a doubt, a bit too free with the liquor that was in it." Ben Stone could not refrain from muttering, "That's too bad." But still Ned Franks, though flushed, and with quivering lip, made no reply to the insolent taunt. He merely turned towards the carpenter, drew up his empty sleeve, and glanced at the wooden arm, as if to request him without delay to finish the necessary business. Perhaps the sailor, struggling to master his rising passion, could not trust himself then to speak. "You'd have a fine way of teaching, you would," pursued the implacable Nancy. "You'd give lessons with the rope's end and the cat-o'-nine-tails. You'd—" She stopped suddenly short, looking startled and aghast, as the door, which had been ajar, opened wider, and the well-known form of Mrs. Curtis, the vicar's wife, emerged from Mrs. Stone's room. Ben Stone rubbed his broad hands, and chuckled with glee at seeing Nancy's confusion on finding what an unexpected auditor she had had in the lady who had visited his dwelling to read to his invalid wife. It was not without design that the jovial carpenter had set that inner door ajar. Mrs. Curtis did not choose to take apparent notice of the strange conversation which he had unintentionally heard, and intentionally interrupted. Perhaps she pitied the confusion of the startled woman. "Mrs. Sands," said the gentle lady, "there is the doctor's gig passing by. He is doubtless on his way to visit your son. Let us go and hear his report." Nancy was probably glad of the opportunity of making her escape from the carpenter's shop. With a sudden change from violence to submission, she followed the vicar's wife, who, in passing Ned Franks, gave him a smile so bright and expressive that it repaid him for his painful but successful effort to follow peace, for conscience' sake, under bitter provocation. Mrs. Curtis and Nancy had hardly quitted the place when Ben Stone burst into an uproarious laugh. "It's been the best fun, the rarest fun as ever I had in my life. I wouldn't for £10 have missed it, just to see that woman's face. Ha, ha, ha! When the lady came in so unexpected, she'll not be talking of other folks' tempers, I take it. She little guessed who was in that back room." Ben Stone was so much more inclined to laugh and talk than to work, that the fastening on of the wooden arm was a very tedious affair, and the patience of Ned was again tried, though in a way far less provoking. Franks was anxious to go and hear the result of the doctor's visits, both to young Sands and his sister, but the jovial carpenter held him prisoner, nor released him till the gig had again been driven past on its way back to the town. At length the wearisome fastening, fixing, and screwing were accomplished, and the sailor, after thanking the friendly carpenter, hurried off to the home of his sister. He found Bessie seated in the kitchen, with her bandaged foot resting on a chair, but her wrinkled brow looking more serene than it had done since she had injured her foot. "'Tis out!" she cried, in a tone of rejoicing. "What is out?" inquired her brother. "The bit of broken needle that's been a-torturing me all this while. I wish I'd sent for the doctor afore, but he says that now in a day or two the foot will be as sound as ever." "That's good news indeed," said Ned Franks, seating himself by his sister, and reflecting back her smile on his kindly face. "And did the doctor tell you anything about how he found young Sands?" "Yes, to be sure," replied Bessie. "The boy's a-sickening for the measles. That was what laid him up, though 'twas put upon the blow." "I shall have Mrs. Lane's washing, and that from the hall too," continued Mrs. Peel, with great satisfaction, "for the ladies for weeks and months to come will be frightened out of their wits at the notion of carrying infection home in the clothes." "Poor little Jack!" cried the sailor. "If I'd known he was sickening for measles, I'd never have laid a finger upon him. 'Tis the last time, I trust, that I ever shall give way to passion like that." As the sailor ended the sentence, a light tap at the door was heard, and Mr. Curtis, the vicar, entered the cottage, accompanied by his wife. "Don't rise, Mrs. Peel, pray don't rise," said the clergyman, motioning with his hand to the lame woman to keep her seat. "I have come here to see your brother, Ned Franks, on a small piece of business." That the business was of a pleasant nature might be seen at once in the beaming face of the lady. "You are aware," pursued the vicar, addressing himself to the sailor, "that I have for some time been looking out for a teacher for our school. Your character, as well as your fair acquirements and knowledge, have made me think of you for the office. There was but one thing which made me, I own, hesitate in my decision. That was a doubt regarding your command over your temper, a doubt painfully strengthened by what I heard of the affair between you and young Sands. I need not tell you, you are doubtless aware, that the doctor's report of the nature of the boy's sickness was quite removed from the impression that it was occasioned by violence on your part. There is another circumstance in your favour. My wife accidentally to-day became a witness of your Christian patience and forbearance under provocation such as could have been borne but by few. It is, therefore, with perfect satisfaction of mine, that I offer you now the place which is at my disposal. The duties are not heavy. The salary, though not large, is sufficient to make you comfortable. 3 well-furnished rooms will be at your service, and if you accept the offer, I feel assured that not only by your teaching, but by your example, you will impress on the boys the value of the wisdom which is from above, which is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits." The eyes of the sailor sparkled with delight, though his uttered words were but few. His soul was breathing forth one song of thanksgiving. "I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will be glad and rejoice in thee." A gleam of wintry sunshine poured at that moment into the cottage, gilding the humble dwelling with a brightness like that of spring. "How lovingly has the Good Shepherd dealt with me," thought Ned Franks, as he ascended the rough, steep ladder which led to his damp, miserable loft to make preparations for his removal. "He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, he leadeth me beside the still waters." And the Lord hath done more than this. He hath shown me that, even if the green pastures must be quitted for the lonely wilderness way, it may be trodden firmly, fearlessly, hopefully, if God grant us the help of his Spirit, if the foot of the Christian be shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Red Cross Knight. There have been many school teachers more clever than Ned Franks, the one-armed sailor, many possessing deeper knowledge, and greater power of imparting it to others. But there have been but few who could make themselves more popular with their pupils. It was not merely that Ned was ready with a story upon every subject, that after school hours were over he would tell anecdotes of life at sea, but that his genial, kindly nature drew the young around him with a power resembling that by which needles are drawn to a magnet. The secret of this influence was, Ned was beloved because he loved. He did not go through his duties as a task, thankful when they were over, merely performing the work for the salary which it brought him. Ned Franks rejoiced in the work itself. What he did as unto the Lord. In all his labors of love, Ned looked to his Saviour for wisdom to guide him, for hope to cheer, for the blessing which gives success. There was not a boy in his school whom Franks did not remember by name in prayer, but few to whom he had not spoken in private on the subject of religion. Most of them looked upon him as a friend and consoler in need, and a grave look from the sailor had more effect than a blow from another man might have had. "Come, teacher, now for a story," exclaimed Stephen White on one wintry day when torrents of rain were descending, when the howling blast rattled the window frames and shrieked in the chimneys, and dashed the shower against the panes, while ever and anon the growl of the thunder was heard. Slates and well-thumbed books had been hurried back into their places, for Ned delighted in order, and tried to introduce into the school something of the neatness and discipline which he had learned on board a man-of-war. "Well, my hearties," said the cheerful young sailor, "as this is not weather for cricket or football, I'm ready to spin one of my yarns if you're willing to have it." A general stamping of boots and clapping of hands was the answer. "What shall it be about?" continued the sailor, passing his hand through his curly brown locks. "Something about battle and blows," cried a youthful voice from one of the farther benches. "I have it," said Franks. "I'll tell you the story of the Shield, not just because it amused myself when I was a boy, but because I've thought on it many and many a time since, and it seems to my mind that it bears right on the subject which the vicar bade you all prepare for his next Bible class." The boys were quite accustomed to Ned's habit of drawing a lesson from what at first seemed only meant for amusement. He liked to accustom them to think. "Seaweeds," he would say, "float on the surface, but we must dive for the pearls. There be many stories from which we can draw a precious moral, if we but care to go deep enough to find it." The lads soon took their places, some on the floor to be near their favorite teacher, who, resting his single arm on the desk before him, leant forward and thus began. "When I was a younker like yourselves, before I'd ever crossed the salt sea, I remember that my good father once took me to see an old castle in Wales. There is not much about it that I can recollect now. I've a dim notion of old stone walls overgrown with lichen, a portcullis with its rusty chains that was hung over the gateway, and little slits of holes through which the archers shot long before guns were invented. But there was one thing in the grey chapel which I remember well. 'Twas an old battered shield that hung there, with a red cross painted upon it, and I shall never forget the legend told of that ancient shield. It had been carried to the Holy Land many 100 years ago by a crusading knight who followed Richard the First. The knight's name has escaped my memory, but we will call him St. George. Many and great were the perils and hardships encountered by the bold knight. Mounted on his strong war horse, with his lance in rest, often would he charge the Saracen foe. Where the battle was hottest, there would the sunshine flash on his glittering shield, and its red cross might ever be seen in the thick of the fight. One day, I forget by what accident, St. George had dropped astern of the rest of the Christian host, and found himself riding all alone on a glowing sandy plain. Suddenly 2 Saracens hove in sight, bearing down upon him, the sand under their horses' hoofs rising like a light cloud. St. George uttered a short prayer. He was a brave and pious knight, then couched his lance, set spurs to his steed, and rode to meet the foe. His spear laid the foremost low, but snapped itself in the shock. St. George drew his sword, and dashed at the second Moslem, who was a man of giant strength. The struggle was long and fierce. Blows came so thick and fast that sparks flew from the whirling swords. Well was it for St. George that his shield was of metal tried and tempered. Thrice it saved him from blows that would have cleft his skull. The third time the cimeter of the enemy was shivered against that shield. The Saracen, thus disarmed, turned his rein and fled across the desert. St. George had no power to give chase. His horse had been sorely wounded, and scarcely had the Moslem enemy disappeared in the distance before the faithful charger sank, dying upon the sand. St. George grieved for his brave steed, and he grieved for his own desolate state, adrift on that dreary desert, with no port of safety in view, and the sun glaring down upon him till the sand under his feet and the very air that he breathed seemed from a burning fiery furnace. St. George saw a few palm trees in the distance, lifting their feathery tops athwart the clear blue sky, and he steered his course towards them. But, heavily laden with helm, hauberk, and shield, the weary foot-sore traveller made but slow way. It seemed as if he never would gain the shade of those few trees. Sorely tempted, then, was St. George to fling away the shield that hung so heavily on his arm, even though other enemies might be cruising on his lee. Once and again he resolved to drop it down on the sand, but the sight of the red cross upon it changed the purpose of the knight. "Ho!" quoth St. George, "no infidel foot shall ever be able to trample on that sign of my holy faith. Come weal, come woe, I'll never fling it away, or leave my shield in the dust." At length, almost exhausted, the knight dragged his weary limbs as far as the little isle, or oasis, I should say, in the desert. He threw himself down to rest under the welcome shade of the palms, pillowed his head on the shield, and speedily dropped asleep. Presently he opened his eyes. The broad fiery sun was sinking in a red haze on the horizon of the desert, flat and rounded as a sea-line. St. George felt very desolate and lonely. He looked down on his shield, perhaps to cheer up his courage with the sight of the cross upon it. The metal was smooth, polished, and bright, and shone like a mirror, save where here and there the enemy still had left a scratch or a dint. St. George could see the green feathery top of a palm reflected in it. He could see its slim fluted stem, and he could see something besides which startled even his bold spirit. In the shield he saw a serpent, with forked tongue and gleaming fangs, coiled around the reflected trunk, as if just in act to spring. Warned in time, The knight started aside as the venomous creature darted down. It missed its prey, and the next moment was crushed beneath the weight of the shield, which the knight dashed with force upon it. "God be praised!" cried the pious knight, as he looked on the lifeless serpent. "Had I not seen that deadly creature reflected in my bright shield, I would soon have been lying where it now lies, slain by its poisonous fang. Well was it for me that I cast not aside my red-crossed shield." Again sleep overcame the exhausted man. Though anxious to keep watch through the night, lest new danger should come upon him, he would not again rest his head on his shield. It lay beside him in the position in which it had crushed the serpent, with the arm fastening upturned, the red cross pressing the sand. Long and deeply slumbered the knight, so deeply that he was not even roused by a sudden storm which came down during the night, though the noise of it mixed with his dreams. Parched as he was, almost dying of thirst, St. George dreamed that the skies were pouring down their showers upon him, but that, fast as they fell, they were sucked in by the barren sand. He was wet, yet perishing for want of water. At length he awoke, to find that his dream had been but too true. The storm had come and had gone. The sand was steaming. The palm trees were wet. Drops hung on the feathery leaves. The knight's mantle was damp and dank. But where could he find one draught of water to slake his feverish thirst? "Oh!" cried the knight, as he tried to gain a wretched relief by pressing his own damp mantle to his lips, "one cup of cold water now were worth a king's ransom to me." It was then just on the hour of dawn, and the first ray of light that streamed over the desert fell on the down-turned shield. The heavy drops had fallen on the hollow buckler. It had caught, and it had kept them within its shallow round. The men of the East speak of water still as the gift of God. Never had it seemed more truly to deserve the name. Never had it been more like life to a perishing soul, than when the knight drank it, sweet and pure, out of his red cross shield. That draught gave St. George strength to rise and go on his way. He was miles astern of the camping ground of the Christian host, but before the day was over he sighted white tents and waving pennons, and his signals of distress were noticed at last by his mates. He was brought into camp half dead with heat, thirst, and exhaustion, but there, with food and rest, he soon recovered his strength. The knight lived to strike many a good blow for the cause which he thought so holy. When the crusade was over, and St. George recrossed the seas and came back to his country and friends, he hung up his shield in the chapel where I saw it when I was a child. He had carried it in troubles and dangers. It had been his defence through them all. It had guarded him from open assault. It had saved from the serpent's bite. It had relieved his thirst in the desert. And now, cried St. George, whenever I worship God in this chapel, the sight of it will serve to remind me of all I owe to his mercy. And when my days are ended, and my dust lies in the vault, the shield that I bore in battle shall hang there over my tomb. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Flash. "Now, my boys," said the sailor, after he had finished his story, "when the old dame who showed us the castle and chapel had told us of the knight's adventures, my father went all over the legend again, turning every part of it into a picture of real life, as he had a fashion of doing in his own allegorical way. I think that the Pilgrim's Progress had made a great impression on my father, and led him to try to turn other stories to the same use as Bunyan's Dream. I listened gladly enough, for I was a wild, merry boy, and nothing took my fancy more than the notion of going to the wars like a knight. Thus my visit to the castle and the story of the shield were fixed in my memory like a flagstaff on the top of a cliff, and often in the troubles and tossings of life I have turned my eyes that way and thought of St. George in the desert. But never," continued the sailor, "did the tale come so strongly to my mind as when I was myself deserted and alone on the wild shore of Madagascar. That was a time, indeed, when I was sorely tempted, like the weary knight, to throw away my good shield." "Your shield?" cried one of the boys. "I did not know that sailors ever had shields." "There's a shield which every Christian must carry, wherewith you can quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. We read of it in the Bible. Which of you can tell me the name of that shield?" "The shield of faith," cried almost every voice in the room. "Aye, aye," said the one-armed sailor. "That's the shield that defends from open attack and secret temptation, that pillows the head in trouble, and gives the pure draught of comfort to the parched and perishing soul. But let us examine it more closely. Which of you can tell me what is really meant by faith?" Fewer voices replied to this question, and these gave various answers. "Trust," said one. "Belief," cried another. "Being sure that there is a God," exclaimed the third. "I suspect," said Ned Franks, "that some here may not have a very clear view of what saving faith, Christian faith, living faith can be. To be sure that there is a God is indeed a kind of faith, but it may be held by those who fear and dread but do not love him. The devils also believe and tremble. Such faith in the being of God is a grand thing, a solemn thing. It is like the deep ocean." Ned stretched out his hand as he spoke. "No man can sound an ocean which may overwhelm and drown, but which, vast as it is, does not afford one draught of water that sinful mortals such as we could drink of and live. Many of the poor heathen believe that there is a great mighty God, but that faith only fills them with terror. It is not like a shield to defend them, it is more like a sword to slay." "Then what is Christian faith?" asked shy, thoughtful Stephen White, who sat on a low bench near Franks, leaning his chin on the palm of his hand. The sailor paused for some seconds before he replied. "I should like you to ask that question of one better able to answer it clearly," said he, "for, as 'tis written 3 times in God's word, 'The just shall live by faith,' it must be of mighty importance that we should know what that faith really is. I should call it believing from the bottom of our hearts that Jesus Christ, our Lord, died to save us, and lives to bless us. 'What must I do to be saved?' cried a sinner anxious for his soul. 'Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved,' was the answer given by an apostle." "I say," began a voice from the lower part of the room, in the surly tone of one who, having formed an opinion, resolves to hold by it right or wrong. That rough "I say," and the preparatory cough that followed, drew all eyes to the place where stood Tom Mullins, the butcher's son, a boy with a bulldog face, under a low retreating forehead, half hid by a mass of red hair. The interruption excited the more attention, as Tom's father, the butcher, was known to be a man who never entered the church, who was barely civil even to the vicar, and who was said to read many of the bad books against which Mr. Curtis had warned his flock from the pulpit. "Well, my lad, what do you say?" asked Ned, after a moment's pause of listening. "I say," repeated Tom, "that there's a deal of talk about faith, but the best faith is a good life." And he stood with his thumbs in his pockets, looking boldly at the sailor teacher, as if to defy him to give an answer to that. Ned knew that both young Mullins and his father often spoke with open scorn of his appointment to his present office, and said that he was no more fit to teach boys than the vicar was to steer a vessel. Ned knew that to "put him down," and what they called his religious cant, would be regarded as a triumph, both by the butcher and his son. The sailor saw that the whole school was eagerly attentive to what should pass between him and Tom Mullins, and before he replied, had raised a silent prayer for wisdom and command of temper, that neither ignorance nor impatience on his part might do wrong to the holiest of causes. "You assert, my lad," answered the sailor, "that the best faith is a good life. I reply that there can be no good life without faith, for whatsoever is not of faith is sin." Ned rested his hand as he spoke on a Bible that lay on the table before him. "Well," said young Mullins, with a less reverential air than became one speaking on such a subject, "I believe that Jesus Christ once lived in Judea and set men a good example, and I suppose that is what you call faith." "Christian faith is much more than thinking of the blessed Lord as we might think of any holy man in history," said Franks. "The Son of God came down from heaven, where he had dwelt with his Father, not only to be our example, but to be a sacrifice for our sins. The faith by which the just shall live is faith in a bleeding, dying Saviour, such faith as made St. Paul declare, 'I determined not to know anything among you but Jesus Christ, and him crucified.'" "But I don't quite understand," said Stephen White, in a very different spirit and tone from those of the butcher's son. "I can't see why sins could not have been forgiven without the Lord Jesus Christ dying that terrible death for us." "That," answered the sailor, "is one of the deep mysteries that we, with our short line of reason, will never be able to fathom. We must wait for that time when in heaven we shall know even as we are known. Of this we may be certain: nothing less precious than the blood of Christ could have washed away the sins of a world, or the Son of God would never have paid such a price for man's salvation." "God is merciful," began Stephen, but in a timid, hesitating tone. "Most merciful," cried the sailor. "But we must not forget that God is also holy, just, and true. God hates sin, for he is holy; must punish it, for God is just; must fulfill his threatenings, for God is truth. There was a terrible debt to be paid. The Lord Jesus came down to pay it, not with silver or gold or gems, but with his own precious life. He is the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world. It is faith in his perfect sacrifice that is the faith of the Christian." "What is a sacrifice?" asked a young boy. "I don't know how I can explain the subject either of sacrifice or of faith better than by reminding you of the first Passover held by the children of Israel," said Franks, turning over the Bible to the 12th chapter of Exodus. "You know that a terrible judgment from God was to come over the whole land of Egypt in which the Israelites dwelt. An angel was to pass through the realm and smite with death the firstborn in every house, from the firstborn of the king in his palace to that of the prisoner in his dungeon. The Israelites were commanded by God to kill a lamb for each of their households on the evening before that terrible night, and to take of the blood of that lamb and strike it on the side posts and the upper doorposts of each of their dwellings. And there was a promise that wherever the angel of death should see that sign of blood, he would pass by that house, and no one in it should perish. Now mark you, my boy," continued Ned Franks with emphatic earnestness, "the Israelites believed the word of God. They believed that they should be saved, not for any merit of their own, but through the blood of the Lamb. This was faith, simple, trusting faith. They said not, 'How can this thing be? How can the blood of a lamb save our lives?' They obeyed, and they were delivered. Now here is a type or picture of faith and salvation for us. Christ, our Passover, is slain. His precious blood, through faith, sprinkled in our hearts, saves us from the terrible destruction which all, through sin, have deserved. In him alone we are safe. If not in him, we must perish. Without shedding of blood is no remission. This is the one means of salvation which God has appointed, which God has made known. To accept that means with thankful trust, that is faith, and a faith which must lead to a holy life. For the love of Christ constraineth us, that they which live should not henceforth live unto themselves, but unto him which died for them, and rose again. The words were yet on the lips of the sailor, when a sudden vivid flash lit up the room, instantly followed by a tremendous clap of thunder, which shook the building to its foundation, and so startled the boys that many of them sprang to their feet in alarm, for the peal was just over their heads. "Fear nothing. Keep your seats. There's a lightning conductor aloft," cried Ned Franks. "See! See!" exclaimed Tom Mullins, his lips quivering with terror, as he pointed to a pine tree but a few yards from the porch of the school. The lightning had struck it and rent it asunder, and laid half its leafy honours in the clay, while the trunk stood erect, a blighted thing, which never more would put forth fresh foliage to hail the return of spring. "Thank God that we had a lightning conductor fixed to this building," cried Franks. "But for it, I believe that flash would have struck the schoolhouse, and at this moment we might all have been buried beneath its ruins." Not another word was spoken for several minutes. All the boys were breathlessly watching for the next flash, the next awful peal above them. Tom Mullins's teeth chattered with fear. He leant against the wall with his staring eyes fixed on the stricken pine tree, which stood there an image of the fate which he dreaded. The flash came, but it was far less dazzling, and the time which elapsed before it was followed by the thunder, showed that the storm was rolling away to the west. "Were you not afraid?" said a pale boy to Stephen White, drawing a deep breath of relief. "I was afraid at the crash of that great thunderclap till our teacher cried, 'There's a lightning conductor,' but then I knew we were safe." "That was faith in my word," exclaimed Franks, eager to turn to account the terrors of the storm, which had for a while awed even the insolent spirit of Mullins. "Oh, boys, can you not trace a likeness between ourselves with the thunderstorm raging around us, and sinners in danger of destruction from the wrath of a holy God? The conductor, the slender rod of iron fixed aloft, which draws on itself the electric flash, and carries it down to spend its force unharming, that is a faint type of salvation offered to us. The lightning of wrath fell on him who was lifted up on the cross for our sakes, and but for that love which consented thus to become a sacrifice for our sins, we might have seen in that blasted, shattered pine tree a type of our own lost state." Nothing more was said at that time on the subject of faith. Gradually the storm rolled away, the rain ceased, the sun came forth and glittered on the drops that hung on every spray until they sparkled like diamonds. The boys left the school and dispersed to their homes, some first lingering a while by the blasted tree, tracing down its charred, blackened trunk the course of the destroying lightning. Stephen White was the one who stayed longest, turning thoughtfully over in his mind what he had heard from the teacher on that day. "Then it is faith if I believe with my whole heart that the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ saves my soul from death, as the blood of the Lamb saved the Israelites from the destroying angel. It is faith if I believe with my whole heart that the Son of God bore the punishment of sin in our stead, as the lightning conductor draws on itself the flash that might strike us dead. And this faith is a shield to the soul. I cannot quite understand that yet. I will ask Ned Franks to explain. Perhaps he will tell us some day of the adventure which he had on some wild distant shore, when, as he said, he was tempted to drop his good shield of faith. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Plunging in. It was not long before the sailor was called upon to relate his adventure in Madagascar to the boys of his school. Even Tom Mullins, who, as he owned, hated a lecture, loved a story, and was not the least attentive listener to the sailor's tale. I shall not give the account in Ned Frank's words, but in my own, which will enable me to say more of his character and conduct than he would have dreamed of saying himself. Ned Franks had been brought up for the first 14 years of his life by a pious father, the retired captain of a small fishing smack. Ned was his only child by his second marriage, and his sons and daughters by the first were out in the world before this. His youngest boy had left his cradle, so that the parents' almost undivided attention had been given to little Ned. To bring him up in the fear and love of God had been the earnest effort of both. The rosy-cheeked, golden-haired boy had been the child of many prayers, and those prayers had been early answered. Ned could not remember the time when he had first felt his heart drawn towards God, when he had first, kneeling at his mother's knee, confessed his childish faults, or told his childish wishes to his Father in heaven. Ned was known while yet very young as the boy who loved his Bible, and never would tell a lie. If hasty temper ever led him into passion, or a love of fun into mischief, Ned never attempted for a moment to deny his fault or conceal it. His character was open as daylight. He possessed a natural courage which often helped him to take the straight, manly course, when more timid spirits might have wavered. Ned liked to look danger in the face, and do at once what he knew should be done. A little trait of this resolute temper, shown when he was 5 years of age, delighted his father, and was characteristic of Ned's way of acting all through his succeeding life. Old Franks was going to teach his little one to swim. "I say, my boy," asked the father, laying his hand on the golden curls in which he took a fond pride, "will you wade into the water from the shore like the shrimpers, or from yon little rock take a header into the sea?" "I'll take a header, father," said the child, looking fearlessly into his face. "You'll be by, so I can't be drowned, and I'll learn to swim all the quicker." "That's right, my boy," cried the father. "And mind, if ever you have anything in life which conscience bids you do, but which tries your courage, like learning to swim, don't go wading on timidly, step by step. You'll maybe turn back like a coward, but take a header at once. Know the worst, and you'll swim like a duck through it all." The boy neither forgot the counsel, nor failed to act upon it. Ned was always taking headers when difficulties were before him. In every ship in which the young sailor served, he at once let his principles be known, at once faced the jeers and ill will which his religion might bring upon him, and by his resolute bearing soon silenced these jeers, and in some cases even changed that ill will into admiration. "Better keep your strict notions to yourself, and serve God without offending your messmates," said once to him an old seaman, who had himself always, as he owned, trimmed his sails according to the wind. "Can't you pray when lying in your hammock, when no one will guess what you're after? If you don't do things all of a sudden, you'll get your own way by degrees." "My father always told me," answered Ned, "that they who serve God must look for some persecution, and I'd rather have my share out at once. To go half yielding this matter, half fighting out that, muffling up one's religion as if it were a thing to be ashamed of, and yet trying all the time to steer rightly and not be driven from one's course, gives one 10 times the trouble and pain that straightforward conduct would do. If I had to lose my hand," continued the young sailor gaily, "I think it no saving of pain to have it taken off finger by finger, I'd rather hold it out to the hatchet at once, and have the work done at a blow." Though natural courage had something to do with Ned's resolution, it was yet, above all, his faith that bore him bravely through the manifold temptations that beset his path. This is the victory that overcometh the world, even our faith. The belief that Christ had indeed died to save him, and yet lived to bless, was a strong shield to dash aside or blunt the enemy's shafts. Fearing God, Ned Franks had no other fear, and the opposition which the lad had at first to encounter gradually died away. He was so frank, cheerful, and obliging, that no one could long harbour feelings of ill will towards him. Even those who disliked Ned's piety liked him notwithstanding that piety. It was soon understood that it was his way to "go in the teeth of the wind," and those who would not follow his course gave up all attempt to turn him from it. When Ned was about 20 years of age, he was serving on board a merchant vessel, employed in trading with the Mauritius and other islands in the eastern seas. The captain regarded young Franks as one of his best hands, a man cheerful in work and fearless in danger, always active on the sea, and always sober on shore. Franks possessed another qualification which further raised him in the good opinion of Captain Cole. The young seaman had great ease in picking up foreign languages, a facility so great that the sailors used to say that if Ned was sent to live amongst monkeys, he would soon make out their jabber and teach them to understand his. On board the Sylph was a native of the island of Madagascar, a land at the time almost closed against Europeans. About a year had passed since the missionaries who had laboured there in faith had been forced to fly from Madagascar, and dark and gloomy were the accounts now and then received of the state of that country from fugitives escaping from the tyranny of its queen. One of these fugitives was Hale, who was employed by Captain Cole to perform various menial offices on board the Sylph. The "nigger," as he was called by the crew, though little resembling any of the negro race, soon attached himself to Ned Franks, who, naturally disposed to protect the weak, shielded the poor savage from many an insult and wrong. It was a great amusement to Franks in his leisure hours to pick up from Hale scraps of the Malagasy language, and he did so with the nobler motive of teaching the poor heathen the truths of the Christian religion. Captain Cole encouraged his young sailor in these efforts to learn the Malagasy tongue. "Cruising about Madagascar," said he, "we may have some day to put into port for water, and 'tis well to have an interpreter who can hold parley with the natives." Ned Franks little guessed, however, how glad he would be, ere long, of the knowledge which he was gaining. The years spent by Ned Franks on board the Sylph were amongst the pleasantest of his sea life. He was in the flower of his youth and strength, full of buoyant spirits, and he had become a favourite both with captain and crew. Opposition on account of his religious views was over. Like the knight St. George, Ned had conquered his foes, and perhaps so weak is human nature, so mixed is evil with good. Ned Franks felt a little proud of his own resolution and courage. He had become something like a leader amongst those who had been encouraged by his example to show more decision in faith than they otherwise might have dared to do. And yet at this very period clouds were rising over the young Christian's sky. Ned Franks was living less closely to his God than he had done in times of greater trial and temptation. His outward conduct was unchanged. He read his Bible and prayed, and the rich manly voice of psalm-singing Ned was often heard by his messmates. Yet the heart of Franks was growing colder in religion. His thoughts wandered much in prayer. He rested more in his strength and sought less for strength from above. There are few, even of devout Christians, who have not known such seasons of decline. The hour of comparative rest is often more full of peril than that of struggle and strife. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hour of Temptation. It happened one day that the Sylph Having been becalmed for some time off the western coast of Madagascar, her supply of water began to run short, and Captain Cole ordered a boat's crew to land near the mouth of a river and fill some casks. A few of the sailors were allowed the enjoyment of a ramble on shore after their long confinement on board, and Ned Franks, whom the captain especially trusted, was one of these chosen few. They were to return to the boat in an hour, and to take especial care that they should never be beyond sound of the boatswain's whistle. Ned gladly availed himself of the leave, with full intention to obey the command. He had longed to tread on the wooded shore, on which he had often gazed from the glowing deck of the Sylph, and he sprang from the boat to land with an exulting sense of freedom and enjoyment. After helping to fill the cask with water, Ned strolled off alone into the deep woods, which, to one who so keenly admired the fair scenes of nature, appeared like a paradise of beauty. After the glare of the ocean, it was so refreshing to feed the eyes upon the luxuriant green of the forest. There grew the acacia, the citron, and the palm. Splendid creepers, laden with many-coloured blossoms, hung like garlands from the trees. A rich undergrowth of grass and fern formed a thick carpet below, on which perhaps no human foot had ever trodden before. The trees were alive with green parrots, and Ned, as he wandered on, slowly making his way through the tangled brushwood, caught glimpses of monkeys in the branches above him, chattering as they leapt lightly from bough to bough. But what delighted the young sailor above all was a plant which he found in a clear flowing stream which wound its way through a part of the forest. Spread out, just below the surface of the water, grew a number of beautiful branching plume-like leaves from one stem, each leaf from 9 to 10 inches long, and formed as it were of open work, like exquisite bright green lace. Under the limpid water, as if in a crystal shrine, every leaf in its delicate beauty was seen, the larger ones olive green, the smaller ones tinted pale yellow, each looking as if the touch of a child would tear the light fabric to pieces. Air bubbles, like tiny globes of silver, were seen through the open network under the beautiful plant. The Overandra has since been brought to England, but, at the time of which I write, was as new to British botanists as it was to Ned Franks. "Green lace growing wild for the fairies," cried Ned, bending in admiring wonder over the stream. "I must gather and preserve some of those leaves for my father. They'll be a rare curiosity in dear old England, where one never sees anything like them." Ned knelt down on the bank, grasped the stem of the Overandra under its crown of leaves, and drew up the whole plant with the root at the end, the long fleshy white root covered with thick light brown skin. Ned knew not that the root was as valuable for food as the lace leaves were remarkable for beauty. A little further up the stream Ned descried other plants of the Overandra in blossom, the stalk with its branching forked flowers rising from the centre of the leaves. The sailor was so deeply interested in collecting this and other curious plants that it is scarcely matter of surprise that he forgot that time was flowing on, silent and swift as the stream. "I wonder that I've not heard the whistle," said Ned Franks at last, raising himself from the ground with both hands filled with his gathered treasures. "I am sure that at least an hour must have passed." The sailor would have been nearer the truth had he said more than 2 hours. Ned paused and bent his ear to listen. There was no sound to be heard but the screams of the parrots, the chatter of the apes, and the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I'm out of my reckonings," said the sailor to himself. "I can't guess which way to steer. I'll shout and my mates will answer." Long and loud rang the clear "Hullo!" through the deep echoing woods, but no human reply came back on the breeze. Ned began to feel somewhat uneasy. He shouted again and again, but still received no answer. The utter solitude of these wild, untrodden forests now oppressed the spirit of the young sailor with a sense of desolation. Ned was not one, however, lightly to give way to either anxiety or fear. He struggled manfully on through the brushwood, pushing aside the luxuriant creepers that barricaded his path, ever and anon stopping to shout, and listening, but listening in vain. "If I could but tell in which quarter lies the blue sea, I'd soon join my mates," said Ned Franks, wiping his heated brow. He had already been obliged to drop the greater part of the plants he had gathered. "The wood here is so thick that I can't see 5 yards before me. I'll mount the tallest palm tree I can find. There's one overtopping the rest of the wood, high and straight as a mainmast. I'll go aloft and look out." Ned quickly made his way to the tree, dropped his remaining plants at its foot, and with great agility and lightness began climbing the lofty stem. Even for him, the most active of the crew of the Sylph, it was no easy task to gain the leafy crest. Ned did not, however, so much as pause to take breath till he had reached a height which commanded a somewhat extensive view over the wood and the beach beyond. He saw distinctly to the west the horizon of blue sea rounding the prospect, with but a single object breaking its clear, soft line. Upon that object the eyes of the sailor were fixed, as he clung to his leafy perch, with a gaze almost wild in its eager intensity. Ned could scarcely believe what he saw, and it was several minutes before he could give utterance to his feelings in words. It is the Sylph, all sails set, bearing away to the west. My faithless messmates have weighed anchor, and left me here to perish." The vessel had already sailed much too far from the island for it to be possible for any cry from the shore to reach the ears of those on board. Franks remained gloomily gazing at the white sails gradually lessening in the distance, bearing away, as it seemed, all his earthly hope. Then, with his heart glowing with indignation at the base desertion, the sailor descended the tree, and, exhausted in spirit as well as in strength, flung himself down on the ground at its foot. It was then that temptation, in a new form, assailed the heart of the brave young seaman. Left alone in the wild forests of an unknown and savage land, a deep sense of cruel wrong from man mingled with a dark distrust of the love of him who seemed to have deserted his faithful servant in his need. Night was soon coming on, but deeper gloom than night could bring was brooding over a tempted soul. Weary, hungry, and faint, Ned Franks was less able to struggle against the evil thoughts that crowded now on his spirit. "I would not have deserted a dog so," the seaman muttered between his clenched teeth. "They did not think it worth an hour's search to save a messmate from starving on roots and berries, dying inch by inch in these woods, or becoming a prey to the wild beasts, or maybe the cannibals of this island." And was this the reward of faithful, fearless obedience to his heavenly King? Ned had not been ashamed of his religion. He had dared to confess his God before men, and had lived a life more consistent with his faith than any other man in his vessel. How readily now rose the thought, "I have cleansed my heart in vain, and washed my hands in innocency." Then was the time when, as an old half-forgotten song will sometimes come to memory, drawn back by some links of ideas which we are hardly able to trace, Ned thought of the story of the night which had taken his fancy in childhood. He remembered St. George, alone and weary, tempted to drop his good shield as he toiled on in the burning heat. Then Ned thought of St. George, stretched like himself under a palm tree, when the glowing, fiery sun was sinking over the desert. "And I have my serpent too," thought the seaman, as he traced out the allegory in his mind. "Rebellion against God, anger against men. It is faith that shows me the enemy, and it is by faith that I must crush it." Ned Franks sprang to his feet, and raised his eyes towards the sky above him. "Oh, God, help me! Oh, my God, forgive me. Let me put away all hard thoughts of others, all mistrustful thoughts of thee. Whatever I may have to suffer in this wild and desolate land, let my faith be firm and unshaken. Let me be able to say of him who died to save, and lives to bless me, I know whom I have believed. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. End of chapter 28. of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Narrow Escape. Ned Franks slept that night on the ground. Hard was his couch, dreary his lot. Unknown dangers might surround him, yet sound and sweet was his sleep. His first thought when he unclosed his eyes in the morning, and the sight of waving boughs and thick, dank fern recalled his desolate state to his mind, was, in the words of David, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." In that thought was hope, and peace, and joy. It was the sweet, refreshing draught which the soul, when earthly comforts fail, can yet find, like the rain from above, gathered and retained in the shield of faith. Ned tried to appease the cravings of hunger by eating such berries as he could gather, thankful for even the wild provision which the woods afforded. Then, to slake his thirst, he made his way in the direction where he saw the silvery gleam of water through the thick screen of copse. The sailor soon found himself on the bank of a river of considerable size, doubtless the same as that at the mouth of which the boat had put into water. This might both supply him with fish and guide his course to the beach. Ned made his way down a somewhat steep bank, and was about to stoop to drink when he observed, stretched on the muddy margin, at about the distance of 30 yards, what at the first careless glance he thought was a log of dry wood, but which at the second he recognized to be a large crocodile, apparently quite stiff and dead. Ned was too prudent to trust himself near those huge jaws till he had made sure whether the motionless creature were really lifeless. He flung a large stone which rebounded from the scaly back of the monster, and the crocodile, roused perhaps out of sleep, instantly turned and plunged heavily into the river. Ned heard the loud splash, and saw the big rising bubbles where the reptile had disappeared, and watched the widening circles on the disturbed surface of the water. "I shall be careful how I take to swimming that river," thought Ned, "if it's the home of gentry such as that. The crocodile is a dangerous foe in the water, however awkward and timid on land. One snap of these mighty jaws would crunch one's bones like a nutshell." Ned now resolved to track the river to the sea, from whose shore it was just possible that he might catch sight of some passing vessel. He would fasten up a bamboo as a flagstaff, with his blue neckerchief tied to the top, to wave in the wind as a signal, with the hope, faint and feeble indeed, that it might, even on that desolate beach, be seen by some human eye. "Perhaps, however," reflected Ned, "I may here be in more danger from men than from reptiles or prowling beasts. Better be the crocodile's prey than the slave of some heathen savage. Ha! What was that?" he exclaimed aloud, as a wild, terrific cry rose from the water, like that of some human being in mortal fear or pain. A bend of the river hid the spot from the view of Ned Franks, but in a moment he bounded over the brushwood, and came in sight of what sent a wild thrill through his soul. Struggling and splashing amongst the rank reeds which overgrew the shallower parts of the river, Ned saw the form of a native, whose face wore an expression of horror, such as would have told its dreadful tale, had the sailor not beheld at the same time the scaly head of one of the river monsters that seemed to be dragging down its victim. Ned did not stop an instant to think of danger to himself, or to ask whether the wretched native might prove a friend or a foe. It was enough that he was a man, and in most horrible peril. The English sailor wrenched up a young cane that was growing close beside him, and, armed with no better weapon, rushed into the water to the rescue, with a loud ringing "Hallo!" and struck the monster on the eye with all the force of a strong right arm. Startled and alarmed by the shout and the splashing, as much perhaps as hurt by the blow, the crocodile seemed to forego its prey, but the native was too much paralyzed by terror to avail himself of the momentary pause. Franks, with his left hand, seized hold of the man, and by a violent effort of strength which made every muscle quiver, struggled back to the bank, and up it, dragging with him the native whom he had snatched from death, before the crocodile had time to renew his attack in the water. "Thank God he's safe, but 'twas a close run for life," exclaimed Franks, as, gasping and panting, he stood on the bank watching the bulked and furious monster below, lashing the water to foam. The sailor then turned with kindly anxiety to see what injuries the native had sustained in his late desperate encounter. Great was Ned's surprise to find that, though but lightly clad in a garment of woven fibre, with no protection whatever from the crocodile's ravening teeth, the man was evidently unwounded. There was no stain of blood on the dress, not only life but limb was preserved. Franks could not account for what appeared like a miracle, till, as the native, sinking on his knees, stretched out his clasped hands towards his preserver, he noticed iron bands on the poor creature's wrists, from each of which hung loosely a few links of a broken chain. The monster must have seized him by his fetters and snapped them in the struggle in the water, but how could a wretch in chains attempt to cross that river? He must be some prisoner trying to escape. Franks looked with compassionate interest on the form kneeling at his feet, thin and wasted, as if by famine, the wrists bruised and chafed by the irons which still they wore. But with what a thrill did he hear the first words, spoken in the Malagasy language, which burst from the poor creature's lips, as he raised his clasped hands and eyes towards heaven. "Lord Jesus, I thank thee!" Ned Franks could hardly believe his own ears. Had he indeed found a Christian in that wild and dreary land? Under that olive-tinged skin did a heart beat with grateful love to the Saviour? Such a hope had never before entered the sailor's mind. "Do you know the Lord Jesus?" exclaimed Ned Franks in the Malagasy language. The countenance of the native beamed with a sudden delight at the question, asked in his own mother tongue. Pressing his hand to his heart, he replied, "He is my only Saviour. I have left all for him." "Then we are friends, brothers," cried Ned, with heartfelt joy at having been made the means of saving the life of a persecuted believer. "I thank God from the bottom of my soul for what I thought the greatest of misfortunes. Had I not been deserted by my messmates yesterday, this poor Christian would have perished today." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Martyrs. Ned Franks soon found that Romunga, such was the name of the native, might prove a blessing to his preserver in various ways. Accustomed to a wild life in the woods, Romunga knew far better than the Englishman could do how to find sustenance in them. He pointed out to Ned the pandanus tree, with its immensely long drooping leaves, and told him of nuts growing amongst them. From Romunga the sailor learned that the root of the beautiful lace plant, when cooked, resembles a yam. The native of Madagascar led his new friend to the foot of the traveller's tree, whose bark, when wounded, yields a draught of refreshing water. Such knowledge was to the sailor far more precious than gold. But when Franks expressed to Romunga his hopes that some ship might pass, and his signals be seen from its deck, the native shook his head and sighed, as if such hopes must prove utterly vain. "The moon has 9 times filled up her crescent since I have wandered on that shore," said Romunga, "with weary heart and bleeding feet, and at morn and eve I've looked over the blue waters and prayed that a sail might appear. But what white man would now care to tread on our land of tears and blood? Many times have the trees shed their leaves since the missionaries, the men of the book, who carried here the seed of truth, were forced to flee from our island. The winds and the waves bring no longer to Madagascar messengers of peace. It is a great prison, and its wall is the sea. Oh, stranger, those who come hither can hope no more to depart." "While there's life, there's hope," said the sailor. "But tell me," he continued, speaking with difficulty in Malagasy, and helping out his sentence with many an English word, while Romunga gathered in the meaning as much with his eyes as his ears, "tell me how you come to be here, the only Christian in a nation of heathen." "The only Christian," repeated Romunga, with a wondering, questioning look, as if he thought he must have misunderstood what the white man had said. "Oh, we are here a large family of the followers of the Lord, some in the palace, some in the prison, some wandering in the forest." He waved his hand round with an expressive gesture. "Some hiding in pits," he pointed downwards, "and some," he raised his hands towards heaven, "some at home with the Lord." "Has Madagascar, then, its martyrs?" cried Franks. An expression of solemn sweetness gave a strange beauty to Romunga's dark countenance as he replied, "Ask the earth, red with the blood that flowed from the spear wounds. Ask the steep rock of Antananarivo, down which the quivering forms were hurled. Ask the breezes of heaven, laden with the smoke of the burning, whether the land of the Hovas has not had its martyrs for the faith of Christ Jesus, our Lord." The words had tenfold effect on the heart of the young English sailor from the lips that spoke them. Franks looked on the native, who was scarcely older than himself, but who was wasted and bowed by suffering, with deep lines of care on his brow. Franks looked on those wrists from which still hung the remains of the chain that had galled for months, cruelly lessening the power of the sufferer to procure even such berries and roots as might keep soul and body together. There was nothing of the savage in Romunga. As with many of the Hova race, his brow was high, his eye clear and bright, though softened into an expression that spoke much of sorrow, and more of submission. Here was one who had indeed fought the good fight of faith, suffering, bleeding, but yet unsubdued, one who had endured the loss of all things rather than deny the Lord whom he loved. "Did you make your escape from prison?" asked Franks. Romunga shook his head, and glanced at the irons on his arms. "Some of us were thrust forth into the woods," he replied, "bearing with us such tokens as these of the wrath of the priests. One carried the heavy wooden collar, which allowed no rest, day or night, to him who wore it. Another had fetters on his feet. Others, and I was one of them, had chains fastened to their wrists. We dared not enter the villages. We dared not ask even for a handful of rice if a traveller chanced to pass. And so my companions, one by one, were called home by their master to the land where chains can bind no more, where there is no more sound of weeping." "And God give you strength to endure all this," exclaimed Franks. "The sorest pang was when I beheld them scourge my dear old father," said Romunga, heaving a deep-drawn sigh. "He was full of years, and weak, and the blows were heavy on him. They sent his soul to God. He died with the word on his lips, 'Sarah, it is well.'" "Oh!" exclaimed the young sailor, involuntarily clenching his fist and setting his teeth at the thought of what his own feelings would be, were any one in his presence so much as to hurt a hair of his grey-headed parent. "Did not your blood boil with rage? Did you not long to trample these wretches into dust?" Again Romunga's dark eyes were fixed with a wondering look on the stranger. "Are we not followers," said the Hova, "of him who bade us love our enemies, and dying, prayed for his own?" Ned Franks was silent under the rebuke. He was learning a lesson of humility that day. He was being taught the power of Christian faith and love from a man whom he, at first sight, had deemed to be a poor ignorant savage. Romunga, who for months had wandered alone, without being able to utter his feelings to any human ear, felt great relief and comfort in pouring out his tale of suffering to the sailor, who showed such keen sympathy with his woes. He told of Rasalama, his mother's friend, the first Christian martyr in Madagascar. Ramanga, as a child, had known her well, had played in her house, and received from her pineapples and pieces of the sweet sugar-cane. She, the gentle, tender-hearted woman, had drawn on herself the vengeance of the terrible queen, by the kindness which she showed to her poorer brethren in the faith. Rasalama was seized, questioned, tormented, but the grace of God kept her woman's heart firm through all the terrible trial. Ramanga, with emotion, related his own recollections of that fearful time. I heard my mother say, wringing her hands as she spoke, that Rasalama, who was dear to her as a sister, was to be speared to death in the morning, because she would not deny the Lord. I thought then, child as I was, that God would send his angel in the night, as he sent to Peter, and bring her out, and set her free, for she was too good to die. I comforted my heart with this thought all through the dark hours of night, while I was kept awake on my mat by the sound of my mother's sobbing. Weary, I dropped asleep, just as the dawn was breaking. When I awoke, our hut was empty, and the full light shone upon earth. It was to me like the glance of God, and I did not think that he could look on and let Rasalama be slain. I forgot that her feet were but treading the way that her Saviour had taken before her, and that she was going to him. I heard a great noise of drums and yelling, and then I shuddered and trembled, for I knew the cruel ones must be taking dear Rasalama to her death. I ran and hid myself in the hut, in which the white missionaries from beyond the seas had been wont to preach the word. It was silent then and deserted, but I knew from the distant drums that the crowd were coming that way. And I saw Rasalama, continued Ramanga, with glistening eye and quivering lip. I saw her in the midst of the throng that were taking her to die, and her face seemed to me as the face of an angel. She turned to take a last wistful look of the chapel, and I caught the sound of her voice as she said, "There I heard the words of my Saviour." She was faithful unto death, and the Lord has given her a crown of life. Thus Ramanga beguiled the weary hours by recounting the sufferings of the martyrs of Madagascar, worthy followers of those of whom we read in the 11th chapter of Hebrews, who, through faith, endured to the end. End of chapter 30. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Release. "I could not but feel shame, boys," was Ned Franks' remark as he ended his account of the martyrs. "I could not but feel shame," he repeated, "to think how strong their faith was, and how wretchedly weak had been mine. I had thought it something to bear a few scoffs and jeers, I who had been taught religion from my cradle by my good parents, and these poor helpless creatures, just called from heathen darkness, were ready cheerfully to meet death in its most terrible forms. My faith quailed when I thought myself deserted by my messmates. Their faith in the wisdom and goodness of God remained unshaken by all the torments men could inflict." "Is Ramanga alive now?" asked Stephen. "Alive, aye, and doing God's work, preaching to his own people," answered Ned. "The weather's clearing up in Madagascar. That thunder cloud passed away. 'Tis said that the blood of martyrs is the seed of the church. I look for a goodly harvest in that far-away isle of the sea." "But how did you leave it?" inquired Tom Mullins, who cared little for the spread of the gospel, and only wanted the end of the adventure. "Aye, you must have the end of the yarn. It was only the third day after I had seen the hull of the Sylph disappearing under the blue waves, when, as Ramanga and I were trying to light a fire of dry brushwood to cook some roots, we heard a sound that made us both start suddenly to our feet. Ramanga was alarmed. I believe he took the noise for some savage yell, and looked to see the enemy bearing down on us through the forest. But I knew better," exclaimed Ned Franks, his blue eye kindling at the recollection of the thrill of rapture which that sound had sent through his frame. "I knew the cheer of a British tar, and I answered it with another so loud that I startled the native at my side." "Ha, ha!" laughed the sailor at the remembrance. "Romunga must have thought I had lost my wits when I caught sight of the bluejackets through the trees, and the next minute was shaking hands all round with a party of our own jolly crew. They seemed as heartily glad to see me as I was to see them again, though they scarcely knew at first what to make of my Hova companion." "But what had made them desert you before?" asked one of the boys. "Don't call it desertion," cried Ned. "I should have had faith in my own good captain, and never have suspected for a moment that he could ever forsake the meanest of his crew. But you see, boys," continued Ned Franks, with his peculiar earnestness of manner, "when I began to doubt even the loving kindness of my God, of Him who had not spared his own blessed Son for my sake, no wonder if I lost faith in the honour and truth of men." "But had you not seen the Sylph sail right away?" asked Tom Mullins. "I'll tell you how it all came about," said Ned Franks. "While the vessel was lying off shore waiting for the return of her boat, the man on the lookout reported a vessel in sight. Now this vessel was a suspicious-looking craft, from her build and her kind of rigging. As well as the captain could make them out through his glass, he set her down for a pirate, cruising about in search of prizes. Now, you see, the Sylph carried no guns, so she could not, of course, show fight. Her only chance was to make a run for it, and being a first-rate sailor, she was not likely to be overtaken by any vessel that might give her chase. But there was no time to be lost. Captain Cole signalled for the instant return of the boat. All but myself saw the signal, and I had cruised so far into the woods that I could not so much as hear the boatswain's whistle. The safety of the whole ship could not be sacrificed because one of the hands was missing. The boat made for the vessel. The Sylph weighed anchor, and soon left the shore and the enemy far behind. I did not see the pirate when I looked from my perch aloft over the water. A turn of the shore must have hidden her from view, or I'd have understood the state of the case at once. Ned, though left for a while, was neither forsaken nor forgotten. Though so much time had already been lost in the calms, and though the captain was impatient to get to the end of his voyage, no sooner had he reason to think that the coast was clear of the pirate, than he put the ship about and returned to the place where the boat had watered, and sent some of the crew ashore to look out for the missing hand. God bless him for it," added the sailor. "It was a kindness which I shall never forget to my dying day." "And was poor Romunga taken on board the Sylph?" asked Stephen White. "You may be sure that we would not put off without him," replied Ned Franks, with a smile. "Not a jolly tar who heard the tale of his sufferings, but treated him as a brother. Hio, above all, welcomed his fellow countrymen with a joy that it did one good to behold, and learned Christianity much faster from him than he would ever have done from me. Romunga's very scars and irons preached a sermon to those who saw them more stirring than could be put into words. For, my boys, though we may think and talk over what faith can do, to see what faith has done is, after all, the lesson that goes straight to the heart. Romunga would have his irons knocked off as soon as he got on board an English ship," observed Tom. "We made short work of that," said Ned Franks. "But the marks which they left behind them were not so soon got rid of." "He would scarcely wish to lose them," cried Stephen. "They were such honourable scars." "It was odd enough," laughed Tom Mullins, "that the first thing to snap the iron chain was the gnash of the crocodile's teeth." "I've often thought of that," said the sailor. "It seemed to me a kind of emblem of the way in which God brings good out of evil, turns his people's misfortunes to blessings, and makes seeming enemies real friends. I never felt so lonely, so deserted, so wretched in all my life, as I did when I found myself left on that island, and it would scarcely have raised my spirits to have known that I should, the next day, have an encounter with a crocodile in the water. Yet continued the maimed sailor, glancing down at his left sleeve, "I would not forego now the good that came out of that trial, to have again my lost hand, and more treasure than it or 1,000 hands could grasp. And so, in a better world, we shall look back upon what most perplexes us here, and know that God made all things to work for good to them that loved him. Then, the fight fought, and the victory won, we may, like the knight returning from the wars, hang up our Red Cross buckler. For then there will no longer be enemies to meet in the strength of the Lord, nor heavy strokes of misfortunes to try the strength of the shield of faith." End of chapter 31. (32) Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nora's Difficulty. "Anyone of this name live here?" asked the postman, as he held out a letter to Nora, the little maid of all work, who was on her knees cleaning the doorstep on a wintry morning at the close of the year. "Miss Pill! Why, that must mean me!" cried the young girl with naive surprise. It was the first time in her life that Nora had ever received a letter, and it was with feeling of wonder and curiosity that she took from the postman the note so strangely addressed to herself. She looked at every part of the envelope, postmark, address, fancy wafer, and all, to prolong the novel pleasure by guessing who could have sent it, and what the contents could be. "It can't be from Mother. She never writes but her name at the bottom of the washing bills. And as for Dan, he's not out of round text. Could it be from Uncle Ned? It is not like a man's handwriting, and I'm sure he would never put Miss for a little servant like me. I must just peep and see. I was never so curious in all my life." Nora wiped her wet cold hands on her apron, and then, taking care to save the pretty wafer, opened the envelope and took out the note. She raised her eyebrows with surprise at the first word, "Madame," and almost burst out laughing at the notion of being thus addressed. But Nora's mirth changed to grave perplexity as she turned hastily over to the signature at the end, "E. Cupper, matron of the B. workhouse." "It must be some mistake. I am sure there is some mistake. This letter can never be meant for me." Nora examined the envelope again, but the address was perfectly clear. Rather awed by receiving a letter from that great prison-like building which she had passed when on a little journey with her mistress, a letter that looked so formal and neat, and actually began with "Madame," Nora set herself to read from beginning to end the contents, which were as follows: "Madame, I have been requested by an inmate of this house of the name of Sophie Puller to inform you of her being here, and to beg that you will come as soon as possible to see her. Visitors are admitted on Fridays from 2 till 4. The girl is almost blind from the effects of rheumatic fever, and is in great distress of mind." Here followed name and date. The letter dropped from the little maid's hand. It might have been a study to have watched the changes in her soft, round face as she read it slowly, tracing each line with her finger. At the name Sophie Puller, an expression of interest, first mixed with pleasure, then with pain, flitted over her features, succeeded by one of shocked surprise at the terrible words, "almost blind." This was the first time for almost 4 months that Nora had heard of one who had once been her favourite companion and friend. Nora knew that Sophie's father had been taken up for uttering false money, that he had been tried, condemned, and transported. Nora knew that on the day of his arrest Sophie had disappeared from the country town in which she had been working as a milliner's girl, but here her information ended. Often had Nora longed and prayed to find out what had become of her hapless companion, bereft of an only parent by what was far worse than death. The name of Sophie had never been forgotten in the prayers of the little maid, but to hear of her thus sick, blind, and unhappy, In a parish union such news were more sad than ignorance, and as Nora read the note once again, the tears gushed fast from her eyes. "Oh, Sophie, my poor, poor Sophie, you who were so lightsome and gay, so full of frolic and fun, to think of your coming to this." And as Nora's tears dropped on the note, whose contents she could hardly believe, her mind recurred to the first day of her meeting with the milliner's girl, and 100 little circumstances connected with their acquaintance. Nora could not help remembering how the society of Sophie Puller had been her own greatest temptation, how her companion had tried to make her think lightly of sin, had fostered the love of fine dress, had laughed at her scruples, had lent her bad books, had almost persuaded her to go out at night without the knowledge of her mistress. Nora tried to forget all this. She would gladly have felt nothing but pity and love for the afflicted Sophie, but such painful recollections would force themselves on her mind. Nora could not help thinking, "Oh, how doubly dreadful sickness and blindness must be to one who has such things to look back on. When all that Sophie once delighted in is shut out from her thus, what can she have to comfort her, and keep her poor heart from breaking?" But young general servants have little time to give to reading letters or crying over them. The step must be cleaned, the breakfast prepared, before the clock should strike 9. Nora thrust her letter into her pocket, dried her eyes, and went on with her work. But while she was scrubbing the stone with her red little hands, she was painfully turning over in her mind the contents of the note. "I must go and see my poor Sophie. But oh, how shall I ever manage to get to the workhouse? Mistress is so much put about to let me pay my visits to my mother, who lives only 3 miles off, while the workhouse must be full 10, and even if I get leave, how could I ever dare to go alone to the great gloomy place?" Nora had led a very quiet life. She had never ventured by herself further than Colm, her native village, and her longest journey had been a 20 miles drive in a stage-coach with her mistress. Besides the difficulty of travelling so far, Nora Peel had formed a terrible idea of a workhouse. Instead of looking on it as a refuge mercifully provided for the homeless and helpless, she fancied it to be a huge prison, where miserable creatures were shut up, the doors guarded by terrible porters, whom the timid young girl felt that she would never have courage to face by herself. Nora scrubbed her step very hard indeed, clenching her teeth as she did so, as if she were trying to rub down the many difficulties which had suddenly risen in her path. The reader may smile at the fears and perplexities of the poor little maid, but let it be remembered that Nora was still little more than a child, was of a tender, timid nature, and utterly ignorant of the world. To go 10 miles to visit an inmate of a workhouse seemed to her as formidable a task as it would appear to some to push their way into the Queen's own presence through her surrounding guards. "Sophie can never have told the matron that I am nothing but a poor little servant. Mrs. Cupper takes me for some grand lady who will drive to the door in her carriage, or else she would never have called me Madame." So said Nora to herself as she rose from her knees and went into the house, more chilled by her fears than by the weather. "And yet I must go, oh, I will go, if I have to walk the whole way there and back. I cannot desert poor Sophie now that she is in such terrible trouble. It is a dreadful difficulty to me, but God will help me through it. I will tell all to my dear kind mistress, who is always ready to give me advice and help." End of chapter 32. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Consultation. On the evening of that day, Ned Franks, the one-armed sailor, came, as he often did after his work of teaching was over at the school, to take tea with his sister, Bessie Peel, and her son. A blazing fire threw its red glow round the cottage kitchen, and the kettle sang merrily on the hob. "Any news, Bessie?" asked the sailor in a cheerful tone, as he hung up his straw hat on a peg on the wall. "News? Why, yes," answered Bessie, tossing a note to her brother across the deal table at which she was cutting the loaf. "The carrier brought this to-day from the town. There's Nora all agog to go to the workhouse." "To the workhouse?" repeated Ned, with a merry laugh. "She's not likely to go there, I hope, while she has two hands, and I have one that can work to keep her out of it. Just read her note. Oh, that's not the one. But you'd better read both. The matrons will show you the whole matter. It is the most ridiculous notion as ever I heard of in all my born days." And with an angry toss of the head, Bessie went off to the kettle to fill her black teapot, while Ned read to himself Nora's note. "Dear Mother, Mistress says I may have the time, and she will pay herself for my coach, if you or some other respectable woman will go to the workhouse with me on Friday, but I must not go by myself. Do agree, dear Mother. I cannot be happy till I have seen poor Sophie. Your dutiful child, Nora." And there was added, on a blotted line below, "If you can't go with me, perhaps my dear teacher would." "Well, Bessie, are you going?" quietly asked Ned Franks as he laid down the note. "Going?" repeated Bessie in her shrillest tone. "I must come to a pretty pass indeed afore I darken the door of a workhouse. I think the girl's gone crazed. As if I could give up a half day to go dancing over the country, and in the middle of winter, too. If it had been for the summer treat, a picnic or fair or something like that, 'twould have been a different matter. But to visit a pauper in a workhouse!" Bessie banged down the kettle on the hob, and carried the steaming teapot to the table. "Now, to my mind," said Ned, "'tis better to visit a messmate in trouble, whether in palace or poorhouse, whether weather be fair or foul, than to go on any mere pleasure cruise. She's a true-hearted lass, little Nora, not to turn her back on a friend." "Why, uncle," exclaimed Dan, speaking with his mouth full, and that twinkle in his small black eyes which gave a weasel-like slyness to his face, "to think of you, of all men living, standing up for Sophie Polar. Why, the very first thing that you said when you heard of her doings was that she was no true friend of our Nora." "A sly, deceitful, dishonest, good-for-nothing minx," exclaimed Bessie, "who would have got my girl into all sorts of mischief. The workhouse is too good for the like of her, a great deal too good, say I." And Mrs. Peel poured out the tea with an air of virtuous indignation. Ned Franks could not help thinking of the proverb, "They who live in glass houses should not throw stones." His half-sister's own notions of truth and honesty were little more strict than those of poor Sophie, while she had not had the excuse of having been brought up by a worthless parent. How far more easy it is to condemn sin in others than to subdue it in ourselves. Ned Franks was very silent during the meal. The idea of a young misguided creature suffering and blind in a workhouse filled his kindly heart with such compassion as the Good Samaritan felt for the wounded man by the wayside. Franks wished with all his soul that he could carry comfort to the poor girl, but felt that the task was not a suitable one for a young man like himself. "Uncle Ned, what are you thinking of? You're as dumb as a fish," cried Dan, at last missing the usual lively flow of the sailor's conversation. Ned took no notice of the remark, but said, turning towards Bessie Peel, "Who is the teacher whom Nora mentions in her note?" "Oh, don't you know?" cried Dan. "'Tis Persis Mead, who goes every Sunday to teach the Bible class of girls." "I know her by name and sight," said the sailor, "but I do not know where she lives." "In the little dell near the mill stream," cried Dan, "taking care of her silly old granddad, the old man who goes tottering to church with a crutch, and who has lived so long that he's lost all his hair, his teeth, and his wits." Dan laughed as if the infirmities of age were any subject for laughter, till silenced by the stern glance of his uncle's reproving eye. "Persis Mead was nursery governess at Mrs. Lane's," said Bessie, And a deal they thought of her there. I wonder she ever left them to slave away as sick nurse to a doited old man as had never been particular kind to her. But when her Aunt Lizzie married, and old Mead was left all alone, Persis came to his cottage and set up as needlewoman, though I don't know as how she had any special turn that way. The gentry about here employ her. She makes all the dresses for the Lanes, but if I'd been she, I'd have stayed where I was, and let the silly old man go to the workhouse. He needs as much looking after as a baby, and his childish babble is worse than the clack of a mill. Persis Mead was a deal better off at the Lanes. I say 'twas folly to leave them." "Maybe 'twill not prove so in the end," observed Franks. "There's a blessing in the wake of the command, 'Honour thy father and mother.' Do you think," he added, "that Miss Mead would take care of our Nora on Friday?" "I'll not ask her," cried Bessie, with something like a snort. "If you don't mind it, I will," said the sailor. "I'll walk over early before school opens, and send Nora a line by post. She'll get it on Friday morning, in time to walk over and join Miss Mead at the end of the lane, where the coach would pick them both up. 'Tis not very likely that a woman as has 2 mouths to feed with her needle will give up half a day, and take a coach to B, to go hunting out a blind pauper." "I'll make the coach easy for the matter of that," observed Franks, with a smile. "Nora shall have enough of ready rhino to pay for both." "I'm sure that you might do something better with your money," exclaimed Bessie, who always thought that she had first claim to whatever her brother could spare. "I hope you remember, uncle, that tomorrow is New Year's Day," cried Dan, with a knowing wink of the eye. "That there awkward boy broke my clothes horse yesterday," sighed Bessie, "and I'm sure I don't know which way to turn for money to buy a new one." "If Dan broke it yesterday, let him mend it today," laughed Ned, who understood the hint well, but did not choose to take it. "He and I, we can muster 3 hands between us. No need of money when a little labour will save the turn. I'll give you a lesson, Dan, in the carpentering line. Take that as a New Year's gift, if you will." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cottage in the Dell. The sun had scarcely shone his red globe over the hill when Ned Franks, whistling as he went, walked down the path into the little wooded dell where Persis Mead resided. The January air was keen and sharp, the snow felt crisp under the sailor's tread. Every branch in the trees, every twig in the hedges, was cased in silvery frost, the prickly leaves of the holly, the withered fern by the path. Every blade of grass was edged, as if by fairy art, with glittering crystals. Franks looked around with admiring eyes, doubting whether winter, in such a garb, were not as fair as the spring. "How strange it is to look back on one year," reflected Ned, "when we're just stepping on board another, and the old hulk, with all the hopes and fears that freighted it, is sinking down into the ocean of the past. Last New Year's Day I spent on the blue waters, amongst my jovial messmates, little dreaming then what a 12-month's cruise was before me. 'Twould not have mended my mirth to have known that I should have a terrible fall, smash my arm, have it taken off by the surgeon, lie for weeks in my hammock, and then leave the service maimed and disabled, come to a comfortless home, and find Bessie, well, I won't be hard on her, but she was not just what I had expected her to be. Here was a cargo of troubles indeed, and yet, at the end of that year's cruise, I can say, surely goodness and mercy have followed me all the days of my life. God has given me a home of my own, pleasant work in the school, kind friends to help me on. He has restored my health, and made me again able to enjoy the blessings of life. And better things are behind. What are earthly comforts compared to the means of grace and the hope of glory?" "Aye," said the sailor half aloud, as he gazed on the red rising sun. "As we look for each day now to be longer and brighter, till we bask in the full beams of summer, so is it with the Christian. With him the best is ever to come. he has heavenly hope to crown every earthly joy. This is the helmet, the hope of salvation, which the Christian soldier is to wear. A glittering helmet it is, pursued Franks, whose fancy delighted in following out the scriptural image, and the crest upon it is joy. In life's hard struggle that plume may be reft away. Even the faithful in this world cannot always rejoice, but the helmet of hope remains, never to be parted with but with life, and only put off in death to make way for the conqueror's crown. Hope, glorious hope, will be changed for happiness then. Such thoughts as these made the heart of Ned Franks bound with a sense of enjoyment such as monarchs might have envied. And yet he was a poor man, a maimed man, one who had been cut off in his prime from a profession that he loved. Save his niece, little Nora, of whom he was very fond, there was not one of his family living who sympathized with Ned Franks, or gave him any real pleasure. Many would have said that the teacher at Colm had not much to render him happy, and yet no stranger could have looked on that buoyant step and beaming eye without seeing that something within was throwing a charm over life, like the hoar-frost encrusting with beauty the dull twig in the leafless tree. The cottage of Persis Mead looked very pretty, with its gable end overhung with frosty ivy, and sparkling icicles drooping from the eaves. It was so retired in its little dell that to the sailor it suggested the idea of a bird's nest hidden in a bush. The door stood open, for Persis had just been fetching water from the well, so Franks could see into the cottage as he strode up the narrow path. An old man, very feeble and almost bent double, clad in a thick white flannel wrapper, was tottering towards an armchair placed for him by the fire, tenderly supported by a young woman of very pleasing appearance. Persis was so intent on her dutiful office that she did not hear Ned's tap at the door, and was a little surprised at seeing him enter. The teacher was no stranger to her, however, as Frank's name and character were known through the village, and though somewhat wondering at so early a visit, Persis received the maimed sailor kindly. "Who's he? What has he done with his hand?" said the old man in a feeble, quavering voice, pointing with his trembling finger to the hook which appeared from under the sailor's almost empty sleeve. "It is Mr. Franks, the teacher at the school, dear grandfather," said Persis, raising her voice and bending towards the deaf man's ear. "What has he done with his hand?" repeated old Mead. "I lost it in a lubberly way, had a tumble in the dark," replied Ned, who never liked the question, both because it reminded him of what he was tempted to think a provoking accident, and because he knew that slander had reported that he must have been drunk at the time. "Will you not take a seat, sir?" said Persis. Franks had taken off his hat on coming in, with the same respect that he would have shown on entering a lady's drawing-room. Before he sat down he assisted Persis in arranging pillows behind her grandfather's head, and in changing the position of his chair, for old Mead was fidgety and restless, and it did not seem easy to please him. "What have you done with your hand?" he asked again, as Ned Franks at last took a seat. The sailor glanced at Persis, and her gentle eye seemed to ask indulgence for the infirmities of age, the failing memory which could retain no new thing for 2 minutes. Ned replied in a loud, cheerful tone to the question, and then without further delay drew out the 2 notes, and told in few words the errand on which he had come. He was encouraged by watching the sympathizing expression on the face of Persis as she read. "Dear Nora, I should so much like to go with her tomorrow," said Persis. "I'm afraid, though, that you could not be spared," observed Franks, glancing at the old man, who, restless at having been silent for nearly 5 minutes, broke out again with his tiresome question, this time addressed to his granddaughter. "Mr. Franks had a sad fall," she replied, without giving the slightest sign of impatience, and then turning to Ned, she said, speaking fast, because certain to be soon interrupted, "I think that I could manage to go. Indeed, I'm certain that I could. We have at present 2 quiet lodgers, Mr. Isaacs, a working jeweller, and Benoni, his dear little boy. One or both of them, I am sure, would kindly watch my grandfather during the few hours of "What have you done with your hand?" asked the poor old man, who would have interrupted the conversation had it been one of life or death importance. Taking example by Persis, Ned answered at once, without suffering either a smile to rise to his lips, or a frown of impatience to his brow. Persis felt obliged by the sailor's forbearance, and seeing his eyes rest for a moment on an old-fashioned drawing hung over the fireplace, representing a tall young farmer in top-boots, she said, "That is a likeness of my grandfather." Nothing could have presented a greater contrast to the shriveled, wrinkled old man in the armchair than the picture of the jovial, rosy-cheeked swain. It seemed to preach this lesson to youth: show indulgence to imbecile age, for if you are now strong and hardy as he was once, as he is now you may be. Such at least was the thought which arose in the mind of Ned Franks, but he had to pay for his lessons. Old Mead, seeing them looking at the picture, began at once a mumbled story which promised to be endless, of something that had happened at the time that picture was taken, rambling into an account of all that he had done or could have done when he was a gay young fellow, till Franks was obliged to rise, fearing to be late for the opening of school. The sailor could scarcely manage to get in a few hurried words of arrangements for the following day, and had scarcely time to thank Persis for her ready compliance with Nora's wish. "Well," thought Franks, as he rapidly strode up the dell, "the life that maiden has chosen for herself is one that requires the patience of a saint." Chosen for herself, is it not rather that which she deems appointed for her by God? What she does unto him, and this doubtless makes her able to bear and forbear, and watch with such tender care over one who, as Bessie said, had never shown her particular kindness. It does seem to me that it would be easier to be martyred at once than to have forever to take in tow such a waterlogged old barge as that. I do believe that God counts as martyrs those who, for his sake, lead a life of quiet, patient self-denial, seeking not to do their own will, but the will of their heavenly Master. Persis Mead looks like one who has God's sunshine around her. Ned Franks often repeated his visits to the ivy-covered cottage in the dell, but for weeks he never saw old Mead without having to shout out an answer to the question, "What have you done with your hand?" End of chapter 34. Read by René Lacroix. 35 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Workhouse. "Oh, I am so glad, so thankful to have you with me," cried Nora, as, after leaving the coach, she walked with Persis Mead up the road which led to the workhouse of B. "It is not only that I should have been afraid that I could not have come without a companion, but you know—" Nora dropped her voice and spoke in a hesitating tone. "You know poor Sophie may want some one to give comfort to her, religious comfort, I mean, and to tell her all the things that you used to tell me on Sunday before I went into service. I never could speak of religion to Sophie. I am often so grieved and ashamed when I think how much we were together, and there was never a word said that could help her to heaven. All such foolish talk," sighed Nora. "Once I had resolved to say something. It was after my Uncle Ned had shown me how dishonest it was for us to feast together in the kitchen at my mistress's expense. Oh, how I had turned the matter over and over in my mind, and thought of reasons to give, and found texts. But as soon as I saw Sophie's laughing eyes and heard her merry voice, all that I had prepared seemed at once to go out of my head. I could scarcely utter a word. I find it so dreadfully hard to speak about religion to those who don't feel as I do." "Yes, it is very hard indeed," said Persis. "Do you think it so?" exclaimed Nora, with surprise and something like pleasure. "I fancied that was only the case with stupid little cowards like me." To speak of the blessed Saviour to one of my own age and position, who was not likely to feel on such a subject like myself, is to me an effort which I dare never undertake without secret prayer. It is very different," continued Persis Mead, "from teaching a Bible class on Sundays, where one sees oneself surrounded by dear little pupils. I have often, like you, dear Nora, bitterly reproached myself for silence, from the fear of man that bringeth a snare." By this time Persis and Nora had reached the door of that great brick building, which to the younger, perhaps to both, appeared such a formidable place. Nora's heart beat faster as the stout porter gave them admittance, and she followed Persis into a paved courtyard surrounded by buildings, in which, in their pauper dresses, several of the inmates were lounging about in the sunshine, talking to the friends who at that special time had permission to come and see them. Persis courteously addressed an old woman, and asked her if she happened to know where they could find Sophie Puller. "Sophie Puller," echoed the woman. "That's the girl as has cried herself blind. Why, she's of our ward, number 5. You can see the number there on yon door," and she pointed across the courtyard. "Let's come to her quickly," said Nora, drawing on her companion with nervous haste. The little maid was relieved at having found her friend with so much less difficulty than she had expected, and was anxious to escape out of the yard, where there were too many strangers to let her feel at her ease, especially as some of them stared at her as she passed. Persis tapped softly at the dark green door on which was painted the number 5, then lifted the latch and entered, for the first time, a ward in a workhouse. The room was whitewashed, perfectly clean and neat, and a fire that burned brightly gave to it a certain look of comfort. There were 6 beds, perfectly alike, 3 on the right hand, 3 on the left, a deal table between, with some medicine bottles upon it. There were but 2 inmates in the ward when the visitors entered, an old bedridden woman lying asleep in the farthest corner, and Sophie Puller, who, dressed in the workhouse garb of striped white and blue print, was seated on a bed near the door. Nora Peel was shocked to see the change which a few months had wrought in her once gay young companion. Could this be she who used to walk down the street with so jaunty a step, and so flaunting an air, with pink roses in her bonnet and flounces on her wide-spreading dress? Could this pale, drooping girl, with her thin fingers clenched together, and her pinched features rigid with unutterable woe, be the gay, giddy creature who had laughed at care and only lived for pleasure? Could this blind, sickly pauper be the same as the milliner's lively young girl, whose ambition was to be thought a lady, to attract notice and win admiration? "Oh, Sophie, my poor Sophie!" exclaimed Nora, bursting into tears as she ran up to her unhappy friend and threw her arms around her. Sophie Puller shed no tear, though her bosom heaved with sob-like gasps as she returned Nora's embrace. The poor girl could not speak for several moments, and then she faltered forth in a broken voice: "It is so kind, so like you, Nora, to come and see me here." Then, suddenly drawing herself back from Nora, with a passionate gesture of anguish, the unhappy Sophie exclaimed, "Oh, if you but knew my misery! The darkness here, everywhere! No hope, no hope!" She threw herself down on her bed and covered her face with her hands. Nora could not reply. She was weeping, but soft and low sounded the voice of Persis, repeating one verse from the psalm: "Why art thou cast down, O my soul, and why art thou disquieted within me? Hope then in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance, and my God." "Who is that speaking?" asked Sophie, hastily, but without withdrawing her hands. "My friend, Miss Mead. I have spoken to you of her. She was my Sunday class teacher," replied Nora. "She need not come here, speaking of hope to me. I've none, never will have," cried Sophie, speaking rapidly and in a tone of despair. "I know all she can say. I was at school once. I was confirmed. I cared nothing for that at the time. But I remember well enough now what was said to me then. Such thoughts come, I can't keep them out, to make me more wretched in the darkness." Sophie started up again to her former position, and her dimmed eyes seemed staring wildly into vacancy as she went on, rather as if muttering to herself than as if addressing her companions. "I was told of two paths, one narrow and leading to heaven, the other broad and leading to destruction. I took the broad, and now 'tis too late to return. I chose mirth and folly. I chose selfishness and sin. I turned my back upon all that I knew to be right. I led others astray. I forgot my God. And now there's but one text in all the Bible that I can recall to mind, and it haunts me night and day." And in a tone that thrilled through the listeners, Sophie repeated the Saviour's most solemn question: "What is a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?" Persis saw that the miserable Sophie was at that moment in too excited a state to receive religious instruction. The gentle, sympathizing woman could only silently pray for wisdom to be given to herself, that she might direct the sufferer to the one hope provided for sinners, and that grace might be given to Sophie, so that her bitter remorse might be changed into true repentance. Nora was the first to break silence. Seating herself on the bed close to Sophie, and taking her hand tenderly between both of her own, she said: "Tell me, if it will not make you more sad, something of what has happened since you and I last saw each other on that night in September." The sudden turn in the conversation roused Sophie from her despair. Painful as were her recollections, it was a relief to her to pour out her sorrows into a sympathizing ear, and even the past, sad as it was, appeared less gloomy than the present, less terrible than the future. Persis quietly seated herself on the bed next to Sophie's, and it is probable that the poor girl altogether forgot the presence of the stranger, as, leaning her head on Nora's shoulder, she began her tale of woe. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sophie's Tale. You remember that night? I can never forget it. When you refused to go with me to the entertainment as I had tempted you to do? When you closed your mistress's door, and I found myself alone in the street? Oh, how angry I felt! How I vowed to make you repent, having dared to think of your duty instead of my pleasure and your own. I hastily joined my other companions, and we went together to the conjurer's show. We were very merry. I remember we were full of joking and nonsense, only my father, he too was there, looked more fidgety and uneasy than I had ever seen him before. I thought that maybe he was not well. I did not guess what cause he had to be restless. Presently my father rose from his seat. We were closely packed on the benches, and I was sitting beside him. He muttered something about the heat, and indeed, what with the gas and the crowding, I didn't wonder if he felt a bit faint. He pushed his way out as well as he could, and as I looked after him I caught sight, just at the door, of a man who'd come from London, and who had had business with my father. What business I could not tell, but you know it all came out at the trial. He'd led my poor father into trouble which... The convict's daughter could not finish the sentence. A hot flush overspread her face, and Nora felt almost as uncomfortable as if the shame had been her own. "I believe," continued Sophie, that man had made some sign to my father that the police were on the scent, and that was the reason why he left the place in such haste. You know," she lowered her voice, "that my poor father was taken up that night, and I never saw him again." "And you?" asked Nora, anxious to break the painful pause which followed. "I went home when all was over, quite merry and jolly, to the lodging where you know that we used to live, my father and I, for though I worked for Miss Cobb, I had never slept at her house. I went to sleep as light-hearted as could be, never dreaming what a terrible waking was a-coming. Wasn't I startled and frightened when Mrs. Smith, she was our landlady, you know, burst suddenly into my little room in the morning, all full of excitement, and talking so loud and fast that I could hardly make out her meaning at first. "'Twas a shameful thing," she cried, "a disgraceful thing, that a respectable house like hers should be a harbour for thieves and forgers. The like had never happened afore, and she'd take precious care, she would, that it never should happen again. To think of the police a-coming to her door, and searching for false money on her premises! She bade me get up and dress, as she might have spoken to a dog, and set me all in a tremble by what she told me had happened to my father. Then there was a search. Oh dear, oh dear!" Sophie shuddered at the recollection. "My boxes turned inside out, and the drawers—" "But there was nothing against you," interrupted Nora. "Not bad money, but lots of scraps of silk that I had cribbed from Miss Cobb. I always took such trifles as I could lay hands on, bits of gimp and ribbon and lace, and there were 2 pocket handkerchiefs of Mrs. Smith. Oh, wasn't she in a rage when she saw them! She called me such names, I can't repeat them, and threatened to give me over to the police." "How dreadful, how very dreadful!" exclaimed Nora, remembering with shame and remorse the time when she herself had hardly thought it wrong to take such trifles as she hoped would never be missed. "I wonder I didn't go mad," cried Sophie. "I think I was almost crazy. Mrs. Smith frightened me so. I didn't know what to do, or where to go, when I was left at last to myself. My father, he was in prison. I'd not another relation in the town who could help me. I dared not go to Miss Cobb's, after what had been found in my box. I'd rather have died than go there. And I could not stay where I was. Mrs. Smith had said plain enough that she'd turn me out into the street." "Oh, why did you not come to me?" cried Nora. "As if your mistress would have let you have anything to do with one like me!" exclaimed Sophie. "No," thinks I, as soon as I could think of all, for my brain was whirling, "I'll make a little bundle of my clothes, and I'll be off afore the whole town is astir. I can't bear to meet any faces I know." So I made up my bundle, and crept down the stairs, and I was glad, oh so glad, not to meet Mrs. Smith on the way. I opened the street door and went out. I felt as if I were making an escape. I hurried down the street as fast as I could walk. I met none that I knew but the baker's boy, and I brushed past him without speaking a word. It seemed as if I could not breathe freely till I'd left the town behind, and got right out into the country." "But where were you going?" asked Nora. "I thought I would go to London. I knew that I had an aunt there in service, who lived somewhere in Portman Square. I fancied that I might find her out. Then I said to myself, how many make their fortunes in London, why should not I have luck too? And then there are such crowds of people in London, and they lead such bustling lives, that my father's troubles won't be the talk of the place, as they are here in a country town." "But London is 40 miles off," cried Nora. "I thought that I could walk the distance in 2 or 3 days," said Sophie, "or perhaps sell some of my pretty things, and get a lift on the way. It was a worry to me that I had no money. I had spent the last half-sovereign which my father had given me on a pair of new earrings. I walked on, and on, and on, passing one milestone after another, sitting down sometimes to rest myself by the wayside, till I was both hungry and tired. I had had no breakfast or dinner, you know. I stopped at last at a village. Here they won't know me, thought I. I went up to a little inn. I'd opened my bundle and taken out something, I forget what. that I thought to exchange for food. There were two men by the door talking together, and they talked so loud that I could not help catching my poor father's name. They were talking of the two who had been taken up that morning for passing false coin, and were laughing over the dodges by which they had tried to escape the police. "Oh!" cried Sophie, clenching her hands. "I could not bear to hear more of that. I hurried out of the village, as if the pavement burnt my feet, and then a dreadful fear shot into my mind. I had twice bought things with gold given to me by my father. I might have passed bad money unawares, and the police might be hunting after me. I had no peace after I thought of that danger. I was afraid of every man that I met, lest he should be a policeman in disguise. So I went on till the sun was beginning to set." "Oh, Sophie!" exclaimed Nora. "Had you eaten nothing all that long time?" "There were blackberries on the hedges, and I drank from a brook that I passed, but still I was very hungry and faint, and a chill drizzle was beginning to fall. I had determined that when I got into any place large enough to have a pawnbroker's shop in it, I'd sell or pledge my earrings, and get food and shelter for the night. Just as dusk was coming on, I got into a country town, and glad enough was I to see the 3 gilt balls hanging over a shop. I walked in with as bold an air as I could, but my knees were trembling under me, and I could not help a burning flush of shame spreading over my face, I was so dreadfully tired, you know. The pawnbroker looked hard at me, as he held the earrings in his hand. "Where did you get these?" said he. I thought that he somehow knew me, and was going to give me up to justice. I was beginning to stammer out something, when another customer came in a hurry, and took off his attention for a minute. Would you believe it, Nora, as soon as the pawnbroker's head was turned, I took the opportunity of slipping out of the shop, and hastening away as if for my life." "What, leaving the earrings?" cried Nora. "I scarcely knew what I was doing, there was such a dizziness in my head, and such a ringing sound in my ears. I felt like a hunted creature, sure that some one must be in pursuit. Now that the sun had gone down," continued Sophie, "I grew more frightened than ever at the thought of being out alone in the dark. I saw large iron gates wide open, and a beautiful shrubbery beyond, surrounding a splendid white house that looked to me like a palace. There were many lights in the windows, and I heard the gay sound of music from within. I'll go and ask shelter there, thought I, for the rain is coming on heavy, and if I stay out on a wet night like this, I'll never live till morning. So I crept in at the gate, and along the shrubbery drive, but my heart failed me when I thought of going up to the large grand door, up the flight of broad steps that had an awning over them. I sat, or rather sank down, under the shelter of a large laurel bush, and watched carriage after carriage driving up, and bright merry children getting out, hurrying up the steps lest the rain should spoil their white muslin dresses. I had such strange thoughts, like dreams, as I looked on the happy little creatures going into the palace, to the light, and the warmth, and the music, and the joy, while I crouched there, hungry, wet, and wretched, shut out from all. The noise in my ears grew louder. It dulled the sound of the music. My eyes were heavy, my brain confused. I don't know whether I slept or fainted. I was roused by the sound of voices, kind voices, that spoke in a pitying tone. "Help me to raise the poor girl," said a gentleman, who, as I afterwards found, was the master of the grand house. I was so cramped and stiff that I could not have walked a step had my life depended upon it. The gentleman himself helped to lift me up, and carry me gently into the house, for motion hurt me so that I could not help crying out with the pain. I was taken to a nice warm room, where I was put into a bed, and food and drink were brought. I had no power to eat, but I drank with feverish thirst. I scarcely know what happened after that. I believe that a doctor saw me, and felt my pulse, and said that I was in for a long illness, and had better be taken to a hospital at once. I know that I was removed there, and had every comfort that I needed during a terrible attack of rheumatic fever. Oh, Nora, what I suffered! But all the pain was not so bad as the dreadful after-effects. My eyes, oh, my poor eyes! When I was dismissed from the hospital as cured, though so weak that I scarcely could stand, where was I, poor blind creature, to go? There was no place but the workhouse for me. And here I am, for life, the most wretched being on earth, with nothing to cheer me, nothing to hope for, either in this world or the next. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hope. Alas, sighed Nora, what a grievous pity it was that you had not gone up to the house at once. The good, kind gentleman would have helped you. You might never have had your fever, never have lost your sight. Don't you think that has come to my mind 1,000 times? Cried Sophie, with a passionate burst of grief. There was something which that gentleman said as he carried me into the house that, whenever I think of it now, is like vinegar poured on a wound. Why did you not come to me? He asked. I could not answer him then. I can't now answer that question even to myself. I must have been mad to have stayed out there in the darkness and rain, without so much as trying whether there might not be some one who would have mercy even on me. Persis could keep silence no longer. "Oh, my poor young friend," she exclaimed, "are you not doing the same thing now? Are you not remaining broken-hearted in the outer gloom of despair, when there is one waiting to be gracious, one stretching out his pierced hands with the invitation of love? Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." "It is too late to come," replied Sophie. "I had my day of hope, and it is past." "Oh, say not so," cried Persis, with trembling earnestness, while Nora wept in silence. "It is Satan who, having led you into evil, would now drive you to despair. It is Satan who first bids us put off repentance, and then tells us that repentance is too late. Was it too late for the thief who hung beside our Lord on the cross? Conscience upbraided him, man despised him, his own fellow creatures judged him unfit to live. He had lost his character, he had forfeited his life. He was suffering the agonies of the cross. But even amid those agonies the dying thief turned towards the Saviour, whose blood cleanseth from all sin. He threw himself on the mercy of Christ. He confessed his own utter vileness. He believed, repented, and was saved. The gates of a blessed paradise, which opened for the Lord of glory, received also the penitent thief. If he found mercy, who shall despair? Oh, come, come to the Saviour. "Will he take me from this hateful place?" said Sophie bitterly. "Will he give me back my sight and my father?" "The Lord will do far more," replied Persis, "for those who love and trust him. He will take them from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. He will open their eyes to see his love, and will fulfill to them his gracious promise. I will receive you, and will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters, saith the Lord Almighty." "That promise is not for me," said Sophie Puller, with a sigh of despair. "And why not for you?" cried Persis, in her earnestness pressing the hand of the miserable girl between both her own. "You have tried the broad path. You have found it to be a path of disappointment and anguish. The Lord is pleading with you now. Turn ye, turn ye. Why will ye die? You have served Satan, and found him to be a hard master. The Lord is able, willing to redeem you and set you free. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God, oh, mark the word, the gift, not purchased, not earned, not deserved. The gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." "Do you mean to say," asked Sophie abruptly, "that the good and the bad all go to heaven alike?" "Who are the good?" asked Persis. "There is none good but one, that is God. If our hope of salvation rested on any merit of our own, it would be a hope indeed built on a trembling quicksand." "Then what is our hope?" cried Sophie. "Our hope is simply this," answered Persis. "Christ died for the ungodly. The greatest saint has no other plea. The greatest sinner may use it. Salvation is the purchase of Christ's blood. It is freely offered to all. They alone perish who reject it, and choose to continue in sin, rather than cast themselves, in humble faith, on the mercy of a pardoning Saviour." Sophie's bosom heaved convulsively. Large drops rose in her dim eyes. She did not speak for some moments, and then it was between broken gasps, most painful to hear. "I cannot believe that heaven can ever be open to me. No, I shall be shut out when those who love God pass in. When Nora and those I have known pass into the light and the glory and the joy, I shall be lying in utter darkness, as I did by that rich man's door." "Oh, no, no!" exclaimed Nora, in a voice broken by sobs. "You will not now. Now it is not too late. Did not the Lord himself say, 'Him that cometh unto me I will in no wise cast out'?" "Yes, not by prayer," joined in Persis. "Cry, 'God be merciful to me, a sinner.' Lay yourself with all your sins and your sorrows at the foot of the cross, looking on to Jesus, in whom alone we can have forgiveness, who is our salvation and our only hope." Sophie Puller could not reply, but she sank on her knees and sobbed, while her friends prayed beside her. The first faint dawn of comfort had risen upon her deep darkness. Persis hoped that she was weeping as the penitent wept who washed our Lord's feet with her tears. But who can look into the heart of another? How often are we deceived even by our own? It is only the afterlife that shows whether repentance has been really deep and sincere, or whether it has been like the morning cloud and the dew that passes away. Persis and Nora remained with Sophie as long as the rules of workhouse permitted, and the short winter's day was already ending before they took their departure. As Nora bade her poor friend farewell, she whispered, pressing Sophie's hand as she spoke, "You will not despair now, dear one. You have hope. Oh, say that you have hope. It is not all darkness now." Sophie drew a deep sigh. "If I had only you beside me to teach me to pray." "There is one who can teach you better, far better than any mortal can," said Persis, whose ear had caught the last words. "Say, as the disciples said, 'Lord, teach me to pray.' And with David, 'Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me.' It is the Holy Spirit who guides back our wandering feet, who leads us to the merciful Saviour, who bids us look up to Him who was wounded for our transgressions, and in the thought of His perfect sacrifice, His boundless pity and love, find rest for our aching hearts, hope for our trembling souls." End of chapter 37. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return. "I am very thankful that I have seen my poor Sophie," said Nora Peel, as she stood with Persis by the high road, waiting for the coach which would take them back to the village. "But oh, Miss Meade, even if Sophie have the comfort of religion, if she have hope in the forgiveness and loving kindness of God, what a dreary, dreary look-out she has as regards this life. Why," continued Nora, quite appalled at the prospect, "she may have 40, 50, 60 years of blindness in the workhouse before her. She who was so blithe and so busy. How dreadfully dull she will be. How heavily time will hang on her hands." "I have been thinking of that," replied Persis, while the two walked briskly up and down to keep themselves warm. "I remember that Mrs. Lane, I taught her children, you know, took great interest in a London asylum for the blind. In this asylum they are taught many useful arts by which they can earn an honest livelihood, notwithstanding their sad affliction." "Oh, if we could but get Sophie there!" cried Nora. "She is so quick, so clever, so neat-fingered, she would learn if anyone could." "I will go to Mrs. Lane tomorrow," said Persis, "and see if she be able to help us. I believe that Mr. Lane is a liberal subscriber, and I can answer for the kindness of his lady." "How delightful it would be!" exclaimed Nora. Why did you not cheer poor Sophie with the hope?" "Because it is a very uncertain one," replied Persis, "and I feared to cause disappointment. Do you sleep at your mother's cottage tonight, dear Nora?" "Oh no, I never sleep away from Mrs. Martin's. I must be back tonight without fail." "But the coach does not go on to your town. You'll have a 3 miles walk in the dark." "Oh, uncle has arranged all so nicely. He is to meet us at the turn of the lane where the coach sets us down, first see you home, it is but a step, and then walk with me back to my mistress's house. I am afraid of nothing when he is beside me. He is a sailor, you know, and has fought for the Queen." "I hope that he will not fail you," said Persis, with a little anxiety for her youthful companion. "There is no moon, and the nights are so dark." "Uncle Ned fail me?" repeated Nora, with indignant surprise. "Why, he promised to come, and he never breaks his word. I would not doubt him for a moment." "Would that we," thought Persis, "had the same perfect, fearless confidence in a heavenly friend that this dear girl has in an earthly. Her mind is at rest, for she trusts his promise. She has no fear, for she is sure that he will not fail her. While we, alas, are too apt to receive God's promises in a faithless, doubting spirit, as if he who is the truth could deceive, or he who is love could forsake." The tramping of horses' feet was now heard, and 2 coach lamps, which to Nora looked like great red eyes in the darkness, came towards them along the high road. Persis and Nora were soon in the vehicle, which landed them at the end of the lane leading down to the wooded little dell. "There's Uncle Ned. Don't you see him by the light of the lamp?" "I knew he would be waiting for us," cried Nora. "Glad to hail you back from your cruise, Nora," said the sailor, as the young girl, with the help of his hand, sprang lightly down from the coach. "And hearty thanks to you for your kindness in convoying her," he added, holding out his arm to assist Persis Meade to alight. The home of Persis was not many yards distant. Ned and his niece escorted her to the porch, where they parted, after Nora had expressed her grateful thanks to her friend. "You will come to your mother's now, my girl," said Franks, "and warm yourself with a good cup of tea before we start on our walk to the town." "I should be so glad," replied Nora, whose feet and hands were numbed with the cold, and who dearly loved a visit to her own humble home. "But is not our cottage out of the way?" "Ay, it lies a good bit to the south," answered Ned. "'Twill take us nigh a mile round." "Then I don't know. I'm not sure whether I ought to go there," said the hesitating girl. "Mistress only gave me leave to visit the workhouse. She bade me back as soon as possible, and though Mrs. Cobb, she's the charwoman, you know, can make the tea and clear away, she cannot read in the evening, and my lady will be all alone." "That's right, Nora. Think first of duty, always. Show yourself worthy of your mistress's trust." "But if my mother should expect me—" "You gave her no reason to do so," said Ned, "and 3 days will bring round the first Monday in the month, when you always get leave to come home. So let's sheer off at once, my girl, and try if brisk walking will not warm you as well as a cup of hot tea. I may look out for squalls for this, when next I see Bessie," thought the sailor, "but no matter, all will have blown over before Nora comes home on Monday." Notwithstanding the darkness and the cold, Nora did not find her walk tedious as she tripped by her uncle's side. Her heart was very full of the sorrows of Sophie, and she was glad to speak of her to one who listened with interest, and who did not break out into abuse of the miserable girl, as it was more than probable that Bessie and Dan would have done. It was not in the nature of Franks to spurn the fallen, and he knew the evil of his nature too well to cast the first stone at others. "Oh, uncle, it made my heart bleed to see Sophie sitting there so wretched, so hopeless. She, who had always been so full of bright expectations. She used to build such castles in the air when she and I sat gossiping together. Oh, to think of those days!" sighed Nora. "Poor Sophie seemed really to hope that she would be a lady at last. She delighted to fancy what she would do, and how she would dress, and where she would go, and what grand friends she would have. It was so amusing to hear her, and she talked of such things till I almost think she began to believe that all would really come true. Alas, what an end to her hopes!" "A very common end to such hopes," observed Franks. "They are like the garlands which such young lasses twine for their heads in May, gay enough in the morning, withered and dying in the evening, flung away at night. We need something stronger and more lasting, Nora, to cover the head in the long, hard battle of life. We want a hope that maketh not ashamed. It is only religion that can give it. It is the Christian alone that can wear for a helmet the hope of salvation." End of chapter 38. (39) Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Success. Nora was surprised, on answering the doorbell on the morning of the following Sunday, to find her uncle standing without. "Why, uncle, who would have thought to have seen you so early? And your face looks so bright, as if you were bringing good news," cried the girl. "Maybe my face speaks the truth," answered the sailor, gaily, stamping to free his boots from the snow which had gathered upon them. "I thought that my little lass would go to church with a lighter heart if I stepped over early to tell her what I heard yesterday evening when I looked in at old Mead's." "Something about Sophie?" cried the eager Nora. "Ay, ay, what your friend Miss Persis told me, as well as she could spin her yarn between the good old gentleman's kind inquiries about my hand," replied Ned Franks with a laugh. "She kept her promise of speaking to Mrs. Lane about poor blind Sophie, and the lady took quite an interest in the story, which, I'll be bound, was not marred in the telling. The long and short of it is, that the lady is able to put your poor young friend into the asylum, and she took Miss Mead, in her own carriage to the workhouse, that she might carry the good news to Sophie herself." "Oh, I am so glad! I wish I could have been there," cried Nora, clapping her hands. "It was all along of you that Mrs. Persis ever knew Sophie Puller," said Franks, looking fondly at his young niece. "'Twas you that fixed the end of the cable, whoever else may tow her along." "Was not Sophie charmed with the news? Tell me all about it," cried Nora. "You shall hear all to-morrow," replied Franks, "when you come home to see your mother. I must not keep you long now, lest your lady's breakfast should suffer. Persis said that poor Sophie's eyes filled with tears when she heard that she might be taken from the workhouse next week, and given a chance in London of earning some honest trade. She didn't say much in the way of thanks, but I take it she felt none the less grateful because tears would come in the place of words. But when the lady was speaking to the matron at the other end of the room, the poor girl got a little quiet talk with your friend. Sophie squeezed her hand very tightly and whispered, "Tell my dear Nora that I have been praying, I have been knocking, and I do hope that God has heard me, and that his door of mercy will be opened even to me." "Did she send me that message?" exclaimed Nora, her blue eyes sparkling with joy. "Aye, word for word, as I took them down from the lips of your friend. She seemed as glad to repeat as you are to hear them, Nora. I take it that Persis Mead is one as shares the joy of the angels when a sinner's poor broken heart first feels the comfort of heavenly hope." "Persis is more like an angel herself than any one else that I know," cried Nora. "I can't think how I did not profit more by all that she told me when I went to her Bible class on Sundays." "She sowed in hope," observed Franks, "and God gives the increase at last. No doubt she trusted in the word, 'Let us not be weary in well doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not.' And now, good-bye, and God bless you, Nora." Ned wrung his niece's hand as he spoke. "I'll be sure to drop in at your mother's and see you tomorrow, and walk back with you in the evening. You've done a kind act, my girl. You and your friend have made a good beginning to the year. May it be full of blessings to you and to her, both as regards heavenly things and earthly." With a sweet sense of peace and joy, Nora Peel went to church on that first Sunday of the new year. She was a very different girl from what she had been when the last year had opened upon her. Then her first thought had been her own pleasure. Nora had been almost as apt as poor Sophie herself to build up fanciful hopes that must crumble at last into dust. But since she had come under the influence of her uncle, new feelings, new wishes, new hopes had arisen in Nora's soul. She had begun to realize that she was a redeemed, an immortal being, bound to glorify God in her body and her soul, and looking forward to the blessed time when she should inherit a crown of life. Nora was learning, in weal or woe, to rejoice in the hope of the glory of God. Further results were to arise from Nora's wish to visit her poor friend at the workhouse, of which she had never dreamed when she had pondered over Mrs. Cupper's note with such perplexity and pain. Ned Franks, after his first visit to Persis Mead, very often found his way to the little cottage in the dell, as it was scarcely to be supposed that the magnet which drew him there was either the Jew who lodged in the upper room, or the poor old man who lived below. It was soon rumoured in the village that the teacher in Combe School was likely soon to bring home a bride. "Is it all true what folks say about your brother, eh?" asked Ben Stone, the jovial carpenter, of Bessie, who, with Nora at her side, had come to his workshop one bright day in the early spring to speak about the broken leg of a table. "How can I tell what nonsense folk may say?" answered Bessie peevishly. "I guess yon little maid is in the secret," laughed Stone, as he looked at Nora's bright conscious face. "I guess she could tell us when her uncle's going to be married, and who's to be bridesmaid, and who's to be bride. I've only this to say," added the carpenter, bringing down his hammer with force on a nail, as if to give emphasis to his words. "Ned Franks, take him as he is, wooden arm and all, is the finest fellow in these parts, and the only one that I know of who would be a fit partner for such a woman as Persis." "Well," said Bessie, shrugging her shoulders, "I don't see, for my part, what there's in her to take his fancy. I suppose that he thinks that her quick needle will serve as a portion, and that she'll earn something with that to help to keep the pot boiling." "She has a right pretty face," observed Stone. "That goes a good way, I guess." "Oh, it is not that," exclaimed Nora. "Uncle Ned does not care for money, and values something better than beauty. He told me himself that he has long felt that it is the good Christian that makes the good wife, and that a marriage can be truly happy only when they who are to share an earthly home also share heavenly hopes together." End of chapter 39. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Jew. "Leap, boy, leap! 'Tain't more than 6 feet at most. Make a good jump of it, you little Jew, you little son of a Jew!" cried Tom Mullins, the butcher's son, to a child who, trembling and frightened, was trying to balance himself on the narrow rough top of a high stone wall. How he had ever got there might have seemed a matter of surprise, but a tree was growing near, by means of which Tom, with the help of Dan Peel, his constant companion in mischief, had succeeded in hoisting poor little Benoni into his position of discomfort and danger. Both the elder boys now stood below, laughing at the terror of the child, who, blanched with fear and scarcely able to keep his footing, vainly implored his tormentors to take him down from the wall. "I say, you're our prisoner," cried Tom, who had been reading a cheap edition of Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe, and whose head was full of the story. "What will your father Isaacs, the Jew, give for your ransom? I am sure that he is rolling in the money which he gets from Sir Lacy at the Hall for rubbing up all his old curiosities. Shall we say £10, 20, 30, or down with 100 at once?" "Oh, father's not rich. He can just pay Persis Mead for our room. Oh, take me down, please, please take me down," entreated the little child, ready to burst into tears, but restraining himself lest he should provoke yet more the cruel mirth of his persecutors. "If your father can't pay, you must jump," laughed Dan. "Here's a nice heap of stones to jump on, and if the little dear does graze his shins, there'll be pretty Persis to pet him, and coddle him, and make a warm posset, and get him all right for the day of the wedding." Dan's words supplied Benoni Isaacs with an argument for release. "If you don't take me down, Persis will tell your uncle, Ned Franks," cried the child. "He'll be so angry. He's a brave man. He never lets little boys be bullied by the big ones. He'll—" "Break both our pates with his wooden arm, and hang us up by the hook at the end of it?" cried Tom Mullins, doubling his big fists in an attitude of boxing. "I'm a match for the maimed sailor any day. I'd think no more of knocking him down than my father would of sticking a sheep." "You might find the job a tougher one than you look for, my lad," cried a well-known voice, as Ned Franks himself turned the corner of a lane and came unexpectedly on the group. At the sight of the tall, manly form, Benoni uttered an exclamation of joy, while Tom, the bully, cowered under the glance of the clear blue eyes of the sailor. "This was but poor sport," added Ned Franks more sternly, as he strode up to the wall and raised his right hand so high aloft that Benoni, stooping, could grasp it. "Can you spring on my shoulder, boy?" Benoni felt that he could do anything, with the help and protection of that firm, strong hand. The next moment he had sprung, light as a bird, and was perched on the shoulder of the sailor. "I will give you a ride home," said Ned Franks. Then turning to his nephew, he said, "I wonder, Dan, that you had not more manliness than to join in tormenting a child." "He's but a Jew," muttered the boy with a shrug of his shoulders. "The Jews have special claim to the kindness of those who call themselves Christians," said Ned, and without further remark the young man walked rapidly down the lane, carrying his little rescued captive on his shoulder in triumph. "I say, Tom, you didn't seem to have a mind to try the knocking down job," cried Dan Peel, when the sailor was out of hearing. Tom Mullins chose to turn the conversation. "So your uncle and Persis Mead are going to make a match of it," said he. "I hear, for I never goes there, that they were called in church last Sunday." "Yes, the wedding day's fixed for the 10th of April." "The 10th! It should have been the 1st," said the butcher's boy with a sneer. "And what is Persis a-going to do with the silly old granddad? Make him over to the parish, I suppose." "Not she," replied Dan Peel. "The old chap is to share her new home, and live with my uncle and her at the schoolhouse." Tom Mullins gave a shrill whistle. "Fancy having a young wife saddled with an old grandfather. 'Tis worse than a widow with half a dozen brats," said he. "Uncle Ned couldn't have had the wife without her belongings," remarked Dan, "for Persis would have given up everything rather than have sent the old man to the workhouse. But for the matter of that, Uncle Ned's such an odd fish himself that he thinks it all right, and would have done so, I guess, if Persis had had two grandfathers to care for instead of one, and their old wives into the bargain. 6 weeks back old Meade had a stroke, as they call it, and now he can't speak a word, but he sits all day in his armchair, smiling at nothing, and they've a notion that he enjoys the sunshine and the flowers, for Persis always keeps some beside him now that the spring has come. Uncle Ned takes good care that her flower jar never wants fresh ones." "What does your mother say to her brother's marriage?" asked Tom, who, seated on the grass, was amusing himself by shying stones at the sparrows. Dan laughed at the question. "Mother has a notion, I take it, that men as have sisters that be widows have no business to marry at all. She was little pleased when Uncle Ned was made teacher at the school and left our cottage. The garden has grown nothing but thistles and chickweed since he went." "Mrs. Peel won't get such another lodger in her loft in a hurry," said Tom, "for I guess the rats don't pay regular." "The loft? Why, it tumbled down a month ago," cried Dan, "and smashed the woodhouse right in, and there's such a heap of rubbish in our yard that one can hardly get out at the back door. There's not a doubt that Uncle Ned did not change his berth, as he called it, a day too soon. A nice little home he has now, to take his pretty wife to." While the two boys were thus gossiping over his affairs, Ned was speeding merrily on his way to the home of his future bride. He went bounding down into the little wooded dell where Persis dwelt, where every tree was bright with the fresh young verdure of spring. Perhaps Ned wished to please the child perched on his shoulder with the rapid pace at which he went. Perhaps he was glad of such an excuse for letting his feet follow the impatient impulse of his heart. Ned Franks felt at that moment as if he were treading on air. Life was to the sailor in the full flush of its glorious spring, not a care in the heart, not a cloud in the sky. Franks put down Benoni at the entrance to the cottage, for the ivy-hung porch was too low to admit him sitting aloft. Flushed with the late quick motion through the air, the child ran into the cottage, followed by his sailor friend, but the neat little parlour was empty. "Persis isn't here. She's with the old man. He gets up so late," said Benoni. "You sit down here and let me climb on your knee. I want to ask you something," added the child, looking up into the sailor's frank face with a wistful, inquiring gaze. "Fire away!" cried Ned Franks gaily, as he lifted the child to his knee. "You want me, I'll be bound, to put mast and sails to the little clipper which I made for you yester evening?" "No, it's not that," said the little boy, gravely. "I want to know why you told those bad boys that Christians should be kind to the Jews. Because I'm a little Jew, and it makes them hate and torment me." The voice of the child faltered as he spoke the last words. "No true Christian hates or torments the Jew," answered Franks, "for our Master himself, when he visited earth, was pleased to come as a Jew." "You mean the Lord Jesus Christ," said Benoni. "How have you heard of him?" asked Ned, with some interest. "Oh, don't I hear Persis singing the sweet hymns about him, when I sit beside her while father's away at the hall? And even when father and I are up in our own room together, I can hear the sweet voice coming in through our open window, and I love, oh, I love so to listen." "Persis sings like an angel," cried Franks. "I wish I were a Christian," said little Benoni, with a sigh. "Why so, my boy?" asked Ned. "Because on Sundays I should go to church with Persis, instead of staying here so dull. It makes me so sad to hear the bells, and to see her walk away with her prayer book. I can't help loving Persis, you know." Ned Franks gave a merry little laugh. "There is some one in the same boat with you there," cried he. The child did not echo the laugh. His grave, anxious manner, when next he spoke, touched the kindly heart of the teacher. "Then you know There's the churchyard, and so many graves there, and some such short ones," said Benoni, extending his small hands as if marking out the size. "My mother's dead, and my little sister. They don't lie there, but far, far away, and I might die too. Little children die. My sister was littler than I." Benoni pillowed his head on the sailor's breast, and turned his face towards it, as he whispered the last words in a tone so low that Ned Franks had to bend down to catch their meaning. "And Persis might die," murmured the child. Benoni felt the broad chest on which he nestled give a little start, as of sudden pain. But Franks did not speak, and the boy went on. "I want to be a Christian, that when I die I may be in the same place as Persis. I'm so afraid that Jews and Christians won't be together. If I could only go where Persis will go, I'm sure, quite sure, I'd be happy." Ned Franks almost startled the child by the hearty kiss which he gave him. End of chapter 40. 41 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Benoni, dear, my grandfather sleeps long this morning. Would you kindly sit beside him and tell me when he awakes, while I give Ned Franks his breakfast?" said Persis to the little Jew after her morning greeting to her affianced husband. Benoni was always ready and glad to do the bidding of his favourite friend. As soon as the child had left the room, Franks repeated to Persis the conversation which he had just had with the boy. "Poor lamb, my heart aches for him," said Persis. "He is very often with me, while his father is busy at the Hall with Sir Lacy's collection of curiosities, and I have felt doubtful, so doubtful, whether I should teach him our blessed religion. These opportunities may be given to me by God, and yet when Benoni's father trusts the child to my care, I feel, it almost seems—" "As if it wasn't quite honourable to take advantage of his trust?" said Ned Franks, as Persis left her sentence unfinished. "Yes, that is it," replied the maiden. "What would you think right, dear Ned?" The sailor reflected for a moment. "I think it best to begin with the father himself," said he. "That would be like boarding a ship in the clear daylight. The other course is like creeping in at night through a porthole. I'd have everything open and above board." "I have often thought that," observed Persis, "but I feel afraid to speak to Mr. Isaacs of religion. Not that I have any cause to think him a bigoted Jew, and during all the months that he has lodged here he has never uttered a word that could give me pain as a Christian." "He seems a man of few words," observed Ned. "He is very quiet, very reserved, and that makes it harder, perhaps, to enter into serious conversation. Isaacs sometimes looms so gloomy and unhappy that I long to tell him of one who died both for Jews and Gentiles. But a chain seems to be on my tongue. Once, about 2 months ago, when I was tidying his room, I ventured to leave in it a Bible." "You did?" exclaimed Ned with animation. "There is no weapon against unbelief and every other sin like that, the sword of the Spirit, the Word of God. But do you think that Isaacs read it?" "I cannot tell," answered Persis. "I have never again seen that Bible. I tried to learn something about it from Benoni, but his answer to my question was only, 'Father reads a great many books.' Oh, how often I have prayed that a blessing might rest on that Bible." "It might be well," observed Ned, "to draw the Jew's attention to those parts of it that might convince him that his own Scriptures bear witness to the truth of the gospel." "That thought came to my mind also," said Persis, "and I searched out several verses, and wrote them down, with a faint hope that I might some day find courage to speak to the Jew. But that day never came," added Persis, with a sigh. "Have you kept your list of verses?" asked Ned. Persis rose, went to her work-box, and took from it a paper, which she placed in the hand of the sailor, who glanced over its contents. "Let me have this paper, my Persis," said he. "I'll study it well tonight. Tomorrow is a half-holiday at our school, so my afternoon will be free. Would it be well if I stepped over here and boarded the Jew myself?" "Oh, if you would!" exclaimed Persis. The maiden had an idea, probably from judging by her own feelings, that no one else on earth had such power to convince and to win as the one-armed sailor who acted as teacher at Colm. Franks, however, was of a very different opinion. "I know that I'm not fit to speak," he said. "I never could argue in my life. I can no more go into questions of traditions and those sort of things than I could take Isaac's fine instruments in hand and use them with skill as he does. All that I can do," Ned laid his clenched fist heavily upon the table, "is to grasp the hilt of the Bible sword and hold it fast and strike a straight blow. And if that blow go home to the heart, 'tis because truth has a keen, sharp edge, though the hand may be clumsy that wields it. Don't give up praying for the Jew and his child, dear Persis, and ask God to put his own word into my mouth tomorrow." Ned Franks sat up till midnight with the paper of Persis and his own pocket Bible before him, and then went to rest with a prayer. "O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise." End of chapter 41. 42 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witness to the Old Testament. Benjamin Isaacs sat in his little upper room, repairing the jeweled hilt of an ancient scimitar. He was a small, dark man, with a furrowed brow, and the high, marked features which belonged to the sons of Israel. His lips were thin and compressed together, giving an impression of habitual self-restraint. His dark eyes were seldom raised. It was difficult for a stranger to read their expression, or to guess at the thoughts passing through the mind of the grave, silent man. Isaacs formed a strong contrast in appearance to the visitor who sat before him, with tall, athletic form, and curly light brown hair, and blue eyes that always looked full into the face of whomsoever the sailor might be addressing. Ned Franks, for it was he, though the teacher in a school, still wore the dress of a sailor. The blue jacket was all that he had to remind him, as he said, of old days passed on the ocean. "I have to thank you, sir," said the Jew, "for kindness shown yesterday to my motherless boy." This opening of the conversation was embarrassing to Ned, who had a general dislike to being thanked, and who had almost forgotten already the little service rendered to Benoni. He felt more puzzled than ever how to introduce the subject which lay at his heart. "I don't wonder that Persis didn't find it easy to discover a landing place here," thought the sailor, passing his hand through his hair. "'Tis like a rock-bound coast, without a creek to run a boat into." Isaacs glanced up at his visitor, as if surprised at the silence which Franks found it so hard to break. The sailor, after his usual fashion, took a header into the difficulty at once. "Perhaps you wonder what has brought me here to you to-day," he began, though not without effort. "To say the truth, Mr. Isaacs, I wanted to have a quiet talk with you on the subject of religion." Isaacs did not reply, and Ned went on with a brightened colour in his sunburnt cheek. "If I had good tidings, and did not tell them to a shipmate, I should do him a wrong. If the vessel were on fire, and the boats let down, and I did not rouse a sleeping shipmate, I should do him a worse wrong still. Now, God has sent me glad tidings, and I come to share them with you. There is danger in unbelief, and I want to warn you of that danger. Let us talk, then, a while on religion." "Perhaps," said Isaacs, rather stiffly, "I know more about your religion than you guess. I have read a great many books." He looked up at a shelf well filled with volumes, but Frank's rapid glance did not discover Persis' Bible amongst them. "A great many books have been written, many wise and learned ones amongst them on the subject," said Ned. "But let us now keep to one, the Bible, which is God's own truth, the Bible, which is God's blessed word." "How do you prove that?" asked the Jew. It was more trying to the sailor to hear him speak so calmly, as if the matter before him were scarcely one that concerned him, than if the Hebrew had burst out into a hot defence of his own rejection of the gospel. Frank's own nature was so warm and impetuous that anything like coldness in what concerned the vital interests of the soul annoyed him more than fiery opposition. Without answering the question directly, Ned glanced at the scimitar in the jewel's hand, and remarked, "That looks like a fine old sword." Isaac showed no surprise at the sudden turn in the conversation. He raised the polished steel, breathed on it, and watched the moisture mark disappear ere he replied, "'Tis a true Damascene blade. There are not many like it in Europe. It has been in Sir Lacy's family for ages. It was brought over from the East." "How do you prove that?" asked Ned Franks. For the first time Isaac's eyes met the sailor's. "'Tis a well-known fact," said the jeweller. "That is not proof," observed Franks. Isaacs again raised the scimitar, and held up its shining blade so that the full light should fall upon it, and show the surface curiously marked. "Any one who is a judge of antiquities," he said dryly, "would see by a glance at this that it carries the proof in itself." "And so it is with the Bible," cried Franks. "There are many other proofs of its truth, such as the witness of men, the researches of the learned, historical evidence, and such like. But if all other proofs were wanting, it has enough within its own two boards to convince any candid inquirer that it must be the Word of God." Franks drew out his own pocket Bible as he spoke. "I should like to know how you make out that," said the Jew. "Your nation received and believed the Old Testament," replied Franks. "You have kept and guarded it for thousands of years, and, as I have heard, have been so careful to preserve it pure, that you have counted every word in its pages." Isaacs nodded his head in assent. "Then," continued the young sailor, "I would put the question thus. If you had had half of a king's letter, a page divided down the middle, given into your charge, if you had sealed up this half page in many covers, and kept it under lock and key, so that you were perfectly convinced that no one could tamper with it, and then if another half were brought to you as part of the same letter, how could you know if that second half had really been written by the king?" "Nothing could be easier," replied the jeweller. "I would compare it with the first half, which I had kept under lock and key." "And if you found that every broken line in the first half was finished in the second, that each portion exactly matched, that the two made one perfect whole, then, of course," replied the jeweller, "I should know that the second half was genuine." "Thus it is with the Bible, the letter of our great King," said Franks. "The first half, the Old Testament, has been for ages and ages in the keeping of the Jewish nation, the enemies of the Christian religion. Now, if when the New Testament, the second half, is placed beside the first half, we find that the truths partly shown in the one are completed in the other, that neither by itself can be regarded as a whole, that the New Testament bears witness to the truth of the Old Testament to the truth of the New, how can we escape the conviction that both are the Word of God?" Franks was looking earnestly into the face of Isaacs as he spoke, and he felt dissatisfied at the half smile which rose to the thin lips of the Jew. "I should scarcely have thought that you Christians set such price on our Scriptures," said Isaacs, "to judge by what Mullins—" "Mullins?" interrupted Ned Franks. "He's no more a Christian than I am a Turk." And then, as if ashamed of his own vehemence, he added more quietly, "I don't believe that Mullins has ever studied the Old Testament fairly, or that he ever opens it with an honest wish to find out what it teaches. The fact is," continued Ned Franks, laying his hand on his Bible, "that the gospel rests on Old Testament Scriptures, just as a house rests on its foundation. You could not take away the one without overthrowing the other. and that all the powers of earth and hell will never be able to do. In what way does the New Testament, then, bear witness to our ancient Scriptures? Asked Isaacs. A child might show you, cried the sailor. Here am I, a Christian, believing the gospel, believing that the apostles were men inspired of God. I find Peter, for one, not only referring again and again to Old Testament writings, but giving their evidence more weight than the testimony of his own senses. After speaking of the glory which his eyes had seen, the voice from heaven which his ears had heard, he thus goes on. Franks turned over quickly to the place in his Bible and read, We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto you do well that you take heed. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. Then again, continued Franks, see the writings of St. Paul. The books of the law, the Psalms, and the prophets are quoted by him in more than 100 places. He is constantly referring to them, and no marvel, since he himself has declared, All Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. No honest man can read such passages as these without seeing that the apostles reverenced Old Testament Scriptures as the letter of their heavenly King. That seems clear enough, observed Isaacs. And there is the testimony of a yet higher witness, cried Franks. What said he whom we Christians adore as the eternal Son of God? When Christ argued with men, he appealed to Old Testament Scriptures. The Lord quoted from the books of Moses, the historical Scriptures, the Psalms, Job, Daniel, and other prophets. He brought forward Old Testament types, and clearly applied them to himself. Search the Scriptures, said Christ, when the Old Testament alone was written. For in them ye think ye have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me. Had ye believed Moses, ye would have believed me, for he wrote of me. But if ye believe not his writings, how shall ye believe my words? In the parable of the Lord's, he describes Abraham in paradise as saying, If they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. And when Christ himself appeared to disciples after his resurrection, beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded to them in all the Scriptures the things concerning himself. Christ again declared on another occasion, These are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the law of Moses, and in the prophets, and in the Psalms, concerning me. Said I not truly then, cried Franks, that the gospel rests on the Old Testament as a house rests on its foundation? Can any man believe Christ to be the truth, as well as the life, and not receive his witness to the Old Testament as the word of the eternal God? I do not think, replied the Jew, that any man can be a Christian who refuses to do so. It is clear enough that Christ and his apostles believed in the inspiration of our Scriptures. End of chapter 42. Three of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witness to the New Testament. Ned Franks felt that he had gained no small advantage in having proceeded thus far without arousing any prejudice on the part of the Jew. Isaacs was evidently well pleased to find that the reverence of his visitor for Old Testament Scriptures was at least as great as his own. Here was ground upon which Jew and Christian could meet as allies and friends. But Ned Franks could not stop there. You have now heard some of the reasons, said he, why we are certain that the first half of the Bible is indeed part of the letter from our King. Now bear with me a while I bring forward the second part, namely, the gospel of my blessed Saviour, and ask you to examine for yourself whether it does not, in every portion, match and complete your own sacred writings, You know something, perhaps, of the history of Christ as given in this gospel?" Isaac silently nodded assent. "Then see if that life does not fulfill in the minutest parts all the prophecies which, as you know, were written ages before his birth. Nay, there are some which, if not thus fulfilled, can never be fulfilled at all, at any time, or by any other person." "What prophecies may these be?" asked Isaac. "Such prophecies as Jacob's, 'The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, till Shiloh come.' We all know that the scepter has long since departed. Or that of Malachi, 'The Lord whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple.' It is more than 1800 years since the temple was burnt to the ground." For the first time during the conversation Isaac looked a little impatient, and took up one of his tools as if he wished to go on with his work. "Hear me a little. I will be brief," said the sailor. "I will but show you a few of the prophecies of the Messiah, with which the Old Testament is studded as the midnight sky is with stars. I am not learned, I am not clever, I have no telescope of human talent. I can but point out a few of the most striking prophecies, as a child might point out the brightest stars. The Old Testament declares what should be the birthplace of the Messiah. 'Thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting.' Daniel gives the time of his appearance, 'From the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the Prince shall be 7 weeks, and 62 weeks. He was to be of the family of David, to whom the promise was given, 'I will set up thy seed after thee, thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever.' Christ should perform miracles. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as an hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. Yet should not the Jews receive Christ. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. He was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed." Who can read David's 22nd Psalm, nor see in it a minute picture of the sufferings of Christ on the cross? Franks found the place in his Bible, and placed the book before Isaac's. What is there written could never apply to David himself, and mark how unconsciously men verified every prophecy of the Messiah. Did the Emperor of Rome mean to fulfill God's word when his decree made Mary travel to Bethlehem where the Lord was to be born, or Pilate when he commanded stripes to be laid on his guiltless prisoner, or the priests when they bribed Christ's betrayer with the exact sum foretold by the prophet, so they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver, or when they cast it unto the potter to buy the field of blood? Did those who mocked the Lord remember that their very words had been noted down ages before? Or the soldiers casting lots for his garments dreamed that the act had been foretold? David wrote by inspiration, "They pierced my hands and my feet." When was that prophecy fulfilled but when Christ was nailed to the cross? Such exact accomplishment of prediction so minute could never have happened by chance. Even the few which I have named must, I think, force conviction upon every reasoning mind. Franks, as he paused, looked anxiously into the face of the Jew. Isaac's eyes were cast down, and the furrow on his brow grew deeper than ever. "Then," continued Franks, "to leave the prophecies and just touch on the types, volumes might be written of the way in which the New Testament completes, as it were, the unfinished lines of the Old. For what reason could bleeding sacrifices be commanded from the time of fallen Adam by a God of wisdom and love? Could the blood of bulls and goats take away sin? Here was a part of God's letter which we could never have understood, had we not found in the Gospel that these sacrifices pointed to one, the Lamb of God, that taketh away the sins of the world, to him whose blood cleanseth from all sin, to him, the innocent victim, who should die in the place of the guilty. Look, again, at the brazen serpent. Did men ever fathom the deep meaning of that miracle, when a mere sight of a form raised on high was sufficient to heal the dying, till the Saviour himself explained it thus? As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Isaac, about to be sacrificed by his father, Joseph, rejected and sold by his brethren, Moses guiding his people to a promised land, David, the chosen king of Israel, suffering and then triumphant. These and many more types are as lines begun in the Old Testament, whose meaning is completed in the New, till, like the two halves of the king's letter, they form one wondrous whole. Surely then the Bible, apart from all other evidence, bears in itself the proof that it is the inspired word of God, whose divine wisdom, mercy, and love alone could have devised, alone could have made known, such a scheme for man's salvation. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The stumbling block. Franks had warmed with his subject. His words had flowed rapidly and freely, and yet he felt that half of what he had wished to say had been left unsaid. He paused now, as if for a reply. Isaac still had his eyes cast down on the scimitar which lay across his knee. He did not speak for several seconds, and then said, in a tone which grated painfully on the ear of the young sailor, "All this, and much more, I've long known." "And has it made no impression on your mind?" exclaimed Franks. "Young man," said Isaac, coldly, still avoiding looking at his companion, "it needs something more than an impression on the mind to make Jew or Gentile give up all for a matter of belief. I was born a Hebrew. My relations are Hebrews. My connections in business are Hebrews. 'Tis no light matter for a man to break ties, to make himself an outcast from his nation, to injure his prospects in the world, to give up his honest gains. No, no," added Isaac, shaking his head with a bitter smile, "to bring a man to that needs something more than an impression on the mind." "It needs an impression on the heart," cried Franks, who saw that what the unhappy Jew needed was not conviction, but conversion. "You speak like a very young man," said Isaac, with a touch of scorn in his manner. "I've lived longer in the world, and know more of its ways than you." "The world has nothing to do with the matter," said Ned, bluntly. "This is a business between God and your conscience. 'Tis a question of sacrificing some earthly gain for the sake of your soul." "I've my boy to think of," said Isaac. "He is the son of my sorrow, precious as my heart's blood, dear as the apple of my eye. For him I toil, for him I save. He shall never know the hardship and want that have ground down his father. I can't sacrifice his prospects. I can't drag him down to poverty. No, no, there's no use talking about it." "But surely," cried Ned, "it is false love to your son to keep him in what you must feel to be a sinking vessel, when there's a lifeboat alongside. Who cares for the cargo when life is at stake, or would wish to go to the bottom, though he should carry down all the gold of California with him?" Isaac was no longer listening. To Frank's surprise, he had taken up the little Bible and was turning over the pages, as if in search of something. The sailor watched him as he searched, with a feeling of painful interest, and a hope, though but a faint one, that some blessed truth in those leaves might arrest the wandering soul. Isaac soon stopped, fixed his thin finger on an open page, and then muttered in an undertone, "If there were not one other stumbling block for me in the path you'd have me take, this verse would be enough to block up the way forever." Upon what verse can he have stumbled? thought Franks, and he asked the question with his inquiring eyes. "Look ye here," said the Jew, turning the Bible so that the sailor could read the words to which he pointed, part of the Sermon on the Mount. "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you." The Jew shut the book, put it down, and pushed it to the furthest end of the table, grinding his teeth as he did so. "Is it possible," exclaimed the astonished Franks, "that so heavenly a precept can be a stumbling block in your way?" The manner of Isaacs had changed. The fierce spirit which had lain so still was roused within him, and Franks could scarcely believe that he who spoke with such bitter emotion was the same man as he who, but a few minutes before, had listened so calmly to his words. "It may not be so with you," cried the Jew. "No, no, you Christians stumble over nothing. You've a way of getting round all. You profess yourselves lambs when you're ravening wolves. You call yourselves followers of the Prince of Peace, and you delight in bloodshed and strife. You read the command, 'Love your enemies,' and so you pursue them to the death. Hypocrites, you kneel down and pray, 'Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us.' I could not make such a prayer. I could not belie my faith thus. I could not call myself a servant of Christ and turn my back on his law. No, whatever else I may be, I'm not hypocrite enough for that. While that verse stands in the gospel, it is no gospel for me. I have an enemy, and I will hate him. I've suffered of wrong, and I will revenge it." Isaacs started up from his seat. The scimitar fell with a clang on the floor. He did not stoop to raise it. The Jew paced up and down the room, his dark eyes flashing under their knitted brows, and the veins on his forehead swelling as the fierce blood rose within. Franks also rose, in act to speak, but the Jew was now in no mood to listen. As he strode up and down, his feelings burst forth in disconnected sentences. "I was in straits for money once, for a time. It was in the depth of winter. Snow 2 feet deep on the ground, my wife ill, dying, Benoni a 3 days old baby beside her. I owed rent to Peter Claymore, a Christian." Isaacs gnashed his teeth as he uttered the word. "I'm not likely to forget his name. I repeat it every night, but not in a prayer. Not in a prayer. I've made a vow, but not to forgive." The strange smile on those white lips was more horrible to Franks to behold than the fiercest expression of anger. "He would not wait. He turned us out in the winter in the deep snow. In a few days I buried my Miriam. Her death lies at the door of that man. And shall I forgive him? Can I love him? Must I bless him?" "Go," cried Isaacs, pointing to the door. "Go preach the gospel of peace to those that have known no wrongs deep, deadly as mine." He repeated his gesture in a manner so impatient that the sailor, who saw that he might as well argue with winds and waves, as a man in such a state of excitement, quitted the room without reply. Franks hurried down the little staircase, and entered the parlour, where Persis sat at her work beside the sleeping old man. Benoni was playing at her feet with the little boat which the sailor had rigged out for the child. "Benoni, dear, go into the garden," said Persis. The child threw his arms round her neck, and kissed her before he obeyed. Franks sat down with a more troubled expression than was often seen on his bright open face. Persis rose and closed the door after Benoni. "You have failed, I fear," she said softly, as she returned to her seat. Frank sighed and nodded his head. "Did you speak to him of the holiness, the meekness, the mercy of our dear Lord? Did you show the poor Jew that such a being, so lofty and yet so lowly, in whom his watchful enemies could find no spot of sin, must have been more than man?" "I did not dwell on the character of the Saviour," said Franks, "though that is in itself perhaps the highest proof that the gospel must be from God. I only touched, very slightly touched, on a few of the proofs that the Bible is the message of our heavenly King. But oh, Persis, that unhappy man's difficulty is not in believing the truth. His stumbling block is not doubt. It is the unwillingness to forsake all, to give up a bosom sin, that makes Isaacs, like so many others, turn away from the Saviour's offer of salvation." And in a few words Ned repeated to Persis the latter part of his conversation with the Jew. "I fear that this is a hopeless case," said Franks in conclusion. "Oh, no," cried Persis, "never let us despair. If poor Isaacs would not let us plead with him, we can at least plead for him. We may find at last, dear Ned, that your words have not been spoken in vain." End of chapter 44. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lost. Ned Franks found no other opportunity of speaking to Isaacs on the subject of religion. The manner of the Jew became subdued and quiet as before, but he carefully shunned all private conversation either with Persis or her betrothed husband, and even prevented little Benoni from having such free intercourse with them as he had enjoyed before. The child was indeed allowed to help, as far as he could, the simple preparations for the wedding. He watched Persis as she made the big cake. He brought her bunches of wild flowers. He sat by her old grandfather while she drew water from the well, or went on an errand to the village. But Persis felt, though she could hardly have told why, that Isaacs kept a watchful eye on them both. When business took him to Sir Lacy's museum, the Jew was never longer absent than he could avoid. Whatever work could be brought to his little lodging was always done at home, and he liked to keep his boy at his side while he polished the steel or set the gem. He began to question Benoni closely, and winced when he drew out such simple answers as these: "I should like to be a Christian because Persis is a Christian. Yes, I wish I could go to church with her on Sundays. She does not read to me from her holy book. I'd like if she did, for I see that she loves it. When I am older and bigger, perhaps I'll get a book like it, and then I'll read for myself, and find out what makes Persis and Ned Franks so good." Time flowed on very happily with the betrothed pair. The sailor used to say that all the sands in his hourglass were golden. He worked hard in the school each day, but his mornings and evenings were given to Persis. They talked, read, sang, and prayed together, and the love which was hallowed by piety grew ever stronger and deeper. The day before that fixed upon for the wedding was a Sunday. Persis could attend at morning service, as Isaacs took care for the time of her aged grandfather. Old Mead needed little attention, as most of his hours were passed in sleep. There were no more joyous, no more thankful hearts in church than those of Persis and Ned. There, above all, they felt indeed that they were one in the Lord. Persis remained in her cottage with her grandfather during afternoon service. Benoni had usually spent Sunday afternoons with her, but this time he did not appear, and Persis missed the loving child, who was to her as a little brother. "Isaacs might have let him sit beside me on this, my last Sunday here," thought Persis. The time was not wearisome, however. Persis sang joyful hymns, for her heart was attuned to praise, and her voice rose louder and clearer than usual, for she knew that the child who lodged in the room above would love to listen to the sound. The afternoon service had not long been ended before Persis heard the quick, well-known step of her sailor, and a very happy half-hour was passed by them together before it was time for the maiden to prepare the evening meal. "Isaacs and his dear child are to take tea with us to-day," said Persis, as she spread the snowy cloth over the table, and ranged on it the white cups and saucers. She then went to her neat press, and brought out of it sweetmeats of her own preserving as a treat for little Benoni. "I wish that Isaacs could have heard our vicar, sir," began Franks, but he paused, for Isaacs himself had just entered the parlour. Old Mead's armchair was wheeled round by Franks to the table, the shining teapot was filled, and Persis began to cut her loaf of home-made bread. As she did so, she turned with a smile to the Jew. "Why has Benoni not come?" she inquired. "He does not usually loiter behind." "Benoni!" exclaimed Isaacs, looking round him with an air of surprise. "Why, surely he has spent the afternoon with you. "I have not seen him to-day," said Persis. Isaacs strode to the door, and shouted out the name of his son in tones so loud that old Mead was roused from slumber, half raised his heavy eyelids, and turned his feeble head. But Isaac's call received no reply. "Where can he have gone? He never wanders far. He is afraid of the village boys," said the father, who had become perplexed and anxious. "I'll find the truant before Persis has time to pour out the tea," cried Franks, and he was out of the cottage in an instant. "Where did you see him last?" asked Persis, her face catching the reflection of the uneasiness expressed on that of the Jew. "I've not seen him for these 3 hours," said Isaacs. "I never knew him absent so long. I'll take the other direction from that which Franks has taken. I can't rest until I've found the boy." Persis, left alone with her grandfather, gave the old man his usual meal of warm gruel and milk, feeding him as a child might be fed. She then gently beat up his cushions, and saw him fall again into a peaceful sleep. But the water in the teapot grew cold as she watched, uneasy at the unexpected delay for the return of Franks and Isaacs. Often Persis went to the porch, and looked eagerly both up and down the road, till almost at the same moment the sailor and the Jew came from opposite quarters, both looking heated and tired, and, to the alarm of the maiden, neither of them was accompanied by Benoni. "I've hailed every person I've met. I've made inquiries through the village," cried Franks. "No one has seen or heard of the child." "I can't find him," said Isaacs, in a hollow tone. "He has not passed the turnpike. He could not have climbed over the hedge." "He may have gone to Mrs. Bell at the mill," suggested Persis. This place had not been thought of before, both because Mrs. Bell's temper was likely to keep a child from her dwelling, and because Isaacs had forbidden his little son to go near the mill stream. Benoni had hitherto always strictly obeyed the command. "The little chap may have taken a fancy to try whether his boat would float," observed Franks, but he instantly wished the word unspoken, such a sudden twitch of terror passed over the face of the Jew. "We'll soon find out," cried Isaacs, instantly hurrying down the road towards the mill, with Ned Franks at his side. Persis glanced at her grandfather, saw that he slept, and then, unable to restrain her anxiety, followed, as the mill was hard by, and within sight of the cottage porch. Isaac's loud impatient knock at the closed door brought Mrs. Bell to the window. "What be ye wanting here?" she asked sharply, as she put out her head. 2 or 3 voices answered at once. "Have you seen Benoni? Have you seen the child?" "Yes, to be sure. I saw him going down to the stream, and I told him to take himself off, but whether he did or not I don't know, for I had to go and look after my baby." When was this?" exclaimed Isaacs. "Can't you say, but yes, I wound up the clock just after, and it was pointing at 2. "Did you hear nothing more?" cried the agonized father. "Well, let me think. Yes, after I'd wound up the clock I heard a bit of a splash, but I thought that the little un was just throwing stones in the river." Isaacs uttered a suppressed cry, and darted down towards the water. Twilight was now closing in, and dark under the shadow of the long drooping willow branches lay the stream. The great mill wheel was still. Some way beyond it, half hidden by rushes, some white object indistinctly appeared. Isaacs pointed to it, and turned upon Franks a countenance on which horror and anguish so stamped that Ned said afterwards that he could never forget that look to his dying day. Without a word the sailor stripped off his blue jacket and plunged into the stream. In a few minutes he held aloft the little boat which he himself had made for Benoni, its white sail all dripping with water, and threw it across the stream to those who were waiting in agonized fear on its bank. Franks then dived, rose, and dived again, ere he returned, panting and dripping, to his companions. "He's lost! Drowned!" gasped Isaacs. "I don't give up hope," cried Ned Franks, "but the stream must be thoroughly searched. I'm off for the drags. They're kept at the boat-house at the Hall." Then turning to Persis, who stood pale and trembling, with his blue jacket ready for him in her hands, "Dearest, go back to the cottage," he said. "Prepare hot water, flannels, brandy, it is possible." There was neither time nor need to say more. Ned Franks started off for the drags. With a very heavy heart, Persis returned to the cottage, stirred up the fire, filled the kettle, brought down blankets, in faint hope that if the body of Benoni should be recovered from the river, life might not be quite extinct. It was now time for old Meade to go to his bed. Persis tended him carefully, and for the first time could feel almost thankful for her grandfather's infirmity of mind, since it saved him from sharing her bitter grief for the loss of the child. Persis started, and her heart beat fast at the sound of every distant shout which came up the valley. The whole village was astir, and almost all its inhabitants by this time had joined in the search for Benoni. The maiden stood at the cottage porch, looking out into the darkness, for night had come on, and the stars were glimmering in the sky. Persis watched, and wept, and prayed. As the heavy hours rolled on, it was almost 11 o'clock before two forms emerged from the darkness into the light which streamed from the open cottage door. Persis asked no question. The sight of Isaac's haggard face was enough. But Franks whispered in the ear of his bride, "We can find nothing. We must wait till daylight tomorrow." Tomorrow, their wedding day. End of chapter 45. Of Ned Franks, or The Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Knell. But Persis could not think at that moment even of the dear hopes entwined with the thought of that morrow. She hastened with a glass of warm wine and water to the unhappy Jew, who had sunk down on a chair, and who remained with his head bowed on his chest, as if his very life were passing away. Isaacs pushed away the needed refreshment with wild impatience. "Oh," faltered forth Persis, while the large drops gushed from her eyes, "if you could but look upwards." "Do I not look upwards?" exclaimed the Jew suddenly in a tone that startled Persis. "I do look up, and what do I see? One whom I have rejected, and whose doom is now, 'I forgive thee as thou hast forgiven.'" As if echoing these terrible words, there came a wild, sad sound on the night breeze, as if some spirit's hand had tolled the passing bell for the dying, but in such a strange and fitful fashion that the sound at that unusual hour made the blood of Persis creep in her veins. The Jew looked aghast, but Franks, with one exclamation, "The church!" sprang like lightning out of the cottage. "The church!" echoed Isaac, starting from his seat, and as again sounded that strange knell, he too vanished from view into the outer gloom of the night. Persis could hardly resist the impulse to follow. She stood in the porch, her hands tightly clasped, her lips apart, her eyes straining into the darkness, listening in breathless silence as a third time that bell broke the stillness. She waited for about 10 minutes. They seemed to her so many hours. Then Frank's distant shout, "He's found! He's found!" made the maiden sink on her knees, and burst into a flood of thankful tears. Glad messenger of joyful tidings, eager to be the first to bear them to his bride, Ned was soon at her side, raised her and drew her back with him into the lighted cottage. He could but tell her that Benoni had been found locked up in the church, but for further particulars both had to wait till Isaacs, escorted by a little crowd of villagers, came tottering home, bearing in his arms the child restored to him as if from the dead. Benoni, exhausted and crying, could scarcely at first give any connected account of what had happened, but the sight of Persis soothed him, and after she had brought him refreshment, he was able to answer the questions asked of him. He had been a naughty boy, he sobbed, had gone to play by the river, had lost his boat, and in vain tried to get it back by flinging a big stone into the water. Then an eager desire to see the church in which Persis was to be married had taken possession of the child. He knew that the doors would be open, because the day was Sunday, and yet the place would be empty, because afternoon service had not begun. With the stealthy step of one venturing on forbidden ground, the child had entered the silent building, and looked around with wondering awe. Then the entrance of the clerk had alarmed Benoni, who, to hide himself, had crouched down in Sir Lacy's large curtained pew, which he dared not quit again as other persons came into church. Conscious that he was doing what would greatly displease his father, afraid that Christians might be very angry at a little Jew intruding himself into their holy place, Benoni had been terrified at the idea of being discovered, and had remained concealed in the otherwise empty pew during the whole of the afternoon service. He had meant quietly to steal out when everyone else should have departed, but when at last the congregation had dispersed, and Benoni had crept cautiously out of his hiding-place, what had been his terror on discovering that both of the church doors had been locked. During the miserable hours which had followed of darkening twilight and closing night, the child in that lonely, silent building had been fearfully punished for his disobedience. Benoni had cried aloud in his alarm, had struck the door, tried to climb to the windows, had in vain made every effort that he could think of to call some one to his relief. At last, when almost wild with terror, the little prisoner had chanced to lay his hand on the great bell-rope which hung near the porch. The reader can guess the rest. "Good night, Persis, my heart's joy," were the words with which the thoroughly weary but happy sailor quitted the cottage in the dell. "Thank God that all has ended so well, and that our loss is found." Could Persis and Franks have known what was passing in the room above, if they could have looked into the heart of one who was there, with his head bowed down over the maiden's Bible, weeping such tears as those hard eyes never had wept before, their joy would have been yet greater, their thanksgiving still deeper, and in a higher sense would Persis have repeated the words, "Our lost one is found." End of chapter 46. Of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wedding. The merry church bells gave out a sound very unlike a knell when they rang on the following morning for the bridal of Persis and Ned. Both were greatly beloved in the village, and had the wedding been from the hall instead of from the cottage, it could not have awakened more interest. The church was crowded with people. The jovial carpenter had left his lathe, the bustling laundress her washing. Every face had a kindly look, every soul a sincere good wish, as the good vicar joined the hands of those whose hearts were already united. All the path from the church to the cottage was strewn with wild flowers by the village children, primroses, violets, and cowslips, and in the cottage itself was spread out many a kindly wedding gift, from the beautiful Bible presented by the vicar's lady to the little marker of plaited paper made for the bride by Benoni. Isaacs and his son had taken care of old Mead while the marriage took place, but they were both guests at the wedding feast. Isaac's pale, thoughtful face was the only grave one there. "Was not father good to forgive me all my naughtiness yesterday?" whispered Benoni to Ned's young niece, Nora Peel, who was one of the brightest and happiest of the party. "But I can't quite forgive myself, for does he not look sad and ill? I don't think he slept last night, for whenever I awoke for a minute I saw him sitting at the table, with his hand pressed over his eyes." Nora, who was of a kindly temper, wished to cheer the poor Jew, who must feel lonely, she thought, in the midst of happy Christians. She purposely seated herself beside him, and tried to chase away his sadness. Nora soon found that the best subject to rouse his interest was the praise of the bride. "I love her with all my heart," said Nora. "She's the only one in the world whom I think worthy of Uncle Ned. I can't tell you all the good that she has done in her quiet way. There's my poor friend Sophie, for instance, whose heart was breaking with trouble. She has been a different being since she knew dear Persis." "What was her trouble?" asked Isaacs. "Oh, poor Sophie had many troubles. A bad father, transported for forgery, her mother had died long ago. Poor Sophie lost her health and her sight, and must always have lived in the workhouse, had not dear Persis managed to get her into an asylum in London." "Will she be able to stay there?" asked Isaacs. "I fear not," replied Nora gravely, "and I don't know what she'll do when she comes out, for though Sophie has learned to plait and to read with her fingers, it will be a hard matter for a blind girl to earn her living in the world." "Is it that good-for-nothing Sophie Puller as you're a-talking of?" cried Nora's mother, Bessie Peel, who chanced to sit near. "Oh, mother, please don't call her that. Sophie is a good girl now. She has changed her character as well as her name." "Her name?" cried Mrs. Peel in surprise. "Yes, did I never tell you? Her aunt in London found her out, and told her that Puller wasn't her father's real name, only he'd taken it for some reason best known to himself. He used to live in Birmingham, and then he was called Peter Claymore." Nora was astonished by the sudden start given by the Jew at her side. She thought that it must be caused by some sharp shoot of pain. He soon, however, resumed the conversation, and asked Nora various questions about Sophie and her father, until the attention of both was called off by the vicar, rising to propose that before separating all should unite in a prayer for a blessing on the bridegroom and bride. No one, perhaps, joined more heartily in that prayer than Isaacs, the son of Israel, and even in that hour of their deep delight he had a place in the earnest supplications of Persis Franks and her sailor husband. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. It was on a bright, balmy morning in May that Nora Peel paid her first visit to her new aunt in her pretty new home. The young girl was an expected as well as a welcome guest, and Persis had made her bright little parlour yet brighter than usual, had filled her jars with fresh flowers, and prepared simple dainties with her neat fingers to greet her husband's niece. Franks and his bride went to the door to meet and welcome Nora, but were surprised to find her accompanied by Isaacs and little Benoni. Persis was pleased to mark a happier expression on the pale face of the Jew. Nora's blue eyes were sparkling with pleasure. She could hardly wait till she had entered the parlour to tell the news which she brought. "Oh, Uncle, Aunt Persis, you will scarcely believe what I have come to tell you. Mr. Isaacs is going to do such a very kind thing. He means to take my poor blind Sophie home and adopt her as his daughter." "And she'll be my sister," cried Benoni joyfully, "instead of the little one who lies far away." Franks and his wife were as much surprised at so strange an arrangement as Nora had expected them to be. "Do you know the girl?" asked Ned, turning to the Jew. "I know her father," replied Isaacs briefly. "He must be a great friend of yours," observed Persis, with a little hesitation. "He is my bitterest enemy," answered Isaacs. "But," he added, and his pale lip quivered with emotion as he spoke, "I have learned from our gospel to forgive, as I have been forgiven." Persis and Ned could scarcely believe their own ears, but Benoni ran joyfully up to his favourite friend, flung his arms around her, and cried, "Yes, yes, father will be a Christian, and I'll be a Christian, and we'll all go to church, and we'll all go to heaven together." "Can this be true?" exclaimed Franks, turning his eager eyes upon Isaacs, who did not shrink from his gaze. The convert held out his hand, and the sailor wrung it as warmly as if it had been that of a brother. "Yes," said the son of Israel, "I can stifle conviction no more. I have had many private talks with the worthy vicar, and my boy and I are to be publicly baptized as Christians next Sunday." "God be praised!" cried Persis. "I thought an hour ago that it was impossible to be happier than Ned and I were, but I find that our brimming cup can hold one more blessing still." "Never shall I cease to be grateful to your husband," said Isaacs with feeling, "for what he has done for my soul. It was he who led me to God, and if I, a poor hardened unbeliever, ever reach the paradise above, it will be in answer to your prayers, and from the effect of his words." "Not my words!" exclaimed the sailor. "I could no more break down your prejudices than a cutter could overturn a mountain iceberg by running its jib boom against it. No, it needs more than man's words to give faith to the unbelieving, and turn the cold heart to God. To fight against prejudice and doubt, to cut down the bosom sin, to overcome Satan and his temptations, We need the Lord's blessing on His own message. That's what strikes home to the heart. There's no weapon like that weapon, the sword of the Spirit. End of chapter 48. Read by René Lacroix of Woodstock, Ontario, Canada. And end of Ned Franks, or the Christian's Panoply, by Charlotte Maria Tucker.